Rise, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that Rise giving you that global pressure and able to match that Galio, of course, with that.
Does indeed. I haven't actually thought about that. I should have done. It's what Rise does with the big R button thing.
Definitely helps you. And when you have a skill match, like a duelist top lane matchup, having the globals that both kind of come in on call is really, really important with that. Because it means that if one person kind of goes in, the other one can follow, and it becomes this kind of arms race tit for tat of everyone's going top lane. Normally that happens when you have something with that Pantheon as well. Of course, that's banned out. Not that many junglers in the meta have globals. Of course, you have Pantheon and Nocturne. Of course, with both junglers locked in, not even really a consideration there. Senna, Xayah, self-sufficient, or map warping. AD carries banned out.
Indeed. There goes the Rakan as well. Quite a strong pick in general. Cat does love that one. Going to be the lock in there. The Sivir as well has kind of been just round about in general. So we might be looking for a very different archetype here as the Lucian gets locked in. A bit more of an early game spike than the Sivir's 3 items plus.
It is, and it's fairly mobile and lane dominant, but I'm very worried that Lucian gets Vied at some point.
Yeah.
LGD, they need to do some very good work making sure that the first target picked off is well protected, whether that's the Cyclone around them, whether that's Lucian with, the Jax jumping in front of him with a counter-strike and something like that. That is going to be very important, because I think NIP with, Doombee's Galio, which he's so proficient at, with Solo Kill on the Gwen, which he's very proficient at too, if they start to get leads, start encroaching on the map, and then making these huge bombastic plays with the Vi, things get very problematic very quickly for your squishy carry of that Lucian. Hey, morning, Derek, good to see you.
Well, there goes the Nico Infinite Cap. Gonna go for that more engage level support. We've seen Nico tried by a few teams again recently, and the early leads are coming on through. Then you hit about 10-20 minutes, or between 10 and 20 minutes. That's the way it works. And people start inting a little bit. There's some overplays happening where people start forcing fights without necessarily the support required, and it's all gone a bit wrong. See On's games of late.
Yes. Rel outlooked at the last pick. There was a hover of a Pyke, and I was thinking, ooh, double squishy, double range bot lane. As well where it happens. However, Pyke into Vi is, again, not really a champion. Like many squishy supports have found out to their detriment over the years. So, our first draft of the day is in NIP 2.0 to Ultra Prime yesterday. So they've been playing 2 series back-to-back. NIP LGD is a very interesting matchup in the current state of things in the Group Nirvana, because I feel like when you have NIP just above, I think, LGD and TT, this is a good benchmark to see, has LGD grown from the last face-off against them, where they were 2-1 by NIP not too long ago, actually. I believe that might have been in...
Yeah.
Was that in week 2? It was not crazy long ago. But yeah, LGD are looking to bounce back from that earlier split loss to NIP, who I do think have been clearly the second best team within Group Nirvana. Okay, no, clearly is actually a little too far. They've been the second best team in Group Nirvana,
with a few
but
people
it's not
nipping
been
at their
clear.
heels. Yeah, there's been a few teams nipping at their heels.
Fist bump on stage, and we'll get ourselves into our first game of the day, our first catch of the day.
I was literally about to say the first draft of the day, and I went,
I said that the other day, and I was like, that'll just now be in our lexicon for the next however long.
Yeah.
So sit tight, everyone. Let's get ourselves into another day of LPL. First game of the day, NIP LGD coming up later. Waybo versus WE. Just keep seated for that one. That'll be very interesting. As WE have been looking good recently, and Waybo, I think they are at risk of WE, despite them being 1 at 7. And they'll come later, though. Oh, the acoustics. This arena that NIP have, ever since they did the renovations to it, the acoustics are wonderful in Shenzhen. They really helped get the most out of the crowd then, which is very, very cool. It was awesome when they first started playing that. The crowds were very, very loud. Things went very, very quiet after the gyros, though. Oh, it's way too quiet. I don't know why, it just feels very strange just it being so quiet like this. Just you and me, chat. And if I only could, I could deal with God. Get him to change our places. I can't remember the lyrics after that. Sassy on the right, another Rise. Oh no, don't get me confusing Rise and Jax now. I already get Rise's abilities messed up. I don't know why, given that he's one of the oldest champions in the league. Sassy very confident at that Jax. Focusing here on the 2v2. YCX behind them. Does he start the Shattering Strike or the Crash Down? Normally does that Crash Down. Gets a couple of autos through. Force the flash out. The heal from Nymaera. Used in response. Good front step from Savior, the artist formerly known as Shaya. Use that barrier, did Savior as well. Oh, flashback for that flip over the shoulder. Leave no flash now. Is there enough damage for a kill, though? Barrier comes through. One last auto would do it, but I think that Savior might have overextended too. Flashes early to make sure there's no follow-up. Q or auto. Pots keep ticking. Kill goes to YCX, and Leave goes down for first blood of the game. Violent 2v2. Lucian Rel. Pretty scary, of course, when you get that flip over the shoulder from the Rel. Of course, reminded that it is, of course, hard CC. Gives you a bit more damage from the Lucian passive. Lucian's early damage, especially, is really predicated on does he get heals and shields or hard CC onto targets around him. Of course, that's one of the reasons he goes for the barrier. Ooh, walk over the wall. Climber contesting hard here now. Typically, the Vi at level 3, very good in the jungle, but Conqueror proc very early there from Climber. I think he did end up getting the big raptor there, you know. I think I saw the gold crop up on top of him. Was on the blue buff, and they decided, you know, I can hop over the wall, potentially smite things away, and he did get it with the smite. It's a slight advantage for Climber up there. NIP getting a little bit sucker punched here early. The early 2v2 not going well. Nio, who was fantastic yesterday, completely diffed Junhao. Put under pressure here by Climber. Someone who struggle. Oh, hang on a second. No smite for Climber. He used it on the enemy wall, so he's not able to protect his own blue buff. Bounce back from bot lane's now come in, so leaving Nymaera, despite the fact that they were pushed in early after that early TV2, managed to get the bounce back and helped Nio walk in with a little bit more assuredness towards that bot side jungle. No, walking in towards bot side again. I don't think they realized they were on a ward there. Grom's going to get taken. What's Climber's response? Going to go down and potentially contest. He has smite back up. That's his Nio. Would be an actual smite fight this time. Bot lane can actually answer now, though. Nio's got way too deep. Flashes out. Will not be able to secure the Grom. Climber now almost a full level over Nio in the early stages of the game. Nio did take that blue buff away, but he can't secure that Gromp. He's lost the bot side scuttle. Climber took that, so we won't be able to get a double scuttle in return or anything. He'll have to go towards top side to even up the scuttles. He's going back towards his Krugs now. This is such a jobless Vi. What does Vi do? Now, this is like Vi after that, I don't know, depression breakup in Season 2. Yeah, go fight in the pits, I guess. That's what you got left for you. Climber gonna get the double scuttle. Secured that Grump on his own side. Gonna be very, very happy with the XP. And LGD, we were saying just before this, you know, this is a team which are kind of nipping at the heels of NIP. And NIP are a team which I think have been the second best team within Nirvana. I don't think it's been as clear as EDG being by far the best team within Group Nirvana. They only dropped their first game in the whole damn group stage. I say group stage, regular split, I suppose. Just the other day to TT. They're the other team which is really in this pack of teams kind of chasing, I suppose. We've got teams like LNG and Ultra Prime which are struggling right now down in Group Nirvana. Not that they can't take games here and there. But NIP, LGD, TT. Those are the three teams which are the chasing pack to EDG just above them. Hey, Soul Puppy, good to see you. Melos, maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something there in chat. Oh boy. Dragon started. Climber. A little bit behind in XP from Nio now. Nio's not managed to get himself a full clear. Climber using his time investment to get this dragon done. The most valuable resource the jungle has is time. That time is being used to start Dragon. Now, what that does mean is that Nio's had the ability to bounce back in terms of farm and more importantly, XP. Level 6 hit by solo kill. Savior's in danger. Has barrier. Does not have flash. And that is a very dead Lucian solo kill. Wow. It's written on the scoreboard, isn't it? 1-0 solo kill in the bot lane. Teleport up towards the top side of the map from YCX on the support rel. Lots of damage put onto Sassy anyway, but solo kill getting that gold is terrifying. 10 CS up currently on the Jax through the whole swapping lane situation. Sassy was denied a little bit of farm under this top turret. You know, the early jungle invade stuff made me think, well, you know, Climbers in a great spot. And when he gets through his full clear here, he will be retaining that farm and jungle advantage which he had beforehand. It's just that he had to invest a lot of time into taking that dragon. It's one of the problems of taking early objectives as a AD skirmishing jungler as opposed to a Zyra, Lilia, Brand, you know, these very quick AP farming junglers. Nidalee, of course, that too. When you go for a dragon or for grubs, you do allow a half to a full clear from the enemy jungler as well, which is often evening up advantages which you did have, or of course in some cases putting you further behind. Nio, yeah, now on his camp respawns, will be in a slightly better spot than he was beforehand. Getting to the point where level 6s from solo lane has become very important. Of course, we saw one used in the solo kill on bot side from the player. Flash forward, Leaf does have both summoners. We'll use this flash in response. Some damage put onto him, not enough to force him out of lane and stop him from farming. Grubs are spawning soon. Now, you do have a flash cyclone and a realm warp to help force a play there potentially. Onto him if he does walk up to contest the old Grubberinos, the Garberinos. Or to keep himself some Void Mites. He'll peek down the towers. Oh, that was bad. Okay, it was going well until that. Ugh. Keeps me entertained, it does. Level 6 hit from Savior. A little sooner than Leave. Does he want to walk down to the player? Presume he does. DXTW being held in the choke point right now. Nice here with level 6. Climber tanking the grubs. Potential smite fight for the first one. Ult in and a massive CC chain. So Climber can't play. Climber can't play the game. Gets completely zeroed out by the Vi Galio with the Nico helping complete the CC chain. Climber taken down. And suddenly that's going to be 2 grubs over to NIP. When I thought they were in a winning position, solo kill doesn't even need to move over to that side of the map. He gets some free time to use those grubs now on the tower. Big mistake from Climber. Was ahead of the game. A death like that in an important point in the game turns things around. Now, potentially Nio, he's trying to pick up the farm which he was losing earlier, of course. Might have to queue over the wall. Will get himself the big raptor, flashing for a rune prison. YCX get the flip over. Not bad taunt coming through from Doomby. I don't think it's going to be enough to save him, though. Maybe one more Q. Nope, not enough. Savior will be able to dash forward soon enough. And it'll be a dead Nio. It's been a back and forth early game, Sam. Initially, the jungle pathing was going really well in the favor of Climber. He managed to get a camp steal away, protect his own camps fairly well. But then slowly but surely, things have been going in the favor of NIP. It feels like LGD gave over a very easy fight around the Herald. In fact, we might see a replay of that to catch you up on that one too. Nio just got Vi Galio with an eco involved to perma-CC the Wukong, who I thought was becoming a bit of the main character of the early game. Also, solo killed off Savior in a 1v1 on the bot side of the map, so, you know, living up to his namesake as he tends to. The Gwen with a 1,000 gold lead is kind of terrifying, and IP with 2 grubs on the Gwen, who already has a gold lead.
Kind of terrifying.
Kind of terrifying.
And again, you're also looking at a Gwen who's run for the Ignite as well. Make sure that 1v1 is a bit easier early on, because it can get a bit dicey versus the Jax. Been tech for things like Camille, when we used to see that into Jax more regularly. It does feel Gwen's kind of taken that role as prime carry top, though, in the grand scheme of things. She is 1v1 queen right now in the game of League of Legends pro level.
She is very strong. I think maybe a little too strong. Reminder that she's been meta pretty much the whole year. Maybe after First Stand things changed, was it? Well, we came back. Yeah, it was coming back from First Stand. So most of the year, she has been on the ban list, actually. Whenever she gets through the draft, you think, that champion is going to ruin someone's day. Whereas before, I think that the Jax was enough to beat her in a 1v1. I don't think that's consistently the case anymore. I think that Jax has been struggling against the Gwen in a strategic sense. Might be able to keep her down at different points, but I feel like the Gwen actually plays through her win conditions better than many top laners right now, and it's why she's been a hallmark of the meta. Also doesn't hurt the fact that she is one of the few magic damage top laners. It allows you to play slightly different compositions where you can play towards heavier AD on the rest of the map.
For sure. Especially when getting magic damage in this day and age is never a done deal. No, they're going to go cease and desisting on top of poor old XQW is just XDD.
A little frog in the mid lane goes down. For those of you that don't know, XQW means, yeah, that fight starts and ends with a splat. Rest thee well, Rice. Rest thee well. We'll eventually go towards a more defensive item combo. It has the Catalyst and will likely go into... And, of course, the Seraph's coming in later, but not enough to survive a play like that right now. And this is now a game where Solokill takes over. 2 grubs, first tower to the Gwen, 2 kills. This is going to be over 2,000 gold advantage for Solokill. The Gwen is now... main character number 1.
You know what else she gets? Feats of strength. So now she's got steel cups upgraded into Jax and that dearest Wukong.
And if you really want to know more than that, Google Gwen feats. You will be able to find out exactly why Gwen with feats of strength is so powerful as a champion. Very strong. Very popular in certain areas of the internet, of course, too.
Gwen mains. That's why
Gwen mains.
On the Gwen main subreddit. Yeah.
I will say, Rise mains. They unsettle me, Sam.
They worried me, yeah.
All their posts are EQ, EQ, EQ.
They hired who's the voiceover guy?
I don't know, but there is that one voiceover guy which they did hire to, they just say, EQ many times on cooldown. E-Cube, yeah. Well, an advancement in the Rise meta, E-Cube. Oh, incredible. Herald, yeah. Right, dragons not spawning. That was taken a little earlier. The LGD do have the 2 dragons, but I just don't know if they can capitalize on it now. I'm really worried for them. There's even a chance of a flash taunt here, but there's no follow-up. Savior dashing over that wall should be safe.
It's not going to be in the lane, which is annoying. So just like no lane pry out. YCX and Climber trying to clear out vision where they can, but Nio and Niket saying, yeah, you're not going to have an easy time with that.
SQW getting some support on the bot side of the map, because if Gwen is pushing in now, you run. Having the recurve bow, really important for the Gwen, actually. You don't need that much attack speed to make sure that every time you cast your Q, when it's off cooldown, it's full stacks. Having a recurve bow is pretty much enough for that once you get to a couple of levels and you get some base attack speed from just champion levels as well. As, not doing a bad job there. That's actually a big ult towards bot side.
Crash down, Magnet Storm available. The Solokill trying to get a load of needles off. Does do it!
Whoa!
Ignite! The Triumph keeps Climber alive.
Solokill so close to that kill on the bot side now, and all towards the top side. There is a flash. This is a...
Oh, nice knockback. That means that Sassy's got no way out. Justice Punch. Well played by NIP. 1 for 1 for top laners.
Yeah, I was surprised that was a full kill. The short-range ultimate from Durmi coming up tops there as both top laners go down on opposite sides of the map. Does keep the individual gold lead still in favor of Solokill. He very, very nearly took down Climber. Bought an extra summoner out in that play by removing that Wukong flash. That could be important later. The flash cyclone, an important part of LGD's team fights.
Herald in 30 seconds. It's worth noting that basically LGD burned every ultimate available to them to make these plays. Everyone is down their ults and likely will do for at least the very start of that Herald play. On the other side, we'll get this replay now. Solokill gets run out. It's not expecting the Realm Warp in.
Does get level 11 as it comes through. Starts to proc that needle whip. But Jesus, the CC chain is so obnoxious. The fact that CC chain is the way that it is, and there's a double cyclone and everything, and it still forces a flash, 3 ults, and a very, very near death is kind of insane. Solokill is, again, main character in this game right now.
Feeling Solokill may have missed about 2 of those snips when he tried to dash to get it onto the Wukong. Genuinely an extra 1 there, probably gets the 1 for 1.
It's a little bit hard to hit down a target who has that Triforce movement speed, of course. Gets a little bit culling, pulled out again.
Get some value there. Hang on, B into the backside. Gets the staunt onto XQW. Getting a massive knockup after with the Pop Blossom. Leave trying to trade out with Savior. Herald taken by Wukong. But the play afterwards looking pretty dicey. They can't get to the Eye of the Herald. YCX likely dead. Trying to keep the rest of his team alive. There's another taunt that wants to Climber and they get that kill as well. Herald will be denied in terms of the eye pickup, even if LGD do secure the kill.
Yeah, bit of a problem that solo kill teleports away from bot side. That will now be a full turret taken by Sassy in the bot side, but solo kill did get kill in that fight, so he's still up 300 gold from that. Actually, in terms of the overall gold, it's going to remain remarkably similar between the two top laners because solo kill did end up getting some value there. LGD, if they'd walked away with the Herald, I suppose they take that play because it would allow them to potentially open up something like the mid lane turret, which they're going to really struggle to deal with right now. It's very hard to take mid lane turret against the threat of the Vi Galio kind of slapping you when you go for that play, and SQW just goes way too far forward. He has flash, chooses not to use it. Doomby gets a good play there. Really well played from Naya, by the way. He could have got CC comboed out by YCX's big Magnet Storm. He ends up flashing out of it preemptively. I think that ends up working quite well from that. Ends up having a ton of HP to fire around, and LGD just say, yeah, nah. Big engage,
today,
big fight. The big engage didn't catch the targets we want to. We leave it, take the L, and move away.
Forced to back off on that one. NIP. Now just observing. Solo kill. Gonna be here as well, snipping away that crab. Snip, snip.
Do you think Gwen and Scuttle Crab do have that in common? You know, every so often there's like...
Yeah, scissors v pincers.
Like, you know, I feel like no one understands me, but you, dear Rift Scuttler.
Dear crustacean, yeah. What's count me in.
No, I find that sassy. Yeah, that's
the sole point.
This is. I mean, the late contest from NIP goes down very easily. LGD gets third dragon.
They're going to try and turn this around now. Into the backline, there goes that Pot Blossom. Nick kept trying to get damage, but he's now dead. That's 2 kills already with LGD. This is looking a bit messy, but leave and solo kill still alive and doing DPS means I think this gets trickier in the grand scheme of things. The solo kill can't get the kills. He needs to back away. Flash on forward for Xavier, double dash, and he gets the double shot.
Somehow, NIP throw what was a really crushing lead in some parts of the map and give a third dragon to LGD. The gold evened up as well. A mid lane turret now under threat. LGD just got a godsend. They are on a win condition track now. Solo kill goes down for a shutdown there too, which means that the Gwen, some of the gold that they gained has basically been given just back over. NIP, what the heck just happened? They didn't set up for that dragon nearly enough in time. We'll go to a replay of this again. So Nio's spot, this is what we didn't see. We saw that Nio was fighting Sassy, but I didn't know if it was Nio going into the pit or the other side. I should have paid attention to the minimap. And Nio, inadvertently leashes the dragon. No one else had come down. I mean, solo kill was not in position. Galio was not in position. It's a late setup from the solo laners of NIP. And Nio goes way too deep into the Wukong. He just cyclones away. I thought that solo kill might be able to turn things around, but he is not nearly tanky enough to deal with this right now. Look how much damage comes back from XQW and Xavier after the W is down.
And Xavier manages to relentless pursuit away from the snips as well, so they get hit by them, and now the gold lead is dead even. In fact, it's LGD favored. They've got gold in some really good spots, and they got soul point to work with as well. That was just very poor. I think NIP were not expecting the contest, and we're a bit lackadaisical around that dragon and get punished very heavily for it.
NIP now reeling from that play. I mean, they're against soul point. The gold is not in a fantastic spot for them either. They're behind a little bit, even given the early game advantages which they had, particularly for solo kill. Atakan spawning in 20 seconds. Perhaps NIP, we go into Khan. We see what happens around that objective. It is where games go to die, but there is that one thread the needle experience where potentially it solves a lot of your worries.
So now where do we look at the game state? We had kind of decided it was slightly over in NIP's favor, but once again, mid-game woes for some of our LPL teams, and what looked like a great Nico Pop Blossom again. The Nico just kind of dies doing it. Now you're a little bit caught out around that dragon pit. Credit over to Sassy for finding that play. YCX, though, does manage to get out of that one. Worried for a second on that face check, but not too much. I do smell the Intercon coming. You're not wrong. All the while, Xavier getting jumped on. Does just get to dash over the wall. Winds of War, taunt, flash on forwards. Xavier can't run far enough away. That's the Lucian dead. Niket with the root.
2 items in for that Corki, really helping right now. Another engage into River. I think YCX should still be safe with Flash, but he's going to lose a lot of HP. He might not even be safe.
Oh, Flash Pop Blossom on 2. That is a dead rel. TPs come flying, and they are surrounding that one. Taunt available. Counter-Strike is on. It's going to be enough to get Sassy out to safety for a second or two. SQW trying to realm warp out some of the members to safety, but that's going to be the mid lane turret nonetheless. And LGD get out with no more deaths, but the turret down, a lot of ults and flashes.
And now it's LGD's turn to throw what was a really good game state over towards NIP. Now, they're still in position to potentially fight around the Dragon, but I wonder whether Atakan is going to be forfeit, I suppose, with the respawn of Savior coming back up and YCX being able to respawn as well. That won't be the case. Mid lane turret being down gives NIP some extra setup options for that all-important ultimate coming after that point. Back into the replay. Overpushing mid lane. Savior gets Vi-Galio'd. And Doombeat, yeah, manages to get the CC. Plans things in with Nymaera. I think Nymaera on the Vi, on the whole, still had a pretty good game, all things said and done. Managed to catch out some key members at some key points. Not been, of course, the most perfect or clean experience, but then I think the whole of NIP can say that, sadly. It is Group Nirvana, peak Nirvana gaming on your screens.
With the lights out, it's less dangerous, but with them all on, look at mid lane, you can see all of the violence that's occurring, and it is in fact pretty lethal stuff until Sassy gets to hop out to safety. 20 seconds till Dragon. We might be looking at some more lights on violence.
Yeah, and it might not smell like Team Spirit, but it does smell like Team Fight.
Yeah, it does.
Just a little bit. 10 seconds till the ocean comes. There's a very fun story about why that song was called Team Spirit. It's because Team Spirit was a fragrance back in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
There is actually a reason for that.
So it's basically just named after Lynx.
Ish.
I suppose axe to the non-British viewers.
Yeah, sleeve on the 2 items on the Corki. Strong point of power right now. Can LGD find the engage?
They'll try and look for it. Climber gets the Cyclone down, but not particularly efficiently. And now the culling coming on down, but it's into the Hallowed Mist. Doombeat on a flank angle. LGD, I think, have blown their combo a little here.
I think they have, and Lever's getting some good poke down with these rockets. Doombeat on the other side as well. A couple of Winds of War doing some work, and now the Dragon being leashed. LGD, they might just have to go for a Freak Steal.
Sassy on a flank angle on this Jax could maybe turn this around. 4k HP. This would be Soul. Can Climber find their way in? It's going to look very tricky. XQW in danger. Pop Blossom across the backline. They've managed to kill off
Sassy.
Double Counter-Strike. Leave in danger. They will trade that out well, though. Sassy hopping for more. Niket trying to run, and he slipped down. Is Sassy, who will not be looking so snarky anymore. Savior, unfortunately, could use his namesake as he's being run at by 3 members of Ninjas in Pajamas who would like to assassinate that final member.
Savior goes down, blowing the flash, and LGD might have just blown their shot in this game. Both of these teams have found themselves in points of advantage and unable to capitalize. LGD with a soul point would have really loved to get themselves that early late game objective. Sounds a bit weird saying early late game objective, but it would have been on a really good timer, wouldn't it? Atakan will go over to NIP as well. The Dragon means less to them, but denying the soul, getting a ton of kills, and the Atakan, that is very much a good feather to have in their cap. They'll be able to get the Atakan on good timing, reset, get back out onto the map, potentially set up for Baron plays later now as that's spawning in the next minute. We'll go back into the replay of this as Sassy gets an okay angle. It's just a little bit late, I feel, as the engage comes through from Nymaera, who gets a great combo onto multiple members. Climber tried to warrior tricks to backwards, couldn't really get the most of it though in the Wukong. Once again, struggling to get a clean fight. Does at least manage to take down Leave at the end of it, but it has been a difficult game for Climber after what was a pretty good start to the game.
Sassy really was trying that. You're right, it is Nymaera. Still got to remember that one.
Yeah.
Many years of calling him Nymaera. My Britishisms failing that pronunciation on that one specifically.
Well, yeah, we'll do our best, folks. We do try to fix that when we can. As yeah, worth knowing as well. Worth saying. Hello to all the regulars in chat, and Blue, Missouri, Harold as well. TFG, good to see you all around that. If you're enjoying yourselves on today, and you're not one of our regulars, perhaps you can consider being one of our regulars. We always have an extra open seat at the metaphorical table of LPL. Bring you games like this. It bloody well is. The LPL has too many games for there to not be. A
smorgasbord of games.
Yeah. Oh man, you know, we went to an outdoor cinema the other day, and dude, wouldn't it be really fun to like bring League of Legends back to outdoor events again? Do you remember the OGN finals back
when they
in like
did it in rain?
Was it season 4 summer? Was it? With the
Busan.
Samsung Blue. KT Bullets or whatever, KT Arrows it was in Season 4 Summer. That was the same. It was on a beach, folks. It was pouring with rain. It was still iconic as heck. Baron has now spawned. We did call that being a potential aggressive angle for NIP to set up for later.
We do have a beach in esports now. It's just in the LEC, but you go sitting
true.
there, there's a little hot tub and everything. I talked about another league and it's frozen the game for the LPL.
Yeah, you've mentioned the LEC and the clean feeders. The clean feeder's not happy with you, Sam. It's not happy at all. It should come back.
Wait for the audio, guys.
We wait for the audio.
Yeah,
and also Sarcasm, thank you so much for the gifted sub over towards
appreciate it.
We do appreciate that an awful lot. Season 3 Summer was... Oh, Season 3 Summer. That was what... I thought that was...
No,
I thought it was Season...
Summer, yeah.
Was it Season... I thought it was Season 4. Okay, I remember it was Season 3 or 4. I would have thought. Remember that. All coming through on screen.
Oh, there's the Pot Blossom into the Tangle Barbs. The Climber's clone will die, not everything else. The Taunt sidestepped. Actually, this is looking at a pretty good angle for Sassy to get in the backside, but leave will Valkyrie away. Good damage. Climber can't quite get the kill. Massive healing from Nio. Managed to get a huge Sundered Sky proc. Solo kill over the wall. Gives an acupuncture session to XQW. And LGD lose 3.
LGD just don't have the steam left in the tank. NIP put them on blast, and they will take themselves the Baron after a few kills as well. NIP, I thought they had a much easier route to victory in this game. After they gave the early soul point over to LGD, though, I was thinking, perhaps there's an angle. I don't think there is anymore. NIP closed that one shut. 0 degrees. Baron goes down.
Very acute, this one. And all the while, unfortunately...
Did you say that on reflex? That's obtuse of you.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
At least it was the right. At least it was the right
angle. Yeah.
Oh, don't maybe go back into Trig after this. That'll be. Oh gosh.
That would be a sin. And we're cause streaming.
Well, tangent away from that. That was a replay. Screeners. Look, honestly, if this dive between top jungle had happened with a little bit more gold, a little bit less of an advantage, perhaps you take down Nio and you can run into something crazy without Jax. But this is one of the reasons we don't see as much Jax, I think. I think Jax is really struggling to make these solo dives work in the same way that he was in previous metas.
Yeah, not having the easiest time of it, and that's despite what has looked like one or two fantastic angles that haven't quite worked out. You can see the thought process. Got himself the arm guard now with Sassy. Maybe that's enough. XQW as well, so a little bit more safety, a little bit more ability to make some of these plays, and some of the health bars of NIP have come out of these fights a little lower than I think they would be liking. Help stop that. Of course, the problem is on the other side. Galio also has the arm guard, and Gwen has the full damn Zonyas, as well as the, whatever the upgraded steel caps Part 2 Electric Boogaloo knocks you in advance ass-kicking boots are.
Mate, I've got no idea. Look, once upon a time, I remembered all of the Ornn item names, and then they removed all of those names.
It did kill my joy of doing that.
And I'm like, well, why would I trust you now for all of these interesting names? I'm still going to call. I'm still going.
Message him on Twitter.
I'm still going to call them Ninja Tabi. Thank you very much. Potential flank on to leave. Climber is there with flash. Here we go.
Climber gonna try and get in the backside, but a really good flash. And now, unfortunately, XQW has realm warped into hell and is swiftly punished for doing so.
Yeah, he's found himself into one of the 9 circles. We'll figure out which one later. Save. Yep, he's been put down there too. Infernal Damnation.
And speaking of diving into hell, feet first into the enemy base right now, and they will make sure they are very, very dead. Jax tries to get a counter-strike down, but again, that's just the wrong game, my friend. There is no shooting people in the head, just getting blown up by a load of needles.
Jumping feet first into hell, and 8 no ODSCs. The Helldivers do not find themselves a victory here. NIP. Democracy! As they go towards the net.
YCX will die a horrible death as they step on forwards into 5 members of Ninjas in Pajamas, and what was on the whole a pretty convincing game, with the exception of the Soul Point fight.
Man, I need to make more ODSC references when Rookie's playing. Sometimes
sometimes
it pays to be the strong silent type. You know the music, time to dance. It ain't New Mombasa, it's Shenzhen here, and it's 1-0 up for NIP. Pretty happy with that.
That was very good.
Dude, ODSC is one of my favorite games of all time.
It's such a good game.
How, after years and years of casting Rookie, have I not made a single ODSC reference to the master of the mid lane himself? Oh. Anyway, hello, my name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers. We cast the LPL in as official a broadcast capacity as we can do as 2 blokes in a bedroom, arguably not even 2 blokes. It's just the way that it is sometimes. Life, it comes at you fast. But if you are enjoying the LPL here today, drop a like, a follow, a subscribe, a comment. All of these things help us battle the algorithm to get onto more people's screens and hopefully get more visibility and enjoyment out there for the LPL international fan community. We love doing this. However, we're not paid to do this. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. You might see channels like LPL English or ourselves trying to fill in the stopgap because no one is paid to do this anymore. It means that we have to battle that algorithm to hopefully see ourselves into a point where we are more self-sustained by what we're doing through stuff like subscription and ad revenue and stuff like that. Thank you for joining us all the same though, and just by watching, you are making a difference. Thank you very much.
It is much appreciated, guys. We do appreciate all the love and support you're throwing at us. And if you don't want to subscribe, you can also use the Ko-fi link. We have got a Ko-fi. That's channel agnostic, of course, as well. So if you're on YouTube and you want to support anyway,
or if you don't want to give your, bucks
money
to Bezos,
that's also fine. But if you've already given your bucks to Bezos via Amazon Prime, remind you do get a free sub every month. And you are kind of leaving money on the table for us creators out there if you're not using it. So even if you don't use it here, just make sure you're using it in general. I will say, however, this is a great location that you could use it. So,
yeah, I hear we're pretty okay. I hear we're pretty okay at that.
Pretty okay. Pretty okay.
Yeah.
I was okay.
Yeah. Damn. Well,
no
damn.
qualifications required.
Well, one of us is pretty. Do you get a bigger share from Ko-fi? I believe we do because, let's be honest, Twitch Prime stuff, the shares have been going down over time. Now we are Twitch partner on here, which means that we do get a bigger share than if it was a Twitch affiliate.
I will also say that with the amount of subs we're getting, if we can keep it up, things like Partner Plus become options.
So that is only with non-gifted subs. Is the thing. And a lot of our subs are very, very kindly gifted by the community, but in terms of Partner Plus, harder to get that when it's gifted subs and stuff like. Obviously, I ain't turning that stuff down.
Exactly, but I'm saying if people want to help push towards that, it'd be quite helpful. And follow accounts matter as well. We are about 23 followers currently off 9,000, which is also be awesome.
A very cool.
So basically, there's lots of cool ways to support us. Subbing on Twitch is great because it helps get us towards higher levels of Twitch partners.
Yeah, because it's in terms of like immediate reward, stuff like Ko-fi is better for the actual share. In terms of potential long-term growth, technically, I guess subs are better for that.
How do you
either
feel
way,
like supporting, guys, is the honest
like
answer.
at the end of the day, like you as a viewer get more benefits, I suppose, from someone like a subscription. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break, folks. We'll let the highlights play. My Nico support out damage both enemy solo laners. You know what? We were yapping too much about monetization and stuff. I didn't even pay attention to that. But yeah, that was a pretty nasty Nico game, and this was actually a very winnable game from LGD. That's actually kind of painful to see.
The fact that they actually outdamaged both solo lanes, I hadn't quite tracked. I thought Sassy had done better than that. But then again, Sassy spent quite a lot of it trying to play side lanes. He wasn't that involved in fights until like it was. I guess he wasn't trading that much in lanes. Guess what I mean? He was turning up to some fights and getting some value and having to run away.
Okay, right, we're gonna play the rest of this, and for those of you who are, of course, more familiar with the channel, you know what comes next. We got some horse game to play. We got some horse.
I think I bought you a second coffee, not realizing you already had
did.
coffee.
Sam, that just means I have a second coffee.
That's fine. So you don't need another coffee right now. I'm assuming.
Nightcat's been pretty good so far. It's nice to see. Yeah, he has been. I think he's been good. He's been very good.
Is it still Measure week?
Gold Ship week. Yeah, it is still Gold Ship week. I need to, but I've kind of done all of the missions for. Wait, have I done all the missions for that? What haven't I done for this? 300 races in career goals, 6 long races in team trials. I do need to get on that actually. Team trials 28 times, team trials. Okay, I need to do a ton of team trials, which I've not been doing. That's a problem. Hang on, in that case, let me go. I'm gonna spam through a couple of these, or at least keep the energy off cooldown. Yeah, Nightcat was very good on debut, and I was a big fan of him. I really also need to I need to get some better long races. I never index enough into stamina. Second coffee is like second breakfast, never goes unwanted. True. Turn camera for a little bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna spam through a little bit of this, by the way. Just a little bit. That's it. Good. Damn, 100,000 for a run. That's damn good. Oh, wait, are we gonna break our score? Holy crap, 5-0. Let's go. Very rarely get that. Umusume WA Kara. Nice. Alright, let's get ourselves a career start. Now I don't know who I want to play in. I've been doing we've gone through all of the gold shit stuff, by the way. I just did all of that. What am I gonna do here? Which Which campaign am I gonna do? Because I'm not gonna lie, gold shift's been kind of driving me insane. Perhaps it is time not to do a gold shift campaign. I don't know. I don't know which one to do. Hey buddy, I was wondering why you started watching the unofficial. Sorry. I started my own stream a little late. That was my fault there. Stratego, I hope you're doing well. I hear Grass Wonder is really good, but I don't know why. What's your thing, mate? It was the back on the final street. So this is a late Surger thing. Why are you so good? Oh, Evil Nature. Evil Nature, yeah, when you get all of the, I haven't actually done an Evil Nature one yet, where you just get all of these stuff. Hey, Darkwell, good to see you. Leave looks better than last split. Leave has been... He's one of those players which is... I love his peaks. It's just, again, that consistency is a bit over the place. Naya was actually very clean with the combos. I think it's a deserved MVP from him. Exactly, Stradler. Exactly. Okay, I don't know who to... I did get a decent Tachyon run. Maybe I go for like a proper... Maybe I go for like a proper, like a long distance Tachyon run though or something. Yeah, maybe I try Tachyon, because I do have him at 3 stars. Yeah, we'll go for a Tachyon run. Do I have any daily borrows? No, which means I'm running off of... I don't have any stamina sparks. Does that mean I have to go like stamina... Do I have to go stamina run for this? Maybe I do. This is a 9-star speed. Yeah, Grass Wonder, rest in peace. That's true. Yeah, maybe I do just a ton of speed, and then I can go toward... Wait, hang on. What's her stat growth? I actually forget what her stat growth is. What is your stat growth? Speed is up. I kind of want to go for a stamina up one and go for a ton of stamina. Hang on, in that case, is this actually just you then? No, your stamina's 10%. Medro McQueen is the stamina one, actually. Is your stamina 20%? We'll just go for a Medro McQueen run then. Yeah, we'll go for a Medro McQueen run. So your speed's up, and we'll just go for yeah, we'll just go for like a bigger Oh, this is more likely to pass on everything. We'll go for this just because the infinity's up. Also worth noting that Goldship is Medro McQueen's grandson. Maya's here to say hello. Nice. We will, as always, take... Where is Dark's... Where is Dark's one? Here we go, cool. Do I go double wit or do I go... Do I actually even need 2 speed cards? 3 speed cards? I don't want to go 2-2-2. Medium corners? No, this is not as useful. I think we go for like another... We go for Super Creek, because this is medium and long. I'm really bad at choosing... Corner Recovery is a good one to randomly get. Is there another stamina card I have leveled up right now? Oh, no, not really. Maybe I do have to go for this. That kind of sucks. Is there another one I could level up? I gotta run some adverts, we'll do that now. I don't know what to... I'm really bad at figuring out card decks. This is just a really good stat stick. This is a good stat stick too. These ones are good. This is also a stat stick wit card. Alright, whatever, we'll just go with this. We'll just go with this. This will be fine. Trust, don't believe in me, believe in the me that believes in you. Also, like, Medro McQueen was like my original like good run. I've got a soft spot for this character there, because like I had the anime version, but is sweep even worth using if mine is an MLB? Yeah, if you're doing medium and longs, it's worth it just for Swinging Maestro. Legitimately, it's good for just Swinging Maestro. We'll go for the 3. We'd need to get some power up at some point. But we do like power too. Oh, hang on. Did I get front runner up? Because I'd like to run it. Ah, shit. I should have paid attention to that. A front B. I should have gone for a front runner thing. I also probably shouldn't have been looking, because I was looking for like my 9 stars and 3 stars in a hope of a 9 star. I should have just gone for like fucking Silent Suzuka or something just to get front up. 2 on that. 3. Oh, I'll go 3 on wit. Because running as a front runner as Medro is really, really good. Sorry, Medro and Queen. Ramp up's a good skill to have later, but not very good for the start of the game. I can't even remember what this is, because I always run with the anime one. Where's Medro McQueen? There you are. Resolve and DT, so that's either speed and wisdom or power. I actually think I'd go power, because our power's super low at the start of the game. Also, like, having under 200 power is really, really, really bad. Like, that kind of just insta-loses you some early races. I actually lose more races to having no power than anything else, I think. Especially early on, then. We never go extra training, because 5 stats for 5 energy is a very bad efficiency ratio. Hashtag ratio, hashtag ratio L plus no races plus gold chip diffs plus, you know, all of the above. I don't want to go for another one of them. 9%. I guess we go for this and hope for an energy up. Kind of a mess skill. Dodging dangers basically never gives you value. This is energy up. Nice, cool. We did get the energy up, so we get some good stuff. Hey, Mishmatic. Hope you're doing well. Light. Oh my god. Oh, look at all these. Friendship. Yes, friendship. Beautiful friendship. This is energy as well, right? Nice. Beautiful friendship. How many times we got left? This gives us some power. I don't run a train guts, but it gives us some stuff. It's fine. It's okay, right? I shouldn't be doing this because I'm gonna get like under 200 power and stuff. This is actually really risky. It's really risky, but we do it anyway. I might lose the debut race, folks. But the friendship, is it worth it for the friendship? We'll rest. We'll rest. We'll rest. Yep. And now maybe we just double train power regardless of friendship on it. This is speed and win, right? Oh, skill points. Right. We shall go for 1 in this, and then we gotta go power for the last one just because we're so low on power. This is not useful for us. That's a bad skill for us. This is good. Okay, at least we're over 150. This is pretty bad power. This is pretty awful power, actually. We are playing with fate in our hands here, folks. Are there any skills that we want? Firm conditions is pretty good, but 1 hint is pretty bad. Ramp up is not great for a front runner. This is good, but not for now. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. So we have basically a load of shit skills at the start. Is it worth getting 1 point in firm conditions? Is it firm? Oh, screw it. We'll get 1 point in firm conditions just to shore up our early game a little bit more. It feels kind of crap, but this is what it is. This is not a great start, folks. Not gonna lie. Okay. By the way, I am actually... They're all awful mood. Let's go. We have just... Look at this. What we've done is we've actually committed emotional warfare on all of our competition. What do you mean? Every other racer is like... Have we just spread, like, depression juice into the frickin' water trough or something? What have we done to the... What have we done to poor Leaf? Leaf! What have we done to poor Leaf? Poor Leaf is frickin' depressed. What have we done? Has anyone else got fun names? Oh my god. But, like, poor Leaf. We'll change to frontrunner. We'll change to frontrunner. Jesus Christ, that's funny as hell. I'm so sorry to all the other racers. Oh god, poor Leaf. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh, by the way, now I have been umming and ahhing about pulling on this banner. Because I already have Super Greek. The thing is, I use Super Greek in every freaking deck that I have. So I'm just aware that it will be useful for pretty much every character which I use. I'm wondering if it's worth it, even though I already have it at Emblem 1. I mean, there are some Super Res which are some SRs instead of like the Super Res, which are probably worth me getting, right? I do have MLB Tosho, Sweep Tosho. But I have some gems. I'm just wondering if it's worth saving it for, I don't know where, if like... Apparently Christmas Augury Cap is insanely good, stuff like that. And I've pulled a lot more cards than I have Umas. Oh, we gotta probably double time this because we're on stage. We should be fine now. I'm sorry, we've just committed like psychological warfare onto all of our competitors. Yeah, it turns out it's quite easy to win horse races when you just spread depression juice into all of your rivals. If we lose now with that, that would be very, very funny, but also just that added context is so funny. Wait, do we have enough stamina for this? Hopefully we do. Okay, we get our tea time. Tea time! Okay, so we win the first race. Thank God. Because I've been playing a load of Super Creep recently, and running the first race of Super Creep is really, really hard at points. Because she has 0 power. Onto the riff we go. LGD and IP. And IP, I wouldn't say confidently won game 1, but they did. It was a little back and forth, but then again, it is Group Nirvana. We are somewhat used to that here. Very different bands from the first round. And very different beings from the first round. Oh, no, I lost it again. Lost it again. More work is required. Annie, Senna, Yunara, Yone. None of these are priority bans. Maybe the Yunara is. Maybe the Yunara is, in fairness. You know, there's no Pantheon ban, there's no Rumble ban, there's no Varus ban. It's 3. Azir is also on the table too, although I guess these players are less likely to play. SQW can play it. He does, actually. You know, that's a ton of bans which are just not first string. Very, very different. Against Civet, not a bad pick, but not what I would consider a first ban. The Varus is finally gone. I think LGD were like, look, if we ban Civet, one of the better Varus answers is gone, because Civet can kind of lane versus the Varus. You spell shield enough, you wave clear enough that it's fine. Talia is also up, by the way. Talia Pantheon a threat, and IP will likely have to take the Pantheon away from this duo. Azir first picked. So it's not going to be... So now you can play Talia Pantheon into the Azir if you want. I mean, this draft is just so different. I was speaking the other day on a podcast, Euroleague's coming out soon, by the way, about how I've been starting to think about draft in terms of chess openings, because it feels like different powerful picks left open are different openings, and then you explore different lines, main lines, and sidelines, I suppose, of those drafts. And having something like an Azir first pick is very different to something like a Talia first pick. The Pantheon is locked in for Nio, leaving open the potential of a Talia on 3. We did say, okay, the Azir is locked in. You've now probably given over Talia Pantheon, which I think is great into Azir. Talia is good into Azir. Pantheon is the best combo with Talia, despite the fact that it's losing priority, and I think teams are becoming less effective and impactful at using the duo, perhaps due to lack of practice on stage. People never get that duo. Nio and Dombey having the double global combo is very, very different, though. And this is, again, very different. The Udyr locked in for Cersei.
I mean, he is a bit of an Udyr player. We've got 1 or 2 of our top laners who really, really enjoy it. I suppose there's a while where it comes out somewhere else, but we haven't seen Udyr top in many a year, really. We saw a little bit right back in winter where people were really struggling. It has been a hot minute. Occasionally
it's come out as an answer into the Rumble because you can out-wave clear him.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can have some kill threat and you can stop the Rumble having that perma-wave push, although he's less about that now. But NIP have Pantheon Talia with an Ambessa follow-up onto the Pantheon W.
Brutal.
And this is why I'm saying about, you know, I feel like drafts are kind of like book openings. LGD, they are not practiced on this particular book opening.
They need an editor. That's what they need. They need an editor.
I meant book opening in terms of chess.
That would also make sense.
Sorry, they're called book openings if it's like very well studied, because everyone knows like vaguely the main opening.
The Bong Cloud opening?
Sam, it's the Bong Cloud offensive, I'll have you know, which is you move basically your quick king into the open at the earliest possible convenience, which is just very, very funny. God, I love Hikaru for actually winning a game with that.
Didn't him and Magnus do a game where they both decided to do a Magnus, do a Bong Cloud opening?
I don't think it was against Magnus, but the Hikaru, I believe, did win a game with that on stream once, which was just very, very funny. Look it up. It is, yeah. Okay, look, back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Exactly. Support's being banned away rather than 80 carries, which I suppose we've had 1, 2, 3 80 carries banned out in the first round. 4 rather with Yunara in there as well. So it's the supports which have a little bit more flexibility to them. The Lulu and the Nautilus both banned away.
Agreed.
I suppose having Lulu Shinzao is really broken, by the way. The ban away from YCX, not just for his lane with Savior, but also supporting Climber.
Very much so. What are we doing alongside this, though, is then the question. Nautilus is banned, as is the Kai'Sa. I think that makes sense. I think Leave is right up there as one of the very best Kaisas in the LPL, actually, when he gets the opportunity. Leave in general, very, very strong AD carry player. Him and 1xN, I think, have been the two players we've got our eyes on as potential up-and-comers.
Alistair, a fairly strong pick here now. There isn't much which upsets him too much. You might lock in a Braum lane, I suppose. There is... there are 3 melee divers, and the shield is really OP against them. The Jhin is locked in instead.
The ban is the strongest muscle.
The what is?
The ban.
The ban. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Just get rid of champions.
Yeah. And instead it's going to be the Rakan. Rakan does fine as the lane versus the Alistair. Gives you a bit more long-range creative engage. LGD... I don't love their comp, not going to lie. Leave...
I don't hate the Zeri here.
The Zeri's fallen off for Prio massively. You do need something that can go forwards with the rest of the engage. You want something with a little bit of mobility. Lucian's off the table. Corki's gone as well in terms of dash 80 carries. You could go Ezreal if you want more early power. Zeri is locked in, and Leave is a hell of a good player of this. And I'm not going to lie, LGD don't have the best anti-Zeri tools if Leave actually starts to get going. NIP have a great ability to just jump forwards onto someone and they die.
Yeah.
I don't love LGD's comp. I don't really see what they're doing here. They have a somewhat okay front line in the Udyr and the Shinzao. They have okay engage with Rakan and a bit of Jhin follow-up. Their long-range damage is decent. That's probably one of the strongest parts of it. But I don't really see the play pattern. Whereas NIP have a clear doubled global combo. They have a clear...
pick into Doom, yeah.
Pick into Doom, where they have just crazy amounts of point and click of the Alistair, Pantheon, and the Ambassador, with the Zeri and the Zeri and the Talia, both being very mobile to get to those plays too. Zeri can hop over a wall, Talia can ult into the play. NIP, a much easier, much more coherent draft from me.
Oh, thank you very much to Cadril out there, who gave the follow, by the way.
Oh shit, hey Cadril, how's it going? How you doing, buddy? I actually just completely blanked on that. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay. Yeah, it turns out when you turn the alert box off and you focus on the draft, things
We'll be
happen.
locked in.
The coaches do that thing where they fist bump and they, do the thing. And we'll get into game.
I will go close the door so we're going to get in trouble with our neighbours.
You can do that.
Fun fact, guys. We left the door open once because it was really hot.
So notice how he said we left the door open once. Yeah. Then never again.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get into game, folks. I'm going to go take a break, Sam. We'll take you through the early stages of the game, and we'll get into it.
It's alright, folks. You're in, I won't say good hands, but hands. Feel a little bit scared. I might fumble this. Could be an awful time. Karzul, your love and support for WE is known and noted, and I can't wait to watch that with you a little later on. Right now, we are in Shenzhen, NIP with their Skybox, their team, on the verge of a 2-0 here. The Valagon Diamu for the best. Oh, hang on, Nio. Managed to sneak in here. Is he going to figure this one out? Good wraparound is going to put that ward. He's on a ward, so Nio's got to have an idea. So look, I think you're coming on over. You really don't want to mess with an Udyr at level 1. It's pretty damn miserable. I hate to say it. Might be a Raptors into Krug's angle. The Ambassador won't really be able to stop that early on. Shinzao going to get his own Raptors warded out. Feels like he's going to be able to get onto this red buff, so it doesn't lead to all that much. Got a little bit nervous there, I won't lie to you all. If you fumble this solo casting, it'll just become a core memory for chat. So Pirate, you're not wrong. How dare you? But you're not wrong. I would never fumble a baddie as bad as you, chat. Right, XQW. Eating some threaded volleys at the level 1. Good work there from DoMB. Actually doing a really good position there on the Tilly. You can use that little corner of the wall to give yourself a bit of extra move speed using the passive. Of course, when you're running phase rush as well, later on you can get some very nice combos there to ensure the Azir just can't dodge out of your rocks that are being launched at Mach 5. I want to question this Udyr pick, but it seems so weird. I feel there must be some high-level logic to Pistow to understand. So, couple things. One, and this is probably most important, Sassy Comfort. He is an Udyr player. He has always gone towards it when he's found the options. Back when it was more of an answer into the Rumble, he was one of the big pickers of it alongside... Oh, who was our major Udyr top player? Zucker played a bit of it, but it wasn't him. Anyone remember who the big Udyr top player was? Might have been Hoya, actually. Thank you, Sarkar. Appreciate you, dude. So that's part of it. I'm seeing a few questions, chat. I'll come back to them in a second. I've got too much excitement happening in the early game. So number one is it's a Sassy comfort pick. When he's had the opportunity, he's done it quite well. Number two, it's a tank that guarantees shove early. And not to put too fine a point on it, the Azir's getting shoved in, bot side's getting shoved in, which, again, his Jhin doesn't quite have enough wave clear with just the Rakan behind him. So you've got two losing lanes into a Pantheon. The Udyr being able to shove to give your Xin Zhao something to work around, really, really valuable. But it's also a tank. So this basically means that solo kill will be forever forced in. You know, the wave clear on Udyr is very, very valuable. You do kind of fall off a cliff. Udyr just comes with a hit to the point where he's not actually that tanky, not actually that good at CCing, but just clears waves in the blink of an eye. Trick 2G. Yeah, not wrong strategy. But what do XQW and YCX mean? I couldn't tell you what YCX means, but XQW means little frog, is what it means. Short for little frog. Shanji, obviously. Honestly, Kazu, you're not wrong. Actually, yes. He was one of the Udyr top players, wasn't he? There is someone else, though. I mean, it might also be Sassy. I mean, Sassy, Shanji, and one other who I can't remember who the big Udyr player might have been Hoya. Alex will have a slightly better memory for that than I did, so I can only apologize. And thank you, Sal Current. It really is very lovely to have those words put out, chat. Alex.
Hello.
So obviously Saf's running the Udyr right now. Obviously has always been a bit of an Udyr specialist when he's been given the opportunity. And I was trying to remember who else were the really big Udyr players in LPL. I remember Shanji played a bit of it.
Cube.
It was Cube, wasn't it? I was thinking, is it Hoya? But it doesn't feel like it was Hoya.
Yeah, look, honestly,
Cube is the one, thank you.
Yeah, pretty much anyone who was a bit more of a tank player played a lot of this back in start of 2023, particularly when we saw it come in as an answer towards something like that Rumble.
Exactly who I was thinking of, thank you.
However, Shanji was the most interesting one because he still played it after the fall off the champion.
Yes.
Of course, he played though in NIP, actually. NIP were a team which were very familiar with this. Now, most of that team's gone now. Sweep forwards, XCW.
Gets the shields.
Gets the shields, so it doesn't look as bad as it was. Avoids that Q AoE. But the thing about Q... it's not Q. The Udyr. It was very, very good when we had lane swaps way more prevalent from the very start of the game because he was the one tank with very, very good level 1 wave clear. He could do stuff like this, right, where you'd be able to pick up extra bits of farm. He'd have very good push, and he could sometimes sneak bits of waves away and stop himself from getting dove. He was very good in the lane swap meta, which meant there were some very fun level 1 tech plays you can make, where you can kind of, you know...
game between tier 2, 3, and 3s to try and get waves on there. I remember that kind of thing for sure.
Yeah, you could do some very interesting plays with that. With lane swaps from the start of the game not being that prevalent now,
yeah,
and with also him not being a good scaling tank compared to many others in the game, I don't see the value in the Udyr. Perhaps Sassy is so good at it, it makes a huge difference. I know that some players were so good at it, it did make a difference in other reasons. I think it was Aja over in back then it was the PCS, was playing it for quite some time and getting good value out of it in that region, well after the crazy amounts of nerfs to it. But with this pick in this draft, which is already looking a bit incoherent, not the biggest fan. He will have to prove it to me, you know, that it's worthwhile picking.
IP now just around this river, but LGD there first, and Climb will likely pick up this Scuttle Crab as a result. And Climb allowing the Scuttle Crab to go away from the enemy members. Good, but XQW has now been left alone. Just about flashes the combo there.
Wonder whether actually Doomby should have held on to the flick back. Could have twinned that into Pantheon stun. Summoner down from XQW, who's hanging out realistically on the right side of the lane, 'cause that's where his team was, but he just overstayed a little too long. Summoner down for free.
In fairness, it is arguably very, very hard to walk the line into Taliyah Pantheon. It's like, where is safe? Not very far.
When your flashes Hang on a second, flash forward. Could be some big globals coming in.
Oh man, and the shuffle away means nothing. Grand Starfall. XQW can't shuffle. He's trying to clear the way. The Comet Spit misses.
It doesn't matter. He'll go down as the double globals come in from NIP. That was a dead Emperor walking his XQW. We were just saying, look, it's a fine line to walk. Well, when you don't have the flash, it's no longer a line. It's a thread at best, really.
It's a hole.
Yeah, and he's been put into it 6 foot deep. Nio and Doombeat, double globals come through. NIP's composition, way more coherent than LGD's. Clearly, you look at these 5 champions, you can see them. Okay, they got a ton of globals, they make some big plays. How you getting a potential solo kill angle here?
Oh, goes to still pop, gets to run away again. Udyr can just do that to some AD carries. And in fairness, of all champions, I feel like Udyr might be one of the few that can just run at Azeri if there's no wall between them.
Yeah, an early game. Later on, obviously, that gets a lot harder. There was a potential, flash form change angle in there. If there was a little bit more damage to come through. Grubs now started by Climber with the help of Sassy, so heavily out trading Leave. LGD getting themselves something there. Now trading for the Dragon on the bottom side.
Naya will just stab this Dragon a few times. Stab it. Stab. Stab the grubs. Skewer the grubs. Barbecue them.
Barbecue grubs. That's a new delicacy now.
Yeah, it is. Have you not tried barbecue grubs before?
No, that seems like the kind of thing which gives you an allergy, Sam.
Comes with a free side dish of void mites.
It's like, wow, I went on holiday to Summoner's Rift and all I got was a void allergy. Nightcap rather. Popping the ghost and forcing SQW to play respectfully there. We are at the point where Doombeat and Naya's ultimate is going to be coming off a cooldown in the not too distant future. Of course, level 6 with not that much cooldown reduction, but LGD will need to pay a lot of attention to when those those ultimates are off cooldown.
So throw a little bit of... we went around for this one. It was a level 1. Really nice little stuff from Doombeat using the far wall of the mid lane bushes to get his passive at level 1 to get really good threaded volley accuracy onto the Azir, which is very nice. So just using it, so like standing by the wall and using it to move around. Got really good early shove and early trades. YCX can't find that interest, but thought you might like to.
Yeah, quick message in chat actually from Thousand Kites, who is one of our resident Mandarin speakers. By the way, YCX, I believe, Kites believes, stands for Ying Tue Tue. And the first character of that should mean Sakura, but Tue could possibly be multiple characters, though I think the most likely one should be Snow. So it'd be Sakura Snow, I believe, which is very cool. Which is
very aesthetic.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite things about kanji and kind of like symbol-based written languages is how how deeply poetic they can be with like 2 characters. It's insane how much value you can get out of that. I say value. You know what I mean. Yeah. How much meaning you can put into a single character.
You are so league pilled.
I'm so honestly right now I'm so horse pilled and Uma Musume maxing. That's a separate problem.
I had an issue because I was playing Genshin the other day and I started calling the teleport waypoints teleport wards, and I was like, oh no, oh boy. Actually, speaking of oh no, leave. We'll slide out. Okay, that's fine.
Zero Gaming hops over the wall.
Wave clear time.
Yeah, Gen Alpha wave clear. That used to be much more of a thing, by the way.
Yeah.
Closer towards release, particularly when... Do you remember Duskblade Jim? Really broken build. He was really... Second message to good damage until he W lands there. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Luckily misses.
So. Too much to see right now. Savior with a decent jump. Hang on. Grand Starfall. Flash on forward. Savior no cleanse. And therefore dies to the combo.
You know, a little while ago when we were saying, gotta be really aware when those globals are off cooldown. LGD just weren't. They just weren't. Yeah. Nio goes in, uses the flash. Savior doesn't have a cleanse. He's going for the barrier. Cannot get out of that combo and leave. Even on the lower HP, can turn that mid lane situation around.
SQW now looking for the shuffle. Does get it onto Doombeat, but there'll be a shuffle away that is flash on in from YCX, and the Sakura Snow tries to get the backside, but again is here and says, you get off my mid lane. And Nio now coming on up, doesn't have the flash, but does have that shield vault. YCX Grant entrance to deny that easy access. Will then get shield vaulted himself. But does mean that XQW gets out alive.
Grand trade there is actually just in terms of ultimates and summoners. No one dies, and NIP get away with one a little bit there. There wasn't a bad play coming through from XQW, who we were talking about names and stuff like that before. I believe his name translates to Little Frog.
Ribbit.
Which is fun. Shame we never saw the Tahm Kench mid-meta ever come about. Remember Season 5? Fake
wasn't it Fake as AP Tahm Kench? He was trying to get to play.
Yeah, but Koma wouldn't allow him, and he said basically the only way he'd ever be able to play AP Tahm Kench mid is if he physically locked it himself against his coach's orders effectively. Which, that would have been so funny. That would have been one of the stories of all time. This was, remember, in the season where he played Olaf mid against poor
Master Yi
Bangkok
mid
Titans.
as well.
Master Yi mid, yeah, but that one was actually like, you can see, actually I say that, yeah, I was about to say, oh, you can see the logic. I mean, you can see the logic of the Olaf when you just blasted poor G4.
Riven mid into Cassiopeia, which should never have worked, by the way.
Sometimes. But, you know, if talking about that creativity, in the LPL, the player which was the most creative for his time, I think, was Doomby.
Oh, for sure.
Was the Dark Technologies. This was the guy that we were so excited to come back into Fearless. He's taken a bit more of a less creative role, actually, in the NIP lineup. He's been focusing onto a smaller cachet of global champions. Nyket does have Ultimate Flash. He should be okay here. Doesn't have to use either. But, yeah, Doomby, his globals have been the real power point for him.
I'm on Y6. We're just looking to see whether there was an invade available, but with Nio and Doomby around, the double globals get scary. And for NIP in general, I think one of the characteristics we've been most impressed with is their use of the globals, their use of the roams towards islands. Some of the team fight setup been a bit sketchier, but the actual plays to make picks on side lanes, with Nio and Doomby involved in particular, has been really good.
Right now, though, you might need that global defensively. Now, there is Pantheon on the side of the map, and I think LGD are actually paying attention to that now. Instant wave click comes through from the Talia. When you have both the mid-jungle global ultimates available, that's where things get really tricky. There was one of the older sayings in League is, attack the source of the global. We used to do that all the way back when Shen was meta back in Season 3, and Twisted Fate, and that kind of champion, right? What happens when there are two globals? One of them can answer the other one, and right now, it's actually a pretty good timing for LGD. This might be a moment where he's not there to cover it, and Nyket's here instead.
Yeah, I feel like getting past the Alistair and the Unraveled Earth can be quite tricky, and that's like a significant amount of time now LGD has spent around XQW on this turret. Does look like we'll lead a second dragon now going over towards NIP, looking to try and go on to leave, who did just burn that Spark Surge. YCX using the Ghost of the Spellbook. Flash and forward from Nyket, shuffle away onto the Alistair, but where does this Azir go? He's going back towards the enemy turret. He's trying to turn around and deliver best he can, but Doomby's got his shield. Nyket can wait for a Pulverize. The minions are blocking out Doomby, but he will still be able to get the kill. Did make sure it was donated as the wave tried to keep LGD's mid lane alive.
That got within a single auto. Did not expect that in the trade, but Doomby will once again get the better of the matchup in that side lane. XQW try as he might, just cannot escape NIP's playmaking on top of him. Earlier we were seeing Nio and Doomby forcing his flash, and right here in the side lanes, he's getting the worst end of these trades. NIP now at 1,000 gold lead. They have themselves the kill portion of the feats of strength. They'll be fighting for the remaining two as the game goes on. And NIP are a team which I think when they do get these side lane advantages with this kind of composition, will use them well. You were just talking about before, and I think it's worth harping back on about that. One of the things that which impressed us the most about NIP earlier in the year with Doomby coming into the roster was their use of globals. You have multiple globals to use now, and you have a position to do so. With Doomby getting that slight advantage over that mid lane matchup in terms of gold and in terms of the kills we've seen go his way so far, NIP should be in a comfortable spot.
Should. Here. Throwing out those Krugs. YCX again around topside. We've just seen a lot of supports hovering towards this top side of the map. Herald's just spawned. Nyket again, though, finding a really good Pulv into Headbutt combo, forcing the flash off this Jhin.
And now you're playing a flashless immobile carry into Pantheon Talia. Well, now where's the Herald started, you have to imagine that will be looked to be punished by NIP. W lands onto him, teleport coming in from the Udyr, perhaps he can disrupt enough.
He's going to make sure the Storm Surge comes on for. He's trying to buy some time. He's actually taking a fair amount of damage. Got a flash though. The heal from Nyket keeps him alive for now, but there's three members on top of Leaf, who is very dead. Where was the response? The TP's coming now?
Well, no, NIP wanted to secure the Herald. I think that's their response, saying, look, we're okay with one person dying if we can get the Herald and get out. They did manage to secure that with Nio, despite the fact that it was LGD starting the objective. I do completely agree in the fight. You can't let Leave out to dry like that, but if the goal was we get the Herald, we get out, trading one kill for it, I don't think they're unhappy with that.
XQW. Be a bit wary. There is the shield vault. Solo kill won't press his own, but that does mean that Emperor's Divide potential angle back in as Nyket's coming up as well. Weaver's Wall on top. Now they're using the globals to get involved. That'll be 2 kills to NIP.
LGD think they've got a bit of an easy one running down. Oh, we just killed the AD carry. They just used the Ambessa ult. They just used the Pantheon ult. There's always another global. There's just always another global with this comp. NIP get the pick off on top side, and this is 0-3 now. half of it, I don't think is his fault. However,
right.
he's actually been playing out in some of those situations pretty well. However, they just, as a team, LGD, have not respected the full host of globals well enough. Right here, it's a good ult. Actually gets the double knockback and solo kill and Nio down some basic abilities, quite important ones with the shield bolt and the repudiate shield as well. It's way too far up. If you can get caught out after ulting 2 away, you probably step too far. The fact that Rakan also dies after blowing flash, that's insult to injury.
Yeah. I think he tried to flash battle dance towards Climber and unfortunately was not able to get that off. I see the vision. I did not see the results, unfortunately.
No. Well, we did actually see the results. It was a failure. It was just a bad result, Sam.
Okay, that's.
It's like I didn't.
Okay,
like,
that's technically correct.
That's like getting your report card. I'm like, well, I didn't see the grade there. You might have done. It's just not exactly a happy report card.
I think it might be a dead Alistair here. 4th shot's about to come on through.
Hang on a second.
He's still got all sort of to work with, and he's got honey fruits.
No, that's so illegal. How bad has it got to feel when you are the highly mobile, tricksy support that can get out of all kinds of danger as the Rakan, and you die in that topside play, and you see the Alistair who has legitimately no way to disengage most situations, just walk his way out of the play.
Just get Swifty. Swiftest boot OP.
Yep, he's turns out your music choice can save your life, folks. Yeah. Swifties save lives. You heard it here first.
Well.
Is that all you've got for that, Sam? I thought that was very funny.
Yeah, no, I'm struggling here. Not gonna lie, just in general.
The problem is, I know next to nothing about Taylor Swift besides Love Story, Trouble, and Bad Blood. Those are the 3 which I remember.
Shake It Off is good.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe I do know a little bit more. That would have been a great one. That you could have followed up with that. Like, and like shakes off the engage with the Swifties. That would be great.
I think I've missed you talking about Taylor Swift. So I said that statement and then looked at the game and didn't listen to the pun properly, which is why I was struggling.
If you ever want to know about the flaws of casting every single day with someone who's also technically family and a roommate, what the hell is happening here? Teleport away from bot lane, solo kill forces the flash.
Flash forwards, got the lacerate and the Drake out, steps, and that's a dead XQW. That one is on XQW, defending that one. Sassy now in danger as well. Got a Wingborn Storm to try and turn that one around. We'll throw down the Blazing Stampede in the backline. They go, they get on to leave it exhausted, but takes no damage. And the Pantheon wasn't exhausted. He's still got a lot of vigor to work with and skewers a bird for his trouble.
Forgive me if I'm wrong there. I'm pretty sure I saw a teleport away from bot lane up towards the top side of the map. Solo kill still ends up getting himself the kill in the bot side of the map, and then the play on the top side goes wrong for LGD too. They're losing completely across the map. Last game was back and forth. This one is only going in one direction, and it is in the favor of the Ninjas in Pajamas in their, of course, their home arena, playing out here in Shenzhen.
You don't know you've teleported. Doesn't really fit.
Yeah, YCX, oh my god, he has... Whoa, did he accidentally press it? No, because he teleported to the right spot. What the heck happens here? He's teleporting away as this is happening. I think he thinks the play is over, but he goes too early, and XQW, I presume he thinks he has the support of Rakan. He's getting the hell out of there. It's a horror story. It's not a love story anymore, folks. It's a horror story, and you best start believing in them. You're in one.
Oh wow.
There isn't much to say about that.
Really
YCX's last 5 minutes have been disaster. This goes beyond tragedy. This is like the Titus Andronicus of that. I mean, we're getting like 5.1 misplays per act. The joke there being that there's 5.1 atrocities per act in famous hit tragedy / revenge comedy.
Yeah, it's just a revenge tragedy underlying it a few times. But it's like, how do I put that? That's like, it's something like every 62 lines is an atrocity.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that does look like, sadly, bits of this gameplay from LGD in this game is what it boils down to. Things are just not working out in their favor. They're not respecting the globals. They're playing the side lanes very riskily, and they are getting punished for it. They've gotten a couple of picks. Well, no, they haven't. They've got one pick on to leave around that Herald fight. They even lost the objective for that and died afterwards. NIP, this has been smooth sailing.
Last game, there was a bit of a fumble when they gave up the soul point and gave 3k gold back. I just don't think that's happening this game.
So now, I mean, LGD, they might look for a Hail Mary Atakan fight. Atakan is, as I've been saying recently, where games go to die. However, there is that slim window where you think, perhaps we can get a huge fight through here. You do have suppose you're getting towards 2 items on his ear. Things can happen there. You have a 2-item Jhin. They are 1,000 gold plus down, and you'd have to be on tanking the Atakan, but perhaps LGD see an angle around that objective, because strange things happen around that objective.
You go to the upside down.
Oh yeah. That didn't the last season of that come out recently? Was that a thing, or is it coming out soon?
I've not watched it. I've been a bit behind.
Look, I watched the stage show actually, but beyond, yeah, and it was good. It was in London. However, outside of that, I have completely checked out of that franchise. There is only so much waiting I'm willing to do for next season, and I'm done now. I've done my time, and I want out. Slipknot had some very good lyrics to that occasion, you know.
That was a tangent.
Yeah, as it tends to be with us, Sam. Yeah, as it tends to be. Atakan not started yet. XQW playing a lot safer.
Maybe we can psycho-socialize around the Atakan.
Yeah, perhaps.
Get some tea out, some biscuits.
What's the chance that there are Slipknot chants and fans in chat that actually the references work out? It's the duality of man.
Exactly, yeah.
Well,
before I forget anything else, we do need to keep our eye on this top side play.
You snuffed that out right now. No, I don't know.
This play equals
I don't know.
decent.
I don't know. I mean, his ultimates have just been Corey tailor-made for this game.
Oh dear me.
Yeah.
That one leaves a stone sour taste in my mouth.
Why even bother? Pushing towards topside NIP, going in for the dive. That's one up coming through. YCX can get out, maybe.
Ooh, goes in with the quickness. There's the seismic shove backwards though, and it's again a dead bird. Got themselves a lock and chill, body blocking for the ultimate. Nyket gets out the back end of the curtain call, and unfortunately LGD have the only member that takes a bow.
YCX, their big engage is now down. Nyket can recall, get back out onto the map. I suppose YCX will have respawned by that time too. But NIP, credit to them for not overplaying on the top side. I think some teams in Group Nirvana would have found that opportunity and said, let's just go, Atakan, blah, blah, blah. Playing a little bit slowly, get that one kill. This is important, I think, in the series. LGD went to 3 games against NIP in their first round robin, and I think quite convincing to me were like around that 3rd to 4th place around Group Nirvana, contesting with NIP. Doesn't really feel like that's been the case in this second game. NIP have just wiped the floor with LGD. I think we're starting to see NIP get a little bit more comfort for themselves. I know that they had some poor games recently too, but they are still a strong team up here.
Especially when they're making proactive plays on their own terms, they can just do this kind of thing. Teleport comes in again, but they've just lost their top laner. A 5v4 around Atakan might be coming up.
Yeah, XQW's used his teleports, so he doesn't have that global available to him either now. Sassy doesn't have one. He's dead for 30 seconds. Savior is not in position. Perhaps Solo Kill could teleport up towards that Atakan, but NIP content not to do the Atakan. I don't see many teams which are of that mindset. Most people just jump at that objective when they see an opening for it.
Well, because they've lost.
Oh, hang on. There's a cow in the long grass.
Oh, he's done it again. How has he gotten behind this? They got the Grand Starfall as well. Nyket is playing like he's the one with the global.
XQW can make it out alive here, though. Low HP. I wonder if you can make it out alive.
Flash to nowhere, and now they've got the kill on the Azir, and Atakan has started, and Solo Kill is splitting bot. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The catch-22 is well and truly on. Hang on, Nyket potentially in danger here. Might get turned around on, and he is picked off. Curtain's now called. Teleport coming from Solo Kill behind, and it might be the Intercard angle. Grand Starfall not available because the quickness of the Grand Entrance is. But all the while, look at the Atakan damage coming on forward to Solo Kill. Can we get the backside public execution? YCX in danger, seismic shove. Solo Kill needs to flash, gets that kill. Sassy's respawn, getting some damage into the backside to knock up with the 3 talent strike. And it is an Intercard angle.
I take it back. It's Intercard all day long. Leaves all off cooldown. Ooh. Maybe he can save the play, and yes, he will.
Oh, the lightning comes crashing on down, and somehow NIP make it work regardless. I think Nyket was a little surprised at the chain of CC over that wall.
You can just see it feels like there's a metaphorical sigh. Guess I'll go clean up from leave there. Finally online as this area is NIP. They showcase exactly why I don't like teams just randomly YOLOing the Atakan. Fighting around this objective and all the damage and the shred that it does for that point in the game is so risky. NIP approached that from a strategic and a numbers advantage, and they still damn near threw the game. It comes up to, after XQW had just gone down, this is without the Azir. Yes, I know he's 0 and 5, but being a man down is still a man down. Nyket goes down very easily despite his ult running. Nio had been tanking the Atakan, so he's low as well. Doomby the same. The only reason this works out is because LGD are so far behind the game that Leave can clean up.
Again, reminder of that sole point fight last time. They did that without certain members around. This time they did without Solo Kill or Leave. Nyket was greedy clearing that ward. This could well have cost them the game if Leave didn't manage to find a phenomenal angle in here at the back end.
Yeah, his ult was coming off cooldown, and all of the cooldowns from LGD are just down. Climber, in fact, just tried to flash to clean up Doomby. Meant there was nothing left for Leave. Leave is now 3 items, level 16 on the Zeri. He is even in gold with Savior, but the scaling advantage is now well and truly through for this Zeri. There isn't much that can stop Zeri from just running rampant in the backline now.
Really, there's a single ward behind that is known quantity. Nymaera will pick that one up, so point as well for NIP. They've got themselves a lot more tenacity. And LGD, who are quite pick reliant really at this point in the game. It needs to be good picks at that. Having the enemy team with a load of tenacity to work with sounds really obnoxious.
What's the overall gold lead? 6,000. That's the number. 3 items in for the majority of NIP. 2k in the mid lane. God, this has not been a good game from XQW. Now, parts of it I think have been mechanically well played from him. Some of the shuffles back have been whatever. Strategically, it's not been. He's been in the wrong place at the wrong time, disrespecting globals. And this is another one of those games where you just feel a team has disrespected the Pantheon Taliyah. They gave it over. They picked that first pick Azir. Reminder, this is first pick Azir, which allowed Pantheon and Bessa on 2-3, which is 1-2, and then the Taliyah coming in on 3. You gave over that Pantheon Taliyah knowingly, and it has ran you through. I really think teams have to still keep respecting this. Like jumping forwards. It's a full fight, perhaps.
Weaver's wall, but that's Doomby getting off early on XQW!
0-6, baby!
Oh, it's a very little frog this time around, and unfortunately he's into a lot of very hungry predators. Sassy gets seismically shoved once more time, and the Richter scale continues to mount up. A solo kill thumps on forwards. Dracan Stepgran, Starfall. The stars have aligned, but unfortunately for LGD, it's in favor of NIP. At least Climber gets away, but he is climbing down into a very narrow hole to try and hide away as YCX puts down the quickness, and just feels like Baron's going down, nothing left that LGD can do.
XQW, also known as Little Frog, is an anti-amphibian this game. He's not allowed to live in water or on land. He's in fact just dying, dying on both. There is a teleport coming in towards the Baron. The objective will be down. Climber, I think he's overstayed too.
He has indeed. He's going to have the Crescent Guard put down. Actually, with the Curtain Call, Nightcat might end up being traded. Flash on him for the double. Pulverized. Headbutt back. Solo kill is so dead. Oh, they're getting so many kills. I saw his name and got confused. Whoops. Never mind. NIP is still going to win the fight. Oops.
I don't know, man. Leave, I think that's more like a NIN before his name. 9-inch nails causing the hurt for LGD. And they don't have a grand deal to do with that. They wish they could do better.
Look, you've heard of Occam's Razor when I introduced you to Trent Reznor, which is basically...
What does that mean?
Okay, go on. You keep going. I need to come up with a definition.
Oh, XQW, I mean... What's he doing, man? Normally there's some logic to it. I think his eyes are off his screen. He walks into the other side of the Taliyah wall, who hops off, immediately immobilizes him. 0-6 on the Azir. That is some Till City. This guy is just not locked in.
Yep. I've got the answer, by the way. If Occam's Razor is like the most straightforward answer, it's most likely true. Trent Reznor's... the Trent Reznor is a razor, depending on how you want to run this. Which one's going to be the most absolute cinema?
True.
That's the way it is. You know, it's just as cinematic as it can get. Solo kill.
Decent damage here from Savior, by the way. This Jhin is the only person doing damage on LGD. Potential flank from the Udyr now.
The flashes away, but it's into Sassy, who is waiting on himself the Wingborn Storm. I'm going to get traded out. That was the full auto from Lee, beginning to try it on out with the burst fire. Just managed to slide away, perfect execution.
Oh, the peel!
Stop YCX! They're keeping this Zeri alive! And Solico continues to slide on forward with the lacerates. Doomby free firing, so is Lee. Nio over the backside. Nightcat. Flash, headbutt, and Leave gets the triple.
Oh, God, he doesn't even pick up an assist. XQW will end this game. 0-7-0. One of the saddest Emperors I've ever seen.
I don't... That is the Emperor in the new clothes, namely naked and alone. As NIP head towards the Nexus, and LGD wonder what the hell happened this game.
Well, not a great deal in their favor, Sam. 2-0 to NIP in their home arena. LGD will lose the head-to-head versus NIP now 0-2 in series, only taking a single game across the 2 best-of-3s in Group Nirvana's regular split. NIP ramping up perhaps a little. After 2-0ing yesterday, 2-0ing today, NIP on decent form this week. Yikes. That's one way to put it, mate. That's one way to put it. NIP taking care of business. First series of the day down. LGD and IPR first one. Our next one, Waybo versus WE. Now that one's going to be a strange one. I know we sometimes say that. It's interesting or strange. This one really will be, because we have perhaps the best 1-7 team I've ever seen versus Waybo, who are just the kings of the unexpected and inconsistency. Hopefully that one shall deliver some drama as well. But NIP, real credit to them today in this series here. They took care of business, you know. This is a team which we clearly thought were the second best team. Perhaps they were being a little bit more heavily contested over some of their games. They had some very strange games a little earlier against TT and the likes of that too, but they come out of this series impressing me a lot in the second game. They got given that Pantheon to layer. Perhaps that's just not something you should do to them, even with the dropping priority on those champions, but it's the way that it is. All right, let's get back into our face. I need to turn the camera on as well. Hello, how's it going? My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers. We try and bring you a professional LPL broadcast experience because the official broadcast is gone. No one's paid to do this, so we figured we'd do the next best thing. We don't have all the bells and whistles here, but we do have some brains, we've got some voices and voice boxes, and we'd like to use them for your enjoyment. So if you are enjoying yourselves, please drop a like, subscribe, follow, all of the good things. If you can, it helps us battle the algorithm and bring the LPL to more and more people. We're going to go on a quick break where we'll play some horse game, and we'll watch the highlights and the MVP, and we'll get ready for our second series of the day. Thanks for sticking around, and we shall keep ourselves entertained, I suppose.
With that in mind as well, remember to do the 3 things. Follow us on all the socials and all the channels. That's Initialise Cast, that's Nymaera. Make sure you're following the Twitches, the Twitters, the YouTubes, all those things. Does help us get things like sponsors, which would be very helpful. Number 2, please do subscribe on Twitch if you've not already done so. Help us get towards higher levels of partner program, which means we get more money, which means we can keep doing this more regularly, gets us more opportunities. If you're not subscribed, it's a really good thing to do to help support us. If you've got that Prime sub, really good location to do this. You've got one free, throw it out there. Number 4.
That's a lot of numbers, Sam.
No, was that number 3? That was number...
You said number 4. I just said it's a lot of numbers, Sam. I didn't actually track what you were saying. I was zoning out, Sam.
I feel like this should be number 3 now. This should be number 3.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to say I just skipped a number for no good reason. Number 3. Ko-fi is a link that we have. Please consider using it. If you are not a Twitch user or don't particularly want to subscribe on there, it's another really great way to come and support us. Can donate directly through that to us, whatever platform you care to use, and that could be a really good way to give us that extra bit of cash to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you very much to all those who do.
Okay, we're going to go on a quick break to watch these thingies, the thing that we watch the highlights, and we'll chill out for a little bit.
Do you want a coffee or anything? I mean, you've had 2.
I have like half a cup left in each cup, so I have technically a full coffee, basically. Compliment for Harold. You are the half full cup. You know, if I...
The one...
No.
Desire.
This gives corner recovery sometimes too, right? Maybe it's better to go for that, actually. Yeah, we'll actually go for this just in terms of... Because I really want to get corner recovery in the cheapest swinging master if I can. Let's have a look at the damage. Jesus Christ. Oh, almost double... That's double damage in mid lane. Doinby did double the damage at SQW. That's one of the worst Azir games I've ever seen. Just strategically just caught out time and time again. I got a 3-star speed gold chip yesterday. I also funnily enough, I also got a 3-star speed. I got a 9-star gold chip, but it was on one where I kind of yeah, it was on one which I just didn't expect to get because I had to quit out of that campaign because it was like going so poorly. We take the double friendship training here. This is energy up. Again. Nice, we've got a load of energy up there. That's good. So we go, I guess we go friendship training still. Especially early on, a bit of Ghost isn't too bad, but you just don't want to train it too much. If you train too much in something, ooh, this is a mood up event, right? This is mood up, I just don't know which one is which, I keep forgetting this one. Top one's mood and power, we go for mood, yeah. We have enough energy anyway, this is good. Means I don't have to waste a turn doing recreation or something. I say waste a turn, but like I don't have to use a turn doing recreation. And we're probably going to be running in the hopeful stakes in end of December. That's the play most of the time. Okay, so we got friendship training available now. 16%. We take that. Oh, screw it. We take the 16%. We never fail them on stream. No, we never fail them on stream. Never. Oh, this is first in swinging Maestro Chain. That's good. That gives us a bit of energy up as well. Nice. This is a good event. Do we want to run a race now? Nah. We rest. We need to get power and stamina up at some points. I can't remember what this is. Oh, that was a mood up. Nice. Awesome. Cool. We take those. That's pretty... That one's pretty good. That's double friendship training, though. I actually kind of want to do this just because... No, we gotta do friendship training. Getting a friendship training as early as possible is really important. This does mean if we get an energy up event, we're getting some slightly less efficiency through that, I guess, but... That's not too bad. Cool. Any friendshippers in chat? There we go, that gets us over 200 power, that's good. Early November, so we've got 2 more turns to do stuff, because we can't run the other G1s at the beginning of things. I can't remember what this is. I don't run this one enough. I run the other version of Medra and McQueen, because that's the one I rolled first. This is Wisdom or Stamina and Power. Oh, we go Stamina and Power. 100% go Stamina and Power. Practice perfect, awesome! Cool, 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 cool. That's awesome. Very good roll there. We will... So wait, we can't run that one in 1 turn. We are, because we don't have a mile efficiency, proficiency, that one, aptitude. We'll run this. Got 2 turns to run stuff. That's great. Awesome. Practice perfect means that we have like less chance to fail training, which is really, really good. And it's a random thing from that event, from the last event that we had. We have 1 more turn to train. 6% is pretty good. Do we have anything on these? I think we actually run this, actually. 3%? Yeah, that's good. We never fail 3%. Never. Yeah. And we're not starting now. I ain't leaving. Power up by 10. Okay, so we do want to run this. I do need to get some... I do probably need to get some... Corner recoveries at 4 off? Hell yeah, that's awesome. We take those. Here's our MVP. Nycat was so good. That's his first MVP this split too. Awesome. This guy on debut really excited me. Then he fell off pretty hard, even halfway into that split. But he's back playing really well. This guy was on one of the more, I say dominant, more prolific LDL teams over the last few years. Top Esports Challenges. He was there with Jatchi. Was Nio the jungler as well? I think they were the jungle support together on that team, actually. I didn't watch as much LDL back then. That's more of Sam's era. And then obviously Sam's now had to like pay less attention to it because there's no stream for LDL anymore for reasons. You know what I mean? Corner recovery is good. Ramp up is actually not fantastic for a front runner. Front runner skills are good. Wait, should I have run a front runner thingy? Slip train is normally pretty good. Maybe I do go ramp up just in case it does work. Oh, screw it. We'll take... It's 30% off. It'll be fine. Right. Okay, and we run this one. Our stats are pretty good, right? Yeah, our stats are good. Wow, we have like top stats in almost everything. And the good thing is, because we're running as a front runner, we get to avoid like big clump ups like this 7 in pace and 7 in late. Now we only have a aptitude of B in front runner, but it should be okay. And now we just hope for the best. Yay, bowling alley animations. Okay, we are here. We're in 9. And this is a medium race, so we're... Oh, it's firm conditions too. Cool, that helps a lot. I'm watching CFO voice comms and Jinjik called Nymaera Urana. That's based, honestly.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人小优。首先
Corner recovery is good. That's really good, by the way, just to get at any point, any kind of regen stuff.
邀请到的是打野选手奶油，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 的打野。
欢迎奶油选手。在我们的深圳主场背靠背的比赛又拿下了一场2比0。首先想问一下，就是你们这2天的比赛状态如此好，你觉得最关键的因素是什么呢？
因为我们节奏没有断嘛，
Unlikely to get ramp up. Wait, did we get ramp up? I don't think we did,
然
right?
后大家一起去做一件事，我觉得应该不会输。
是的，就像我们的教练在赛前采访的时候说的，就是大家转换思路之后
We need tea time on the final. It's in the final. Is it in the final stretch?
将思绪回到第1局比赛，其实第1局有几波决策都是非常巧妙的，比如说放龙3人去抓瑞兹拿下战斗先机，但是呢，在第3条小龙的时候，你们是吃了一个视野
Tea time.
被
Tea time.
拉扯反打了一波0换3，那么也是追平了经济嘛。但后期呢，因为你的位在中路的那一波真的是力挽狂澜，将功。
Level 1 ults aren't crazy, but it's nice. It's a nice extra boost, you know, especially when everyone's low stats. It can make a big difference.
因为我看到他们野辅全在下路，然后他们中路是不做视野的，都不管 AD 的，然后他 AD 就应该会死。
也是抓住了卢锡安的一波失误啊，并且顺势的推掉了中塔，终结了我们第1局的比赛。那么其实第1局呢，可能
Nymaera looks uncomfortable as heck up there. Waybo WE. I think WE should win, but I don't know. Waybo are just. They are the devil's team. Waybo. Team is just not predictable. Sorry, I feel like I'm covering too much of their faces.
进攻节奏的，又是怎么在针对沙皇的这个点上去打出压制力的呢？
他们阵容没有任何的开团，然后只要那个沙皇一下河道，他就一定会死。
所以大家的思路都是非常清晰的，就是整齐划一的去针对到沙皇的这个点，然后就让他们的这个阵容没有发挥空间就对了，是吗？那能不能最后来评价一下今天队友一个发挥吧？要不要夸一下队友？
完美
This is good.
完美，就是2个字，言简意赅，确实啊。那么最后一个问题啊，就是下一场你们将在主场面对到WBG嘛？那么这也是第3赛段常规赛在主场的最后一场比赛了。那如果说想成功复仇的话，你觉得队内现在还有哪些需要去调整和提升的
Skill points don't feel so great right now. Stamina's not bad to get actually. We're gonna have to rest anyway. We'll actually go for the stamina, I think.
把节奏打好，能复仇。
能复仇就保持这2天的一个手感和态势，那么也相信你们之后可以继续以智取胜，以刃克刚的。当然，我觉得其实对于一个实力强劲的队伍来说，就是可以有不要之上的实力，并且呢有涅槃重生的勇气。再次恭喜你们今天获胜，那么也再次感谢奶油接受我的采访。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们一起来看一下
She also gets just better stamina growth as well as a character. By the way, if you do play this game, a really important thing to check for certain things, this is mood up and a couple of stats up. We already have max moves, it doesn't matter that much. But if you check these things here, this shows how much extra growth they get in certain stats. So for instance, Sakura Bakushin gets an extra 20% on speed, which means that when you train speed, you get extra 20% value. And in this case, when you train stamina, it gets up and blah, 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 stuff like that, right? So if I'm training just speed and power and stuff, I'm not really getting that much value out of this, which means that I probably should be training stamina more, right? So the logic goes. Ooh. I do actually need to get her up to green at some point. That's in senior year though, that's not for this year. This is fine for now. Let me just see what the next races we want to run up. Jesus Christ, there's some bleeps. We've already won a G1, so it should recommend us the G1s now. Maybe we go for Satsuki Show. Maybe we go for that. I don't really want to run... 10%'s fine. We pass 10%. We pass them all the time. Skill points up by 30 is nice. Nice to get that ticking over. We rest, there's nothing value in terms of training today. This is what? Is this guts and wits? Yeah. Oh, double on that's pretty nice. What hints do you give? So when it's the exclamation mark, they give a skill hint a lot of the time. Not many of these are great actually. Trick front's okay actually. But that only affects rushed runners, so it's kind of meh. This is useless. This card is very good for giving, this card is very, very good for just giving good value, because, hang on, actually, can I show you much about that? Oh, 1 second. For instance, special priority 50 is really Like, yeah, she just it's just a very good like value thing. We go for the stamina. We want stamina up. Thank you. Gesundheit. Tried to sneeze away from the mic. I hope I didn't blow anyone's ears out. My bad. This is second in Swinging Maestro. That's very good. Swinging Maestro is very, very good. We actually might want to hang on to some skill points just in case we get a good draw of that. When do we have the scheduled races? For next turn? Or the one after? It's the next turn. Power's not looking fantastic. I think we actually go for this, you know. Damn, this is a cool intro. This will be to Xian. Xian's, so W is Xian Arena. Each venue has their own thing. Oh yeah, and we get some inspiration. We only have power and speed inspiration anyway, so that's good. That is a hell of a lot. 76 speed! Fuck yeah, we take those! Hell yeah, inspiration coming up tops. This is pretty good from that now. We don't have... Yeah, we don't have... what's it call it? I think we still go for this, right? Yeah, we've got good stats list. We'll be fine with this. We'll be fine. It's firm as well, so we even get firm conditions as a bonus too. And we just hope we don't get rushed and late start and stuff. We get to front run, which is fine with this. We get to be ahead of the pace pack and stuff like that, which is good. Like when there's 9 people in pace, especially early race, if you get onto the inner, if you're like, I don't know, what's, let me see if I can visually show up and then line up. But basically, if you start like, I say, because this is towards the inner gate, right? If you start here and there's like tons of people in your thing, you tend to just not get traps and you can't really push past it. Is this one of the ones which explodes? No. Some of the intros do just kind of randomly explode, which I find very funny. I hope you understand why I find that funny. It's so dramatic. It's just so dramatic. I didn't even see which lane we're in. That's Mihana Bourbon. That's Agnes Tachyon. Rusimboli Rudolph. That's one of the oldest races in the game, actually. Like, she was running in the 80s. I'm pretty sure with Marozensky. I'm with the number 1 favorite, though. Who else is there? Biwa Hayahide. Toketeo. This character is the son of... where's Rudolph? This character. Who else is in here? They famously lost against Rice Shower to lose the Triple Crown. Is this game on Android too? Yeah, it's on phone. It's on App Store. I don't know whether it's on Apple App Store. I don't know whether it's on Android. I presume it is. I think it is. Yeah, it definitely is. I've seen people play it. Yeah. Agnes Tachyon has 2,500 children. This one here in the lab coat. That's yeah, this one. Who else? Yeah, this is the son. That's the father of those two. TM Pro is like another record-breaking G1 winner. Oh, I need to run some ads, by the way. I need to do that. Oopsies. We're getting really good stats here. We didn't get corner recovery, but we're not rushed and we're not late start. We should still be fine. We have our ult. We were using... We get firm conditions as well. This should be fine. Anyone else I recognize from this? Can't remember any of this. I actually don't know the story of Biwa Hayahide. She was part of like a trio called the BNW, which is Biwa Hayahide, Narita Bryan, and oh shit, who was the other one? Winning Ticket. They were like a triple threat where all 3 of them were in the same races and they were trading races against each other. It was a very exciting time, apparently. Not that I watched back then. This is all stuff I've learned from playing the game. Or watching content around the game. So we're a front runner. We might get outran, but we do also have very high stamina, so we shouldn't be that... Yeah, this is fine. Cool. Front runner is very good if you manage to get the stats to support it. Anyway, I'll let the interviews play in the background while we play the game.
好，欢迎来到我们前彩环节，那我们也请来了西安 W 的主教练 T 恤马进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安曲江 W 的主教练 T 恤马。
好，欢迎马教。那第一个问题也想问，我觉得从近期的这个比赛画面上来讲 ，WE 并不弱，但是总是棋差一招，这对于选手的心态上还是有一些影响的。那作为教练，怎么去帮他们做调整？
就是会开会的时候跟大家说一下嘛，就是可能。从我们教练后台的视角来看，对内赢的话，可能在拿到优势的时候，或者打回来优势的时候，可能处理的话会有点着急，就是感觉离胜利很近了，差一步了，然后所以说会出现有点着急的情况。然后我们也是把这个东西探讨了。
Yes, swinging maestro, swinging maestro, swinging maestro.
可能就会
哎，就只要再冷静一些，还是有很大的一个机会的。那第二个问题呢，也想问，今天面对 WBG 嘛，觉得哪部分的游戏内容是赢下比赛的关键？包括有没有信心去拿下这场比赛的胜利？
就是我们觉得 WBG 的话是一个就是中野那个发力很强，特别是小虎带节奏能力很强嘛，就是他经常会玩一些兔子、睿智这种英雄岩雀，就是来就是边路游走，我们得把这方面给做好。然后的话，今天的话信心是有的，因为我们上赛季也赢过微博嘛。然后觉得上一次的话比赛的话也是有点可惜吧，今天的话就加油。
好，那也希望 WBG 在一会儿的赛场上有一个好的发挥，我们也一会儿见。好，欢迎来到我们前彩，那我们也是同样请到了 WBG Tap Tap 的中单选手小虎进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG
We never fail 4%.
中单选手小虎。
And we're not starting today, baby.
最近 WBG 的状态呢，其实没有太稳定。那你觉得主要是哪部分的内容可以做得更好一些？
We should rest.
我觉得最近我们队伍在过了天线期之后的运营以及一些决策方面做的都不是特别好吧，然后。还有在团战方面也有很多进步的空间。
What do you mean sleep deprived? What do you mean migraine blues? We didn't get the migraine blues, which is fine. We're winning. We're winning some pretty good races. We're currently undefeated. About to get the beach holiday, which is where you get a lot of stats up. So the trick here, folks, is when you rest, you actually get a mood up, and you get bonus stats when you're at like max mood. So if there's no good training.
好，那看来 BP 也是一个关键。感谢小虎进行我们前彩，我们也一会儿赛场见。
23, 26. That's actually slightly better. That's actually slightly better, and our power's quite low. I'm actually gonna go for this. This is a good time to even out your stats too if you have ones which you like falling behind on. We'll go with this actually with that in mind too. Our wit's kind of low. I did run it, but we get power up or guts up in this, which we'll get power from.
让我们有请双方对阵战队。
I actually want to get front runner straightaways from this effect. I'm actually going to go this just for the hint. And we succeed. Yay. What hint are you going to give me? Corner adapt is also very good, because that's just agnostic of role that you run in. Sorry, I know the volume is quite loud there. This is mood or straightaway adapt, which is really good. These are, we now actually have some stuff we can spend our fucking skill points on, which is kind of big. Do we run 2 back to back? Actually, good. We actually could run 2 back to back. Next time. LPL G2. G2 medium. I don't want to run too many mediums though, because I actually want to run longs in the. It's gonna sound weird. I'm gonna run a lower tier race just so I can. Oh, hang on, no, it's 30 seconds. No, this is okay. We'll do this. So we're gonna run this just because I want to run the long in the end of the game. Cute. WE, probably the best 1-7 team I've seen in ever. They were actually a very good team for the rating which they're in. We'll run this one fairly quickly just because I know draft's coming on soon. Tien has had a rough time of recently. A monkey has been actually very, very good.
Yes, he has.
My feeling is, and my worry for Waybo is, despite the fact that they do have a slightly better record than WE, we've got Swingmeister, who should win this easy, you know. Also, our stamina is just very good for long races on the whole. My worry is that Waybo are gonna really struggle in the early game, despite WE's mid games being a problem. I think that their Atacam fights can be rough. I think that they struggle to take that early momentum, which is actually very good between Monkey and Vampire. They can struggle to finish off games through the mid game, which is obviously a big problem. Oh god, look. This is actually my by distance, folks. We are, yeah, this is going to be by distance, yeah. Yeah. This is
Duty of dignity.
It's tea time, Sam.
Ah.
That's what it is.
Tia Time.
Dear Mr. Tia Time.
You don't get that reference, you've not read enough Discworld.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be by distance. This is not going to be close. Yeah, they're not even on the screen at the end of it. Okay, Jesus. Should be close towards draft now, folks. And into draft we go. Ain't that a good time to be around? WE in Xi'an home arena for themselves. Invite Waybo to play. Waybo, a team which... we'll turn the camera on as well, why not?
Hello there.
A team which obviously people have seen internationally multiple times in recent times. However, currently they are at 3-4. They won their first matchup versus WE. They've lost to BLG, IG, and Top Esports twice. Sam punts my chair around.
I was getting punted around the other way because I was getting spun the other direction. That's why.
As revenge, Sab, because you did it first. Who won it first? Who won the first matchup? NIP won 2-0.
There goes the Varus first pick. Unusual to see that champion let through on Waybo Gaming. Got Light, who's been not great recently. Again, part of it I think is he and Crisp have not looked like the most cohesive bot lane of all time, it must be said. But Nymaera banned away instead, who has increasingly hit the ban table after a rough opening start, has become more and more potent than I think people were necessarily fully expecting. Still not entirely without counters, I think it's fair to say, but still very scary. The problem is, Farah's first pick is getting traded for the duo we just saw manhandle the team in Pantheon and Taliyah.
You can still lock in Rumble, though. And if you go Rumble Varus, I think Rumble Varus is a very, very good duo as well. I would argue it's even stronger than Pantheon Taliyah, as long as people are on the same screen. The power of the Pantheon Taliyah, of course, is the ability to create those uneven numbered fights with a click of fingers, really. Xiaohu, a very good Orianna player. It wins the lane versus the Taliyah in some sense as well. Taliyah will often get some push, but then as soon as you hit level 6 from the Orianna, the kill threat starts to rack up, and even before that, you get some decent CS advantages. Now, Rumble is passed over, instead going towards the Ambessa. Now, the reason for this is Ambessa is incredibly good for Breathe. Breathe may be top 2-3 Ambessa within our league. He is very, very confident to the pick. It is a blind pick. Cube also struggled a hell of a lot for WE. He might lock in this Yorick, it's one of his more comfortable picks. However, Cube, if he falls behind, he has been a lost condition for WE. And I'll also say, WE do not play towards securing Cube at all. Even when, you know, he's playing poorly, yes, I understand not wanting to give him resources, but Monkey and Vampire play towards Taeyun in mid lane instead of towards side lanes instead, which means that Karis and Cube often do end up getting dunked on in side lanes.
That they do. What else are we thinking of banning away here then? We've realistically got supports on both sides still need to be picked. I'm still looking for a jungler for Waybo Gaming, still looking for an AD carry for WE. So Poppy being taken away, we've already got Nymaera in. I think that probably makes a little bit of sense, and of course is a bit of a comfort pick for certain members of the team for WE, specifically Vampires played a fair amount of it relatively successfully. On the other side, 2 of those big AD skirmishes in the Shen Zhao and the Nocturne ban.
Tian might now have to go towards the Wukong. It's one of the remaining options. Crisp, suppose there's always a Rel. There's always a Rel, isn't there? Although Vampire might snap it up first. We'll see. Poppy and Vampires. Nautilus also being taken away. Bot lane to be picked from WE. The Varus already available. Jhin has been an accepted answer into the Varus. Basically saying, look, Jhin is kind of like a worse version of Poke Varus for a lot of the game. But you do enough to nullify that. As long as you get something more valuable from the trade, you're okay picking the Jhin into the Varus.
You'll be alright with it. They go towards the Corki instead. Now, Waybo Gaming got 2 choices for support. They can go for the Renata lane, or they can go for the Rel lane. I think both are fine here. If you go towards the Rel, you get Alisted on the other side. If you go towards the Renata, I expect Vampire just goes Rel instead.
Surprised at the Corki, but I guess the early power is nothing to be sniffed at for the Corki. You're a little bit more self-sufficient in terms of mobility as well, but I think that Varus rather is very happy against that pick. Tian likely to go towards the Wukong now, be that AD skirmisher, has a decent matchup into the Pantheon. Could also be Vi's called out in chat there too by Karzal. I don't think there's an angle for it.
That's true.
But they go towards that Wukong, a bit more AoE damage, a bit more individual scaling for him as well. Vampire now thinking about what to pick into the Rakan. Of course, the Alistar, a good tank. They're not that tanky as a team. This gives you a bit more defensive options with that Alistar, whilst also providing engage.
I feel like it might well be that Alistar we were wondering about into the Rakan regardless, and the Rel and the Renata both go through here. I thought with the Varus, Renata might have been an easy lot, but they're saying, look, there's enough dive here with the Pantheon, Taliyah, and the Corki as well that actually, I would have quite liked the Renata there, but the Rakan gives you a bit more engage, a bit more pick CC, and Crisp is a Rakan enjoy when he gets a chance.
I think they would have lacked a bit of engage if they did go towards the Renata, despite it being very good against a likely 3 melee comp with the support to be locked in. I suppose it could have been a Nico still, but I think The Rakan is strong enough in lane, good enough with both versions of Varus to make some value of it. I'm a little bit worried for WE if they don't consistently pick off the Varus. They do have the Pantheon Slayer to do so, but if it does get into this kind of poke war between the Varus and potentially the Shockwave from the Orianna setting that up too, and then of course the Corki being the only really long-range answer on the other side, Waybo will win those stalemates. WE, they'll have to have strong early game, which is something that I've been good at, but their mid-game pulling these global ultimates has to be strong too.
Yeah.
That's actually been where they've been struggling a little bit more recently. Their mid-games haven't been as potent as their early games, which often meant that good starts, which make us think very highly of the team, aren't capitalized on. And now they are a 1-7 team. They need to start getting series wins in, otherwise they're just going to keep sliding further and further down potential standings.
Very much. I'll move across a little bit and maybe try and do the camera maybe that way. A touch. There we go. I can see the screen again. Beautiful. Some good yelling there. We are in Xi'an, of course, WE's home arena. Big spike early from Waybo Gaming there. Statistically, anyway. I can see that when you've got the Ambessa and the Varus and all of those things in mid-game, when you can start snowballing with all of that pick. Can get later. I'll sort of see where the global threat get a bit more difficult for the Ori and Varus to survive. I think the thing is, Cars, a lot of those players are just well, speaking of like Orianna in general, is I think a lot of these players just got absolutely years of top level experience on that champion, and very successfully so as well. So can be pretty good there to get a decent amount of value. Side though. Just a bit of trading, trying to fight for level 2. Vampire doing the Vampire thing on the Alice. We love to do this, so start ahead, but keep punting people away from the wave. Try and slow down the level 2 a little bit. Should theoretically still be the Varus. Didn't see where the Varus started QRE. Piercing arrow now at the very least. Breathe with the Repudiate level 2 to try and manage some of that. Repudiate? Repudiation. Can't remember the exact conjugation. Either way. Monkey also going to find his way behind here. Can maybe look for a wraparound gank onto Xiaohu, who I think is just in a very tricky scenario. Going to be forced to flash away. Aegis Assault not quite enough. Garrus, threaded volley gets the kill. Nicely done. Now Monkey can continue on his journey towards getting into the jungle. Well played by WE. Slow down the clear slightly, of course, because Wukong going to be well and truly finished up with a lot of his camps. Can maybe look to invade here, actually, as well. Both mid laners TPing back in. It'll be a much better back, though, of course, for Karras. He's got the extra boots. Monkey, you can't walk in here. There we go. Karras coming on over. Expected a little bit. They're going to try and turn this around onto Tien, who will throw down that warrior tricks. Will likely need to leave. Monkey also quite low, though. Tien, I think, could stick around on this. And Monkey, I think, wisely going to head over towards those Krugs. Actually leaves Karras at threat of being dived. Tien can wrap around here. Monkey's got to be very wary. Smites that one down. Can Comet Spear at least some of this. Tien with the red buff. Fair amount of damage. Monkey's going to have to give up some of that camp. May have to give up this red buff as well. Tien sticks around, gets a hold of this one. Still got a Gromp to go as well, should he so wish. I think Monkey will reset, take his ill-gotten gains, and go towards that bot side Scuttle Crab. Couple good wards there in WE's jungle now as well. Vampire now. Just getting knocked up briefly by Crisp with the ground entrance. Not going to delete all that much. An angry bee comes down. Brr. Like buzzing, but angry. First game, right? 4 minutes in. Yes, that's correct. I'm Hot Wheels. We are first game of WE vs Waybo game. Harris eats a bit of damage. Who's still trading quite well here. Of course, did end up dying early on for first blood. It's a slight gold lead, though, nonetheless, to Waybo Gaming. Mostly off this laning phase. Xiao needs to be a bit careful here. Seismic shove. That would have been on point for Xiao if he'd stayed backing, but instead resets. Going to get the wave shoved here. Is Monkey for Karis. Now can get the reset off themselves. Xiao's going to have to stick around. Karis will look to reset and come back to lane. Nearly at level 6, doesn't quite have it, but we'll have it on the next wave for sure. Question, is the game on Android too? So Wild Rift, the mobile version of the game, is. League of Legends, the version you're watching right now, is not. There is basically a mobile version that is called Wild Rift, that is. Yeah, and WE indeed 1-7, struggling a lot. Been able to get game wins again against a lot of teams, but never the full series. Did it twice against BLG, couldn't finish out the series both times. Happened a lot last summer, but they started to turn it around a lot earlier than this. They have just looked quite poor when they have been bad. Gonna try and look for the engage though. Vampire with the heal into Flash Pulverize. Vampire. It's a fair amount of damage. TM will Warrior Trickster away. Monkey getting turned around on though. Did not get that Aegis Assault up in time. Hail of Arrows just shy. Taeyun though, with a lot of HP bar to work with. It's probably in a better spot than the majority of Waybo game. We've at least got a couple pots to work with, but would be still a net positive trade for WE. Too much here to be seen. As we've got grubs in under a minute. Dragon's still up. No one's really been willing to start a fight on those objectives. Summoners down. Vampire burning the heal and the flash to try and make that play happen. As we said, kind of got a fair amount of HP down, but not too much more than that.
Gold still very even across the board. No crazy XP leads anywhere, really. No, Karis getting that kill against Xiaohu does help a little bit. The Orianna can be quite oppressive against that, and this continues it.
Shockwave comes on down, but unfortunately the stun is still there, and Xiao saw the Alistair coming, tried to play safe, but Grand Starfall is a hell of a drug.
It is. He even hits the center of the Grand Starfall for the extra Q damage on top of it.
Ridiculous.
Monkey. Yeah, getting the best out of Xiaohu, who didn't have that flash up for another couple of seconds. Bad mistake from the mid lane of Waybo. You beat them in a 5v5. You don't beat them when you split across the map. You must be so aware of where this Pantheon layer is on the map and pay respects to it. Xiaohu just not safe enough there.
Worth noting as well, Xiao died to an early gank. We've got grubs happening.
Teleport back in from Xiaohu. Potentially this could be the fight.
Try and get that second grub and we'll do so. The WE one more. Tien goes forwards, tries to get to value with the Cyclone, but the headbutt away from Vampire. Binds away, Chris goes in. Vampire might well be traded here and will be. So it'll be 2 grubs plus the kill towards Waybo Gaming. Sorry, towards WE going the other way. That's a horrible phrasing. Yeah. The point being 2 grubs to W and trade for a kill.
Yeah, WE end up getting that kill onto Xiaohu beforehand. Technically a 1-for-1 if you want to count that mid lane play beforehand. I actually wonder whether Xiaohu should have saved his shockwave in mid lane to keep it available for that grub fight. He'd already made that mistake. Imagine having that shockwave into the clump there. Could have been such a game changer. They get away with the 1 kill. They will get the 1 grub as well. Gold is, again, basically the needle hasn't moved there. WE, the early game's not been bad for them. They've had some decent plays. They need to find a way to actually break up in this game, though, because they're getting to the point where they need to start pulling their global ults on cooldown, try to get this Yorick ahead if possible, too, as a split-pushing menace in a side lane. If this game becomes slower, and it doesn't become about their ultimates, my worry is you're going to have Orianna Varus sat on an objective, outranging you, outpoking you, and you don't have great answers towards that. WE need to make sure their mid-game's on point, and that's not somewhere they've necessarily been at their best recently.
I think that's probably fair. Gold remains pretty much even here. WE slightly leading the kills. Again, largely off good plays around mid lane. Sort of a free camp into gank mid. Got Xiaohu down first time around. And then attempted punish from TN into the jungle. Got a red buff away as a result. Because obviously he didn't stop his clear. So got to go mess with Monkey a bit. But really all it's led to is a couple camps extra towards this Wukong. Who hasn't been able to turn around the kill involvement.
Dragon's being started here by WE. There is slight worry, actually, of the Grand Starfall and the Talir ult going in towards that bot side, actually. Pantheon is on the Dragon. Talir's heading down. I think Waybo needs to be aware of this. They don't have enough information as to where Monkey and Karis are in regards to each other. They know they've taken Dragon now. They will back off. See, you look on the minimap. Varus backing all the way off to the turret because they're afraid of potentially a double ult coming in. That's important. Need to see more of that kind of respect because, again, this is the point in the game where they are vulnerable to that. Into mid lane now, actually, again. Xiaohu has flash, and so we see bot lane paying respect. Xiaohu, he's actually messed up his ward on the top side of the river. There's a chance of Pantheon not coming in here. They're channeling it. Let's go.
Good call on that one. Xiaohu now potentially in danger, but man dissonance this time enough to keep Xiaohu safe.
Okay, that's important. Flick forward onto Tien.
Boy. Let's see if fair management headbutt of the way before he can warrior trickster cyclone. And the
no.
shockwave just wide. Now we're getting the shield bot forward into Xiaohu. And Crisp has roamed up the lane to at least keep Xiaohu alive, but that is not pretty.
Yeah, they'd done steps 1 and 2 well. They'd protected themselves in bot lane. Xiaohu had avoided the Grand Starfall in mid lane, and then Tien goes into a brush, which he has no right being in. Doesn't have first item. The coordination between him and Xiaohu is very poor, and they lose a kill after the hard work had been done. WE, credit to them, getting that combo between Vampire and Karis does get the better side of that, but initially, you have to question Waybo when they've done all that hard work.
You really do. Breathe. Now stepping on forwards with the Panda being saved by Cube. You don't want to let your maiden die like that. Don't become the tarnished. Xiaohu, though, started off by a good retreat, and then Tien's on vision this entire time. They know what Vampire's doing.
You know Vampire's there. Okay, he's clearing the ward. That's messy. Gets headbutt back. Tien, look, I think at the end of that, I was thinking, well, you know, let's praise WE a little bit. Now I see the replay and again, I'm like, Tien, what are you doing, man? That's just not acceptable here.
I mean, it's the right call from WE, right? But it's like, it was very much handed them onto a silver platter, full service. The waiter came in with white gloves on. Like, it was about as fine dining experience as you can ask for.
And Monkey's heading topside. Breathe quite low HP after taking a bad trade, though. Doesn't have the Eclipse just yet. Kills the ult from Q, but he's probably dead under turret here. Tien's going to be too late.
Oh, the public execution doesn't land as Monkey sidesteps it, and another easy kill. WE are running over this early game.
Yeah, Waybo are not tracking the members of W well, and they're using these moments to create these opportunities, and they're landing enough of them to worry Waybo now. 1,000 gold ahead. It was even enough in gold just before this.
You know what my thoughts about this game are?
What?
Monkey. What's that from again?
Kung Fu Panda. Monkey. And it's Uguay saying it.
Thank you.
It's, yeah, that's honestly...
As opposed to Panda.
Exactly, yes, because you have Monkey Panda. We might see Light. Oh, he has Ghostblade, so he's actually quite hard to catch out by Vampire here. We'd have to flash forward for a combo. Likely be able to.
It is Vampire. He might do it.
Well, all he would end up being is flash to flash at that point, which I suppose could be okay. Chris getting spotted out here. Good vision control from W around mid lane, actually. But you are now at the point where Varus is going to cash in Cull, instant delete waves in mid lane because he's a poke Varus, and WE are going to run out of options to really deal with this Varus. I think it is actually a big problem that W have not done anything about Light so far. The Varus is very happy. Tien getting collapsed on here, though.
He might well have things to do. It's another Cyclone early. Teleport comes forward. Cube's going to flash out. Flash forward from Tien to get Cyclone Part 2. Shadow also around. Alistair is not here. They're on reset. The Talia also not around. Cube is now a dead Yorick.
That's better. Tien uses the Cyclone to block the Pantheon W. It makes sense to cast it early in this situation. And he gets more value out of it. Gets himself kill participation. He has left now. Monkey will secure his own Grom.
Now going to go forward as Vampire. Remember, Tien has burned a fair amount of his cooldowns. We'll have his Warrior Trickster for a little bit. Now Crisp gets to Battle Dance out. Really lead to all that much. Where's the Grand Starfall? Weaver's Wall angle? Nah.
I think if Karis had roamed down, potentially an option, but especially with Breather just teleported away, he'll be getting himself a free wave on topside. Cuba can teleport in to pick up that wave. It might force the summoner. Yeah, there we go. Going to teleport up towards that top side, cash out that wave. We'll miss a minion or so. With that, we'll see as the stats come down on top. So that's the amount of plates that were taken, by the way. It's just in, obviously, in Mandarin. But you look at the top, and that's the amount of gold earned from plates, and the bottom one is gold. And the gold is now completely even up. Waybo, we're 1,000 gold behind from that play, and a little bit of value elsewhere. Managed to get themselves back into even. And WE, the early game, it has actually been good in terms of creating opportunities. It just hasn't materialized in as much as I would have hoped.
Hey Alex,
hello.
You're technically now wrong because it's 100 gold difference as you were speaking. Get a bit back and forth, you know.
Hang on.
Like,
Wait.
It's not. It's different. That's 100 gold difference.
Wait. Oh, it's even again. Oh, Sam, you're technically. Oh no! Don't look at it. God. Man, these tiny 100.
No. Yeah,
look, I'm just saying, if I had 100 gold in real life,
yeah, I would be very happy.
I'd be very happy.
Very true.
100 gold in League of Legends. It's made us.
Yeah.
I think the economics of League have made me into a very different person.
But don't have influence points anymore. The exchange rate has all gone wrong.
Oh, influence points IP. I forgot about that. Oh. Yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? Wait, didn't they just change the name of influence points?
Then it's now Blue Essence, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Essence, that's the one. But you used to be able to buy, well, champions with it, which we still do now. But you used to buy rune pages with it.
Yes.
Which was a big thing. One thing which look, we're riffing about now because we're running out of actual gameplay to talk about. Herald has started, but one of the big things is that the ultimates haven't really been used that much by WE right now. They're on the Herald itself. They're likely to get this. Is there a contest? Xiaohu's a bit late.
Tien's got Cyclone again as the Herald down. Collapse coming on forward. Cyclone onto Cube. Who's going to throw down the Dark Procession? The exhaust comes down. Public execution of the back line. Turnaround. Shockwave flashed out from Karis. Nicely done. Crisp stunned up. What about the rest of the fight? Tien's being sucked dry by the Maiden. Breathe also low. Nice piercing arrow. Chunked Vampire low, but unfortunately Breathe still dies.
What ended up happening there was Breathe hit too many targets with his ult. He wanted to kill Cube, but hit someone beyond him, so he couldn't kill the Yorick. Ends up being a 1-for-none in favor of WE because of that, and the Herald over to the side of WE, so that's a win for them.
It is Tien now topside with Xiaohu and Cube on this low HP. Can't really fight this. Herald for WE, I think also get some feat to strength because they had the early dragon and the early grubs.
Yeah,
so that is strong feat.
Yeah. Watch what happens here with strong feet. I mean, their feet have just got stronger. Yeah. Look, the Cyclone's fine here, and you use that in time, but the Alistair stood just behind it means that the Ambassador ult doesn't go onto the Yorick. It goes onto the Alistair. He then gets to sit and pulverize them. Vampire and a Crisp Spark. Crisp gets a bit of a sad combo in there too, but Breathe angling his ult in such a way that it hits the Alistair. Means that you can't finish off the Yorick and walk away with a bit of a stronger fight.
And second dragon now as well. Look, gold's been even, but WE have been the ones getting the majority of the early objectives here, and where the gold is going to matter. Yes, actually, Light putting your head on the Varus. That's great news. You need that to be happening, but it's a 2-0-2 Pantheon. It's a 2-0-3 Pantheon. I meant to say Taliyah Pantheon. I did the wrong order around. The point being, mid jungle is quite strong for WE.
They are. And again, it is worth noting the gold's not out of proportion just yet. WE do have the Herald that will likely break open, or at least force a response from Waybo to potentially to defend this mid turret. The side lane turret's getting quite low. WE might be able to break that open at some point. If they manage to get both side lane outer turrets in the same kind of push, use that to get a momentary gold lead before Waybo can answer them in kind. Perhaps there's a way that they can start using these big ultimates to make a big power play. We haven't really seen the Grand Starfall Weaver's Wall combo work that effectively so far from WE.
What would gold out of proportion look like? Would they just start like being like really weirdly shaped? Like,
what do you mean?
As in, like, would they have like the anime boobies and like?
What?
Because you say out of proportion. I was like, well, what?
The gold,
the gold
would be out of proportion.
Exactly. So what would make?
Well, why would that be WE?
Why
are you saying that the actual like gold pieces themselves would be like?
I don't know.
Have that?
I was going for proportion. I'm trying to be silly with it, Alex.
Well, it is very silly, Sam. Congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Yeah. Now, if it was like it's 100 gold ship lead, then I'm terrified. I can barely deal with a single gold ship. That character it terrifies me. It appears in my dreams.
Have you seen the memes of gold ship's face around, like the actual horse's face?
Yes, many. Yeah. Yeah, I have. You know, also, I think gold ship inspired Michael Jackson briefly at one point.
What?
He turned up to Paris and then started moonwalking in front of the crowd. Look, there's a lot about that horse which is just not normal.
The horse just got inspired by Michael Jackson?
No, the other way around.
Oh.
The other way around.
Did Michael Jackson just go and look at Goldship and go, I too can move?
Now, I don't... Look, I'm not sure. Look, that's all I've seen a comment about it, and I thought, well, that's kind of funny. I'll say that online at some point. I'll spread that misinformation if it's misinformation.
Spreading misinformation.
Maybe I have. Back into the actual information of this game, I suppose. Yeah. Important information is the Varus is still very far ahead, and no one's really managed to stop the Varus doing anything. WE are going to be going towards this side lane outer turret. On the other side, Xiaohu's doing the same. Will be 1-for-1. Can W look for a fight before the...
Another slight fight over camps again, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Tien's been having a rough go of it recently.
He kind of has, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've not really loved the skirmishes he's been taking. There is an ult. Okay, that's not a great ult, actually. WE, these globals, not looking fantastic right now.
The first 10 minutes, fantastic now. It's been a little bit more awkward. Still going to get the red buff. Still got a couple minutes until the next objective. So, hey, if you're going to throw them out a little bit carelessly, now will be the time to do it.
Yes, but now it means that you are in a position without those global ultimates, and Waybo can potentially march forward with a 2-item Varus with the Swifties coming out of base, and maybe make a play around mid lane instead. I think this is the point where Waybo like, well, okay, we don't have to be paying attention now to those double globals. WE, by failing that play, give Waybo a chance to group up and say, all right, let's go find a fight while you can't bring the extra numbers to the play.
Okay. Alistair's top side. Goes down that wall. Red buff invade to potentially trade out from the other side. No idea where anybody is.
They see that Krugs.
Now.
They see that the Krugs are up too. So surely Monkey will be a hinter at some point. Walk out of here.
Shockwave only onto the Alistair. Good flash away by Karras, to be fairness. Quickness also blown. Gonna flash out from Vampire. He's got the Unbreakable Will rolling. TP coming on forwards, and I wonder whether they might look at this.
Teleport away from Karras.
Oh no!
But okay.
They're going to try and make this Herald play. I thought with the Atakan being there, they might start that one up, but no. Teleport away won't lead to trouble this time around, like we saw the teleport away last time being problematic.
No, I think that Waybo ran out of steam a little bit. This is better, though, onto Karras.
Going to try and get onto the back line. He takes a fair amount of damage, has got the redemption coming on down, but they just can't quite get the damage. Now Tien is low, will Nimbus strike towards Taeyun, who just stands and delivers.
Really disconnected from Waybo. They managed to get out some good summoners, but WE bring the jungle support to peel very well to that play, and it's Tien once again choosing a poor angle. 1,000 gold down for his second death of the game. Waybo's jungler struggling here versus WE.
They are. Atakan. Going to be started up this time with some teleports responding to them from Xiao. He's got 5 seconds on his shockwave. Crisp, Light also around. What about the potential angle for that shockwave onto the Atakan? All the while Vampire treating up a breathe. Not gonna have the easiest time. Shockwave is good! Shockwave is good! Only gets Taeyun though as the turnaround begins to happen as Crisp goes trading on down. As Cube also flashing over to try and get Xiao, who flashes away in trade, but the Morning Mist comes on down and he will bring down the Orianna. Monkey in the 1v2 versus Breathe, who can't quite get the kill. Flash away! Knock up from Vampire. He's trying to get some value back. Shield vault forward. Aegis Assault. Light's going to eat that damage. Vampire eats the piercing arrow. My taste the comments.
No, the cancel auto! Light gives up the kill by cancelling the auto, and Monkey carries the fight. 5-0-4 on the Pantheon.
Somehow, some way, WE get Atakan and come away with even more kills.
Monkey goes back onto those Krugs, which were worded earlier. Waybo, things just fall apart magnificently there, don't they? They lose the smite in the mid lane because the Monkey dies. Their own Monkey, the Wukong. We go up towards this plate. They're not looking for a smite fight. They're looking for the fight itself with the shockwave, which comes in pretty good. Instant kill onto the AD carry, makes it into a 4v4. You think that's playable, but then Chris goes too far. Their engage is down there. Cube gets to go onto Xiaohu. Part of the damage is gone. Xiaohu walks up, goes into too close range. It's been a poor game from him, honestly, in some ways. The shockwave was good, but his spacing was poor. At least Light manages to take one over. And Breathe ends up not getting that great spacing himself either. Monkey gets to go into there, gets his healing before the E healing from Varus comes down, and the Q is too short time from Lights.
Oh, that auto
cancels the auto, and he dies. Could have charged the Q more, could have not cancelled that auto, walked away with the kill. Misplay from Light, Monkey pounces, capitalizes, and is still unkilled.
Very fine margins, but Monkey again, some discussions in chat, and I think I largely agree. Monkey's probably up there as one of... Is he a top 4 jungler in the league right now? Hell, is he a top 3 jungler in the league right now?
Tarzan's not been on great form, so that's definitely someone I'd put down. I think that Shadow's been good. I think that, Kanabi's still been good. Xiaohao, I think, might be better.
Yeah, Xiaohao's pretty solid, but again, Group Nirvana.
But that one's actually a bit more questionable. But, and yeah, I think he's top 4. I think you can make an argument for top 3. But the question is there. This is obviously on quickness. I kind of glance over towards the rosters. But I think top 4 is very, very reasonable to argue. Top 3, I think you could argue as well.
Again, there's a question, of course. We've got Form V class arguments because Tarzan, Tien not having the easiest time of it right now.
Oh, Vampire flash.
Public execution into the backline. Monkey will try and get forward. Good shockwave, though! And they will finally kill that Monkey. I am so sorry. That's got to count as a caster curse.
Yep, the top 3 jungler goes down. Repudiation gets some shielding through. It would be enough to see him through. Cube has no flash if they can force a fight, but Taeyun using that strength well.
Oh, and the health bars from Waybo aren't fantastic here. The Maiden does finally get brought low by the command attack and some protect from forwards as well.
So WE get caught out on choke points. Breathe delivers the shockwave into the backline. W are not ready for that. Shockwave, the Ghost Blade used by Light to get out of that safely. But while all this is happening, you just notice that, well, okay, there's the Atakan on WE. Oh, they've got their 2 grubs. That's pretty good for them. Oh, they're on 3 dragons as well.
Oh, yeah, that little thing.
And they just took their 4th tower as well. Waybo are not that far behind in gold, but they've only taken a single tower themselves, whereas WE just took 2 turrets in the mid lane. WE getting the strategic advantages. I do think there are some worries as we get, potentially towards this next dragon in 3 minutes that Waybo could out 5v5 them. I think we can see the huge AoE damage that can come through. But I think with Tien struggling and the Wukong being quite an easy kill in a lot of these fights so far, WE, I think they should be perking their ears up. They're currently a 1-7 team. They're looking for only their 2nd win at this split so far in terms of series. Waybo floundering a little bit. Tien struggling. This should be a green light for them.
Yeah, blood in the water for sure. And WE have managed to get game wins again against so many big teams.
BLG
never
twice,
the whole
by the
damn
way.
series. Yeah, back-to-back days, by the way.
Invade onto the blue buff. Pantheon Slayer on the top side of the map, pushing in towards the inner turret. 2 minutes till dragons. There's no reason for him to not be up here, right? He has teleport in his ultimate too anyway. Should be able to get this inner turret. Waybo choosing to group up on the bottom side of the map and giving this over. This will be an easy take with the 2 grubs. And of course, Mage is getting some extra damage to towers through their AP as the game goes on. Waybo really struggling with their macro, I think. Now, they've picked up waves well. That's been fine. Actually getting in position to fight well, that's been the problem. Their team fighting out of the mid-table teams has been some of the weakest. They need some individual insane performances. I don't think the coordination is there to kind of see them through team fights without that, really. And we can see that with, Tien and Xiaohu a little earlier into the game. At least that last one, Breathe and Xiaohu on the right spot. I think Crisp has been struggling too. WE, they've been winning out in the jungle support matchup quite heavily so far this game.
It's like for Waybo Gaming. Have we seen a very good coordinator play for them this game on their own terms?
Some of it's been reactionary, really, hasn't it? There was that play in that topside jungle, their own topside jungle. That's about as good as it gets for them. Minute till Dragon now. WE could get towards their Mountain Soul. This is a powerful Varus. Hasn't been a game about the Varus, though, sadly. The poke has not been allowed to continue for long enough, partly because Waybo have found themselves in fights and necessarily disengaged. I want to see if Light can carry a late game as we're getting towards that now. 27 minutes. I suppose we're at the end of the mid game, really. But when Soul gets onto the table, when Baron's in there too, that's when I start to think, okay, we're getting towards those later margins now. Need to see Light step up.
Late games kind of move more towards that 25-minute mark, hasn't it? It used to be a bit more of a nebulous thing, like sometime post 20 minutes.
Hang on, Taeyun, just use that Valkyrie has flash. Wondering if there was a quickness combo available. Had the cleanse, so I suppose not. Cyclone, a bit harder to cleanse away from though, isn't it? If you get flash Cyclone into the shockwave, you don't often survive them. Good area control from WE. They have good vision control around this bot side of the map. They have good choke point control with the Talia. Potential of the Weaver's Wall. You can see how little vision Waybo have. They do need to approach this though. 10 seconds to the objective. They were a little bit slow towards it before. They've been spotted heading to a spot side jungle. They'll cover their flank now. Go towards the bot side, and they have made their way into river. That's one of the harder things to do. WE, I wonder whether they could have stuck on the map a little longer and potentially jumped onto them, but it's quite hard to jump into the death ball.
Cube isn't here yet. Just coming through mid lane now. I'm assuming he backed a bit late because he wanted to get a big item.
I don't love Waybo starting the dragon. I think that they should be playing a little slower. I suppose you're worried about the Talia angles. I suppose you're worried about the Yorick pushing mid lane. Dragon's been peeled off again, and WE, they of course can give up the dragon. They could potentially take this turret just with one wave, one minion. There's another one coming forwards.
Right.
Fighting towards this now. Crisp looking for an engage. WE, they have the better strategy in this scenario, though.
now coming forwards. Weaver's Wall comes on down. Breathe looking for an engine angle. Dragon down to 3k HP. Vampire slowed down, but no, it's taken! WE win the flip, the public execution, but the only people dying will be Waybo Gaming. It is all going so damn wrong. Monkey falls. Breathe gets that one, but that is a minor silver lining, and I think it might be fake silver at that. Tarnished by Waybo's unfortunate levels. But wait, Light actually with a fair amount of damage. Garrus goes golden. Cube very early on that morning mist will not change things as Joe flashes forwards and the last rides come on down. It's over.
Light doesn't get either of those last two kills. The smite fight won once again by Monkey, who is by far the MVP in this game. Jungler for WE, diffing Tien across fights, across objectives. And in this late game too, Waybo, they did not approach that objective with enough patience, I suppose. They were really frightened by Cube pushing down the mid lane. They've struggled to deal with them. The Baron will go down after him. WE will get themselves in prime position to take this first game.
And again, WE had a really great position on the map. Soul on the line. Inhibitor under threat. Waybo pulled the trigger and pull it, unfortunately, haphazardly.
It's really hard to beat a Pantheon Q Smite. Then Tien, flashes forward, immediately gets stunned up. Doesn't get anything with the Cyclone. Goes down to basically, no cooldowns left, right? Doesn't get onto the carries. Tien, another poor fight from him. I hate to categorize Waybo as just, Tien struggling, but it is a huge part of their losses right now.
Yeah.
He has fallen apart on an individual level. He's choosing the wrong fights. He's engaging poorly and not coordinated. I really think he's been struggling an awful lot. Flash forward from Xiao, who doesn't see him to safety either. Karras makes it out alive.
He does, and now we are in the position where Taeyun is at 3 items. Yeah, he's down 400 gold, but everywhere else is massive leads. Monkey is on 3.5 items on this Pantheon. You've got a Jack show in for Cube. You've gotten nearly the Zonya's done for Karras. Breathe steps on forwards. Can Waybo find something there? No, they can't. Again, look, you just don't have that much in the way of serious ways to threaten people as Freddie Moon. At least Light's got the last whisper, but the poke just isn't going to be as valuable at this point in the game.
The problem with Light now is that he needs a Serpent's Fang. He needs it for the Mountain Soul. He's the only one that can realistically build it. I suppose Tien could in a perfect game, but he's
maybe fourth?
Yeah, perhaps he could too. That's actually worth noting. It's a fairly cheap item. He's at his core anyway. Someone needs to build it. We'll see if the game lasts that long, honestly. WE, significant lead, of course. 5,000 gold. The advantage, pushing in with both Yorick on the sideline and the group. Elsewhere, Breathe goes in.
Tries to find his way to the backside. Does get a fair amount of value, but really good arrow from the Varus. Doesn't lead to anyone dying. Crisp has to battle dance away. The Redemption's going to keep him top, but Cube, make sure the Xiao's not involved. Your Orianna isn't here because they're losing to a Panda going in the backside. And Orianna just goes, oh god, it's awful.
I think Vampire cancelled the arrow from Light there. It was being channeled in. He hit the ult, but he couldn't get the follow-up arrow. I believe that's what happened anyway, but Vampire got a really good denial of the sab. I'm just not talking about whatever the hell you just did into the microphone. Jesus Christ. Never do the grapefruit method ever again.
My new impression. Teletubbies has taught me well.
Yeah, this is Nunu, not League of Legends. So W will break the inhibitor in both mid and bot lane. What just happened? What?
I had fun. Everyone else, that's on you guys.
Yeah, Jesus. Okay, Waybo will limp away from their own bases. I mean, Elder's in 2.5 minutes. It could get down to an Elder flip at that point.
We eat wires, folks. We eat wires.
Yep, true.
Well, here we are. I'm a professional. I get paid to commentate on video games, and that moment there is exactly why the big bucks are coming my way. Karras going to shove up the top side. It has actually ended up being a bit longer than perhaps you might have expected, because WE have done quite a good job in terms of getting the objectives and stuff, but they've still got to find a way to end the game. 2 inhibitors down. Baron about to end in 8 seconds. They've done critical damage, but they are realistically going to need one big fight, one extra objective to finish what they started.
They can do. I mean, look, a good enough shockwave maybe still makes the difference. Tien, he's not exactly at that point. Karras holding that choke point, getting some poke down. They managed to get the ult out of Ambessa.
Nice goes golden as they're already pulled back on the charm onto Karras, but the redemption heal keeps Karras alive. They just don't have enough. Monkey interrupted on the shield by the cyclone, but Vampire in the backside, the Hemper, the Pulverize. Waybo getting Light with a good flash over the wall, but Monkey will just follow and secure the kill. Got himself the Mortal Will fully stacked. Breathe, though, actually pretty scary here potentially, but Cube and Monkey have got enough in the tank to threaten this Ambessa, who's got a load of very angry mini pandas. The deadliest creature on Runeterra, and a triple kill towards his Pantheon will lead towards the end of the game. WE, they get one, but can they finally get a second? That'll be for the rest of the series to find out.
Quite literally a Monkey diff. Monkey on the Pantheon goes absolutely ape mode onto the side of Waybo, whose own Wukong just cannot stand and fight for so much of that game. WE get themselves their first win of the series, and Waybo, we've seen some fractures in their own foundation, really. They've been looking shaky. WE, they've been looking a lot better than their 1-7 record suggests, and they'll walk away with advantage now in this best of 3.
And it is a fantastic advantage at that. What's also fantastic, these two humans on your screen. Look
Say
at
that again.
I said, well, fantastic.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Moving on. That was actually very good. I just long to get there. What I would like to say, however, is you could be, right now, subscribing to the Twitch channel like Vasu just did for 45 months.
That's almost a year.
Here
you go.
The peanut gallery. You too could subscribe that way. Reminder, if you're already a user of Amazon Prime, you could be using your free Prime subscription too. Because you've got one. If you don't use it, it's going nowhere. It's money going to waste. You're going into creators you love's bank accounts, and I have no doubt you love the two of us dearly. So add in that subscription. On top of that as well, if you are not a Twitch user, you could also use our Ko-fi link. Alex, do you mind putting the Ko-fi link?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Can you give D&D availability for this week? Well, we wouldn't have needed to if you hadn't cancelled last minute, Harold. We can do that though, yes. Sorry, I was busy on Sunday because of LEC, but yes, we can definitely do that at some point. We're going to go take a break now, folks. There's a Ko-fi link in chat, and we shall sit back, relax, and play some horse game.
Follow us on socials too.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay.
Initialise casts.
Yeah.
Nymaera.
Yeah, but basically all I saw was like, oh, we're doing on Friday? Wait, no, I can't do it today. Okay, right, and then I'm like busy on the weekend for that. Okay, now we can actually get back to the important thing about the stream, which is, of course, horse game.
How's this race going?
Yeah, it's going good right now. Yeah, it's going good.
Are you gold chip? No, you're measuring.
No, I've done like all of the gold ship stuff, which I've vaguely needed.
How was playing with gold chip?
Oh, that character is just so RNG heavy. Like, she has an event which locks out all of your training options but one, so she just decides you're training for her, which is just really,
and you
really
just have
annoying.
to deal with it.
Yeah.
That
so
nice.
what you do instead is like you do recreation or racing and stuff like that. She just has a lot of random mood down and energy down events and stuff like that, which is just really hard to play around.
Very true to the character though.
Yeah, exactly. She just does her own thing. She does what she wants. Exactly. Absolute cinema ensues. Let's have a look at that damage graph. I think Light, with the amount of damage, the amount of gold he had on the Varus, did very, very little, especially given that Varus is the most powerful AD carry on the patch. I think Light had to do more of that. Now, I do think that Waybo in general, like a lot of it was on Tien just getting hard diff by Monkey and choosing the wrong fights, but yeah.
Because it's like, I don't want to say that Light played badly per se. Like, he did a decent amount of damage and poking, but he wasn't a win condition the way I think they were hoping for.
Well, I don't think he did get the poking. I didn't see any fight really in that game where I felt like the poke determined that fight, you know?
There was the Herald one where he nearly got like 2 kills but didn't quite. There was one
you mean Atakan? You mean the Atakan?
No, there was one before that as well, but the Atakan as well. To get the kill.
The Herald was on again, they played that very quickly and then Breathe missed the ult onto Q.
Yeah, Light nearly got like a double arrow kill onto like Varus and one.
He had like a full charge arrow and it didn't kill. This one here, badly like he.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is this one. Yeah, hang on, so we'll like right here, he hits the ult over there, and then he what happens here then? Sorry, I'll have to cancel the Dance Salute Cinema for 1 second here.
Nearly gets vampire.
But that's a full charge arrow. It's not 2.
Yeah, I thought
it's not. It's a full charge. It's a full charge arrow that doesn't kill the Alistair, so he just the calculation just wasn't right there.
Do you want a coffee or anything?
Yes, please. Actually, I have some honey in it, please. Thank you.
You see me want a latte style?
Yes, please.
Latte style.
Oh, we were just running with Super Creep before this, actually. Nicer. 8 length is hella good, actually. We need to rest. Well rested is good. This is this is speed up, I think, isn't it? Stamina or wisdom? We go stamina. Actually, we should have gone a bit of wisdom, actually, maybe. This is not actually that useful. Maybe we do upgrades, firm conditions, actually. Oh, it's only 1%. No, it's not discounted enough, really. We should have enough stamina for this now, and we do have Swing Maestro. So we hope that Swing Maestro procs, and that we're good enough for that, really. Okay, we'll try it again. This is a long race, so we'll put it on 2 times speed. God, Tien is playing so poorly recently, though. Who's MVP? I think it's Monkey. Monkey was great. Yeah. Monkey was great. He played very well. And now we hope we proc Swing Maestro, basically. I think it happens in the 3rd corner in this race. Water type, mathematical sound. So I think it's the next corner it goes on, I think. I think it's this one most of the time. I think it is. Okay, we get Swinging Maestro. We should be fine now. We've got decent stamina. Swinging Maestro makes up the difference. We don't have that many skills which are actually proccing right now. We have our ult, which is the big one, but do we have... Wait, did we get Corner Adept? That one's actually okay to proc at any point. It's not like stamina, like recovery skills, where you kind of do need it at certain points. Maybe we didn't get Corner Adept yet. Did we? And we get Tea Time. Tea Time! Nice, nice. By distance, holy crap. That's like over a 10 length distance, basically. It goes to 10, and then anything about 10 is like, okay, you won. I think there was a... I think Marazensky in real life ended up winning a race by something like 41 lengths. Ooh, amazing! This is stamina for one of them, right? What is this called? A sea pineapple. So the stamina or skill points. Ooh. I'm actually gonna go with the skill points. 10 stamina is okay, but 30 skill points I think is actually a little better. We don't want to run in this one, but we will run in the Japan Cup just because it's a ton of points. We definitely go for this. Some wits up from that team, nice. Japan Cup is like the highest amount of fans you can get. Wait, we already got Corner Adept, so we did get that. Straightaway Adept we probably do get here. Sabotage Spare's not that bad. Hydrate's for... Is this a Pace Chaser as well? Ooh, this is really good actually, Hydrate. Did we not unlock cooldown for you? No, we didn't. Okay, but that's actually worth noting. We'll go for Straightaway Adept, because it's just... We don't need another, like, we don't need it for like a long race right now. We don't need like Pace Chaser stuff for a long race. We'll go for Japan Cup just because it is, and we'll go for a Rima Keenan as well. We'll actually go for like all of the big races in this one. And hopefully we'll be fine. Because if you win, like, whatever the race we just did, and then Japan Cup, and then a Rima Keenan, you get a triple crown for, you get like a triple crown treatment thing. We can try and do the same thing next year again. This is one of the cool intro animations. Wait, Alcantara passes the second? What? What? She's gonna be like a dirt racer, although her medium long is not bad, actually, think about it. She's actually not a dirt sprinter, but like she's like a mile medium racer. I didn't think she'd be on... She would be. Put on C time speed. Let's get through some races. I need to put on some ads as well, so I'll go do that now. Oh, we're rushed. I mean, on a medium, it's less important because we have Swinging Maestro and we have higher stamina, so any stamina loss on a medium means less because we're kind of prepped for long anyway. Ooh, amazing! Exactly. Exactly. I guess we didn't get Swinging Maestro. Unless it's always on this corner? We didn't get Swinging Maestro. That could be a problem, actually. I wonder if with Rushed and no Swinging Maestro, that's a problem. We didn't activate any skills besides a roll, and we got rushed. That's actually a problem. We might lose this. I don't know if we win this now. I mean, our speed's not bad, and that's really important in the final straight. We'll slow down to regular speed. Oh, okay, whatever. We're fine. We're just stat stiff, I guess. I want to go home. I'm craving watermelon. Do you have watermelon at home? Running ticket got a little bit close though. Nice up. So we get the 57,000 freaking fans, which is good. We get like a minus energy down. This is the Professor of Curvature, which is Kitsan Black's skill. We only got the one hint for it, which is a bit meh. We have it all. We've got it all. I actually think we do this because we're running some. We never fell 2% as well. I have to say that. You have a whole watermelon at home. Jesus. Okay.
Yo.
Howdy.
For you.
Huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Would you like an apple?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
You sure?
Yeah, it's not okay.
An apple a day keeps bad moods and poor.
I just don't want to pick
away.
bits of apple out of my teeth because they could, you know, it does get a little stuck. I actually can't remember what this is. Is this energy up? Oh, okay. What was the other thing from that? Let me check what I would have got from that. Agnes Digital, what's your thing? Wet conditions or rainy day? I mean, it literally doesn't matter them. It's just like a hint either way, and neither of them are ones I'm going to use. We do actually want to run an Arima Keenan. We do want to run that. Is there a skill we can get which is nice for this? Do we want another skill? This is not important for us because we're never towards the back. We're not actually running Pace Chaser either. Whatever, we'll just run this. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, right? Stamina's pretty good. What are our other stats at? I mean, we're top and everything. Yeah, sure. Hopefully this will be fine. We just hope that we don't get... We don't want to get late start and rush. That's how thing... And then don't proc our skills. Our wit's not crap. It's just... You know, we're in second year, not last year, so we don't have... We don't have, like, everything going for us just yet in terms of stats. Okay, we're on the inside, but that's actually okay, because no one's contesting us for front runner. Time conditions, it's good. We'll put it on 2 times speed because it's a long race. Wait, what? Mr. Beast is streaming on Kick now? Jesus, what? I don't know, man. Doesn't that guy have enough money already? Corner right up, that's nice. We didn't get Swinging Maestro, right? That could be a bit spooky. Unless it's on this corner. I don't know, we didn't get Swinging Maestro. I think we're actually a bit cooked. Oh, for God's sake. Let's put on 4 times. We didn't get Swinging Maestro. Fuck. Is it enough for tea time? Oh, we went anyway. I thought that without Swinging Maestro would be cooked. Okay, I guess not. Cool. Nice. I'm gonna get straight after that. Perfect. Nice. Cool. Right. That'll do us for Arima Keenan. We get the triple crown, which is really, really cool. And we'll get into our draft of this part of the day. Second draft of our second series. WE won the first game. Better coordination, better play from Monkey as well. Left them in a really good spot. Waybo. Banning away tanks, but not banning away Trundle, interestingly. I mean, I would have thought... That's one thing as well, actually. Trundle's not necessarily been banned as much today. What's up still? Rumble really fallen off into prior today.
Trundle was
banned away.
last game, I want to say.
Well, it's not banned out in this one, so it's an easy first pick. So now with WE, they can't really lock Ornn. You don't really want to lock Rumble. Well, if you lock Rumble, then the Ornn actually can do okay against you in lane.
A lot with it here if you do this. You don't have the Varus. You do have the Aurora, though. It's the double AP AoE skirmishes. We've seen Rumble Aurora do pretty silly things in the early to mid games.
And there's no Orianna to do better in lane versus the Aurora. The Akali can do that as well. You might go Ornn Annie here, or Victor is okay too. You're probably looking at that Ornn in top side because you need a tank alongside the Trundle. If the enemy team doesn't have a tank, you want to tank yourself as the Trundle because you can't be a primary frontline without stealing those stats. The Victor's fine in terms of becoming like tanky battle mage. The Aurora can struggle a bit against you in lane sometimes too, or at least not bully you about in the same way that other matchups do the same.
Hello. Glad to have you all here. Wave at the camera. Some awesome cosplays, as ever. There often is some really phenomenal ones out in the LPL stage.
And Breathe goes towards the Cassante, not the Ornn. Okay, I mean, it's a better duelist, but the logic still stands. You want a tank with the Trundle if the enemy team doesn't have the stats to steal to make Trundle your primary frontline.
I think it's also worth saying that Cassante for Breathe particularly has been a tank he's found a lot of value in terms of just being a real threat in the backline. I feel like Breathe in general has largely played quite well on a Waybo gaming that's been struggling. I do think that the team in general doesn't want to play around him as a primary carry, and so he's kind of been doing a lot of his own stunts to realistically mixed success. But I do think on the whole, I think Breathe has been doing pretty well as a secondary or tertiary threat at the very least.
Yeah, the last game on the Ambassador, not his cleanest, but he was still doing better than many others. Tayan's going to get himself his Ezreal, which is obviously a big pick for him. That was one of his major carries in the last split. And Light doesn't have the Kai'Sa to round out this comp, which I think would have actually been very, very good, actually. So Light will have to think about what he wants to pick there. The clean fees just died, actually, it looks like, with the audio going off. So we'll wait for that. Well, it'll come back on now, folks. We'll have to wait for that to come through. Of course, Wiz is fine. This is on China's end. We wait for their insert to come through. It's been happening a little bit more. We're going to be asking some questions. Well, I'm going to follow up on this as well, because we do have a code stream in Discord. It'll come back in a few seconds. We'll wait. There we go. I hear the music again. We're back into the draft.
So, did we miss too much there? No, not really.
Some ban. No, we didn't even match. We missed the Lucian ban. That was it.
Okay, that's fair. So it took a little while on that one. That's fine. There goes the Rel ban away from Vampire, alongside Jarvan as well. So not a lot of very good skirmishes here. And again, Jarvan's weird into Trundle, but basically you can just get over his pillar. There's a bit of a mind game there. You can Cataclysm, and then Trundle goes, well, I guess I'm stuck in here unless I've got Flash. So can be a bit frustrating. And Monkey does like that Jarvan here and there. The thing that has been left up, though, is the Skarner. To those of you who recall the BLG versus WE pick and ban phases, every single game, BLG banned Skarner. They just did not want to give this guy Skarner. If you're looking for a tank champion for Monkey, it is Skarner. He is disgusting on this champion. I think for my money, he is the most successful Skarner in the league right now. It's also the spicy chicken skills. You're going to get char grilled skills to happen here, as he's got Rumble and Skarner to work with. Jhin. Locked in. What are we going to have as a support option here, though? Khan's down, Rel's down, Alice is down. Is it just a Leona angle?
Bard's okay too, actually, if you want to catch out. I mean, Crisp actually does play this. Yeah. It's not really an LPL special, but it works out okay here, I think, in terms of that long range engage, whilst also giving you some lane dominance. It means that Vampire is, I suppose, less likely to go towards a melee support, locks in the Karma instead. And you know, Vampire has occasionally had some Karma gains which have been very good. It's not what I'd say is his specialty, but he has been picking up more proficiency on this over time, learning a champion outside of his original comfort zone. You are without a lot of engage now. It's basically on Monkey to get engaged. Very hard to do that against a Trundle. The Skarner is very hard to play because the pillar can interrupt you out of your X-Style's impact.
Yeah.
And that means that you can struggle to get the wall stuns in the right way. WE are playing towards the early game. If they get a early game lead through their bot lane, and then through potentially Skarner getting multiple dives as well, I think they can roll that into a powerful mid game with the Aurora Rumble big ultimate team fights. If they don't get that, I think it's much harder to play.
Yeah, the hard CC angle's not there. And I know there was a really good discussion that Crownie was having a couple of weeks back, saying, look, engage makes things easier. It doesn't always make things better. And you can actually sometimes look to play around these kind of more just play for slows, play for damage, play for more finessed angles, I suppose. And WE are going to have to try that here. But we have seen WE end up in positions like this before and then struggle to convert the series. They are 1-7 for a reason. That said, if if you're ever going to rely on a single Skarner to do a lot of work, Monkey Skarner might well be it.
Yeah, he's one of his best champions, and I think he is one of the best junglers within the LPL right now, which is saying something given that WE are definitely not one of the best teams in the LPL right now. They've not been able to get those results. Occasionally they have been, but sadly they've not been able to be the best of 3 winners. Just occasional best of 1, sadly, for them. Waybo, they are looking shakier. This is a team with some flaws that you can exploit. We'll get ourselves into the Rift for our 4th timer today. First series went to 2. This one's on our 2nd game too. See if it'll close out here. Let's hear those gyros.
Trade there of some of the wards. Someone had fumbled the game there on those mics. We were getting a little bit of feedback, just about. Which didn't lead to any piercing numbers, but there we go. There's the spikes we were talking about. You said, look, the early game snowball from WE, very strong. Statistically seems to be backed up there, but the later the game goes, you are into Jhin, Victor with solid frontline. You will hit a point where that bulwark becomes very hard to break down.
So WE need to make sure they make a difference before that happens. Potential Q over the wall misses though from Crisp. Of course, Crisp, a player that's been pinged about rosters. Hang on a second, Tien gets spotted out once again here. I think the wall will get cleared. Q does land this time.
Evil from Skarner traded back, but that Cosmic Binding was good. Turn around onto Light, who eats a bit of damage himself, but Monkey going to be left at about half here. We'll get a fair amount back because red buff and smite.
Yeah, and also he doesn't have to lane at level 1. Light will dodge out on that Q, which is important. Vampire, just pulled that mantra and goes on cooldown.
Oh no.
Does he still have the Q up there? He does, so it will. Well, I thought it was going to time out actually. It doesn't last for forever, of course. Need to see how they play on that now. Tien also needs to find a way to get some camps over on the other side of the map. For that to happen, Waybo need to get some pushing lanes. I don't think that's going to be easy. Karras has the shotgun, lands both parts of it. So Xiaohu's winning mid lane. That's not going to happen. He's got the pot ticking. He does have the level 2 now. Tien will walk over after getting that level 2, but potentially Monkey can go over and make a difference anyway.
I'm trying to find that twofold hex, can't quite land that one. Karras, another player who's been very up and down. When he's looked good, he's looked fantastic. When he hasn't, he's down 30 CS, missing every skill shot, and unable to save lane to save his life. It has been very odd to track this player. Tien does at least get the invade off, and Cube is kind of shoved into the turret early on, but I think with the way the map has been split, I can see why Cube might not be super eager to overpush there on the Rumble.
Keep going over towards Wolves. He won't be able to defend his Raptors, so what will end up being is 2 camps stolen for 2 camps stolen, exactly the same across the map, but this does isolate bot lane in favor of WE. They know that Tien can't really walk towards bot lane. There's not enough room on the bot side of the map. Yes, he could take Krugs, but he doesn't have multiple ganks. He's going to go towards Karras now. Still only at level 2, actually, because he took Wolves, Rub Buff, and Raptors. There's not enough to get him the level 3, I suppose. We'll need to get something from elsewhere. Doesn't have the pillar, importantly, because of that.
No, he doesn't. Scarlet, but I think his blue buff can theoretically do something like Krugs into... Sorry,
level 3 to level 2.
Ooh, good chunk. You're right there. I was busy looking at jungle pathing, and on screen there's violence occurring. I'm about to say, Skarner can just do Krugs into Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but he's instead, Skarner's now going potentially into bot lane. Can they get a fight before the level 3 comes in? Probably not. 2 minions likely to get killed now. One of them goes down. Level 3 will come off that cannon. That is important at level 3. There you go. They'll have that for a little bit of safety. They don't have heal. They do have barrier. Krug's going to be taken by Monkey, and no one's here to protect them. WE, they need this early game lead, and they're starting well.
There's the level 4 hit. Monkey just walking on forwards. Now they got the focus resolved. The deadly flourish is wide. Dive comes on down, and Chris makes sad. Ooh,
yeah, nice. And they can go for a redive here too. There's no CC left on Jhin. His W is too long cooldown. Light's in danger.
Upheaval, barrier. Turret shots come on down. It's still pretty scary. It's taking also has to barrier, trying to trade back. The focus resolve lands, and a boulder toss from Monkey gets the kill.
And no one from Waybo comes to help. Karras will lose a flash, but it's not going to be nearly enough for Waybo. Tien can't finish off for the kill. A blast cone will not be able to see enough. Waybo getting destroyed in the early game by Team WE.
That nearly worked in mid. It really did from Tien, but the flash still doesn't get the kill, and WE with the double dive, basically.
This is the thing. This is my counterpoint. Even if it does work here in mid lane, is it an even trade? No, it's not. Getting all the summoners off of bot lane, getting a double kill down there, getting the wave band there too. Even if things have worked out in mid lane, you are losing this early game. Because you lost the mid lane matchup so hard, because bot lane's been pushed in after the early invade, No one can come to save this bot lane. WWE have the better strategy for the early game, and Waybo have kind of sleptwalked their way into it. Well, Light tries to turn around some damage, but realistically, there's no way he can outplay this. He's used all of his summoners already. He goes down. There's already a 10 CS lead and a kill and an assist onto Taeyun.
And importantly, W sure burned the heal, burned the barrier, but kept their flashes. Waybo have got nothing. Nothing at all, and they're returning the favor. The Cosmic Binding's early! And misses entirely. Crisp is burned to his namesake.
Light's not able to do much as Chris goes down 0-2. Waybo, you must have known there would have been an early game plan around an Ezreal Karma. They don't do enough to protect their bot lane, and WWE are smashing through this Ezreal. Taeyun's Ezreal has been so important to him, and Waybo, I can't help but think they've sleptwalked their way into this.
It's rough to see. The early priority is good. And the turret plate goes down. And again, they lane swap, try and get out of it. Monkey was waiting. Now they're in the jungle. Tien is here. Could theoretically maybe turn around, but there's still this Karma behind. The slow for the Mantra Q. Monkey is interrupted, stunned to all. I think he might just be dead here.
Flash.
Has he got Nixtal's impact? Because they're going to... Magical journey over the wall. Taeyun now coming on down. The slow from the chop.
Shield.
And I think they're going to not be able to keep him safe nearly there with that shield, as Alex called out. But they do get that kill.
I wonder whether Vampire could flash shield, and that'd be enough because there was no flash left on Crisp or Tien. Didn't want to commit to it though. Monkey will go down. Potential of a magical journey now. Taeyun does have flash. Quite hard to catch him, but Vampire, if he goes too far up, now that's a juicier target.
I'm going to pull the trigger right now, and they are all off vision of WE. The reset from Trundle will come on 3.
This is important. Getting some free farming time is really important. Great chunk onto him. The W Essence Flux lands. Good trade back onto Vampire, but health on an AD carry is more important than health on a support. And supports can reset a lot more freely, and they tend to have a little bit more room for pots and refill potions, as you can see from Vampire there. While this would have been good, now actually that chunk leads to Monkey having another dive angle. Waybo have no idea what they're doing to defend this bot lane. They are just going to get pile drived on cooldown here.
Exhaust and heal on Crisp. Maybe that's enough.
But they're getting zoned off a turret. Even though they don't die, they're likely losing another wave. He's half HP. He can't do anything here. 20 CS down. Waybo have no idea what to do about WE's relentless aggression through this bot lane early. This was a team that couldn't play anything but melee supports for so long. Vampire has done a lot of work into getting his Karma into a place where it's much more strong, and WWE know how to play around it. Taeyun's Ezreal set up for success. Monkey going down there on cooldown. And Waybo, they've not had a good response.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They managed to punish Monkey vaguely in the jungle, but it takes so many members, and they still end up losing so much topside. That's a 1,400 gold lead to the Ezreal early. Reminder, last time we were seeing these teams play, Vampire just never got a hold of the Karma.
Potential of a W cancelling out a recall. That'll stop that. That's important. Does mean that, again, you can maybe get a extra wave now to Light, because Taeyun and Vampire are a little bit slow back to lane. WE... Reminder, folks, that the early games have been good, and currently the lead in that AD carry is so nice. Can they stop another recall? Hang on, Vampire's going to get stopped there. Not able to stop Taeyun on the other side. Problem is what happens with their mid games after. The early games have been good. Waybo's has been poor on the other side. Both of those have coincided with each other, really. Can WWE stick the landing with this lead going into mid game now? Taeyun is so set up to carry. WWE need to stick the landing.
At the very least, because Monkey is kind of obligated to pick up that wave because of the delayed resets, Tien does at least get the grubs. Big chunk now coming on forwards. Field comes on down. Twofold Hex, chunked across, carries down about 20% HP.
Staying back out onto the map after spending so much too is going to be... I mean, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this Ezreal now? The Jhin has been left to the wolves. I suppose Waybo in last game, they had the lead on Light. You couldn't make the difference. Problem is now he just doesn't have the resources to even get anywhere close to a difference maker in this game now. That Jhin is... that Jhin does need a little bit of gold to help things work. Jhin without early game leads does struggle to do damage.
So, Crisp now towards this bot side again. The Bard, that we kind of saw the angle for it as a potential way to get a range support, buy a bit of time for this Jhin. We've seen T1 of all teams get some success with that. Of course, after some memes initially with the failed world champion game 5.
Yeah, true. That was the Varus against the game 5, wasn't that when they were playing Varus into the Bard?
No, they did Jhin Bard and it went wrong, and everyone was memeing them for playing Jhin Bard, thinking, oh, what is this angle? And everyone later on has gone, oh, actually, this combo's not as bad as we thought it was.
Right. Because I do remember them playing Varus Karma against DRX in the finals in their game 5. And they had to avoid the Bard ults all the time. It was very, very... yeah, it was a hell of a game. That was an awesome game, by the way, for those of you who want to have some free time and want to watch back a historical series, World Finals 2022. Hell of a game.
Comes the Inner Flame. Not the Soul Flare, that's the Mantra Q. Wow. Bit of a chunk. Monkey on this dragon. First objective to go with Waybo Gaming. Oh, Chris made a massive chunk from that Soul Flare. Can't find the W. For the life of me, can't remember what Karma-based W is called. I know the empowered one's Focus Resolve. There is another one. Renewal. Renewal is the empowered one. That's the one. Took me a second as Dragon now coming down to about 1800 HP TN is around, but there's a W again. The tether's going to land on into the empowered Soul Flare, courtesy of some mantras being yelled by Karma.
I was actually wondering whether Monkey could go for a flash ult there with a good enough Ixtal's impact, but pill it out of the wall. Vampire is still at the point where his poke is really annoying still.
Exhaust comes on down onto Monkey, flashes away, but they're going to get that Impale after. He's got a Subjugate rolling. Curtains also called Monkey pledge but Between Worlds comes across 3. Curtains do get a fair amount of damage down. Oh, what a read from Taeyun! Gets the Mystic shot on the flash away from TN.
What a tilter for TN! Flash predicted by Taeyun, his Ezreal at 3-0-1. Waybo's early game set the Ezreal up for success as TN was out-jungled by Monkey. And now he's outplayed by him in his own jungle. WE, this AD carry is taking them places.
Let's have a look again, because it starts with Monkey and Vampire potentially going too far, but they disengage well enough.
I mean, I think the Subjugate comes out too early, and then the binding misses from Chris. If that hits, and there's a guy just ulted in front of them by the Trundle, that should be dead. I also think then the 4th shot should have gone onto Karis and not onto there. And this is just the cherry on top. Flashed into it. Tiana's had a horrid series today, and that is only going to make him feel worse.
I mean, when we were first starting to get a look at Taeyun being a solid AD carry in the league, and we weren't just saying, oh, whatever, one of these imports that come on over from LCK, having not a great time there, and he's just going to be one among many. You know what I mean? When we first started going, oh, hang on. Taeyun's kind of got something to him. And again, this split's not been great from him, at least at the start. As Cube getting jumped on. I was about to wax lyrical about Ezreal. We may just need to talk about a really good pillar into Cosmic Binding combo. But Cube just says, yeah, you don't actually have the damage here.
Jhin doesn't have ult. Used it unsuccessfully in that last play. They do have 3 grubs, and Trundle kills turrets really quick. Teleport coming up from the Aurora. He doesn't have ult. Teleport coming in from Cassante. We haven't seen Breathe in this game really do much yet. He's going to be behind the turret, and that's going to be teleport for teleport. Waybo not really getting what they're coming for there.
True shot barrage from Taeyun also cleaned up the range minions, so he even gets the farm. It's not even like they're dropping that. And we are seeing, because W have snowballed really well, which in fairness in draft you were asking them to do, they've done that really well off the priority. They've managed to get leads wherever you can. Look, on the whole, the only thing that is perhaps a little against them is the CS numbers in solo lanes are still a little low, but hey, the playmaking's been good, and they are significantly ahead here.
Yeah, I do think that Waybo have been better at picking up waves across the map than WE. That's been actually, we've seen this quite a lot. W aren't fantastic at playing around side lanes. We've noticed that a few times when they've had to play to Cube when he's been behind the game, and actually he's ended up losing them games effectively because WE, I think WE know how to play towards Taeyun, and they know to play through the mid lane of the map when Monkey and Vampire are kind of invading into jungle. If things go further for them, and they did last split, of course, the thing which I need to see for them is actually, okay, top lane's going to be put under pressure. Don't just leave Cube to the walls. Because I will say, look, I don't think Cube's been great. I think some people out there are unfairly judging Cube for actually macro mistakes from WE, leaving him out in unplayable situations. It can be both at the same time. That's what I want to see from WE next. On the other side for Waybo, because we talked about some of the bits from WE here, I'm getting pretty disappointed with this team. I'm getting pretty disappointed with Tien's level of play. We know what this guy's meant to be like as an LPL regional god. He has really, really struggled here today against obvious early plays coming through from WE, like that early invade. Shouting around the corner from Chris, but he might still be dead. Karis is just going to one-shot him.
Oh boy, just about flashes out. That 2-fold Hex nearly took him out, but the 2-shot barrage. Track it, track it, track it. Ooh. I tracked it. It went missing.
Good job.
Deutsche Post had it.
It's gone over to a neighbor at that point. Taeyeon's, but hang on, this is a really dangerous fight for Waybo. Taeyeon's in a good spot, but this is a good choke point.
Oh, and the Impale comes on down. The Tempered Fate means that they can't get the damage. Now, Taeyeon needs to Arcane Shift away and does so. Between worlds, though, good damage on the Crisp. Is that pullback going to be enough? No, it is not. The burn is good, but Crisp survives with the heal.
I thought the Grump was going to tag in for an assist there, but WE lose Monkey on the aggressive play. This is one of the issues with their composition. The Skarner really struggles against the Trundle as a sole engage. I thought it was okay there for W because Taeyeon was stood behind the play, and with such a fed Ezreal, you would have thought that would be a game changer. Breed's going to walk. Hang on a second. Breed's going to look in for a great play here. Oh, that's not a bad place to be.
Go all out. Vampire can still flash away and does for a second. The Deadly Flourish comes on down, and Tien with the Subjugate, I think, must have got that now to red buff bed. That's what it was. Figured it out now. All the while, though, the Equalizer comes on down. Herald secured, and WE just overplay it a bit.
Oh dear, because we were just talking about the early game leads, right? It's gone. It's gone. W don't have a gold lead anymore. Kasante comes into the play. Vampire ends up making a big mistake hiding around that corner. I suppose they thought, well, we can look for an equalizer play while they're taking the Herald. They didn't expect Waybo to come looking for them first. And we praised their early game. We were saying, look, we were disappointed in Waybo. WE's mid games have been some concerns for them. And so I suppose Waybo's been a little bit better. They now have 3 kills onto Tien, who, let's be honest, I might have just cast a blessed him. Was just flaming.
Oh man, cursing him pretty hard, aren't they?
Obvious early game mistakes. Out jungled by Monkey. 3 kills, 800 gold up now on a champion, which potentially could solve the game for them. He's in a great spot now.
Maybe in Taeyeon we trust then. He's still up 1,200 gold individually. This Jin is not having a very fun time. Say, before that mistake, I was about to say Vampire been having a fantastic game. Been really using those W's in particular as kind of like the extra engage tool they need. First turret might well go the way of Waybo here, top side. Monkey's going to walk at this mid-tier 1.
Trundle's coming behind them. Good stun under turret. They don't have any grubs to help force the play.
And they are going to get driven into the wall. Damage going on to Tien, who's going to get the subject, but the Impale comes on down. Interrupted by a lot of stuns there. Monkey trying to flash away. Tempered Fate stops the Ezreal doing any damage. A mistimed Q3, though, means he's not going to get pulled back. Curtain's now getting called. Taeyeon needs to Arcane Shift away to stop the damage coming on forwards. And WE lose another member.
They do, and there's an equalizer, there's a wave clear. The clean feed's going to die. We have reached out to the LPL to see what the hell's happening on their end with this. And hopefully things won't explode while we're coming through. Folks, again, this is not on our end. This is on China's side as well. Go yell at them, not us. We do get a couple of that sometimes, and we'll wait for that audio to come back.
Gonna wait on the audio. When you hear the audio, it means the feed will be returning. Wait for it. There it is. Audio, and we're live. And WE did not find the kill they were looking for with that equalizer. Feels like Cube's been a little late to get these equalizers done. And here's the replay as they go for this mid-tier 1, and Tien just says, yeah, you can't do that.
Well, Impale onto the Trundle. Yeah, doesn't really do much when you're subjugated.
Great. I wonder with Breathe that flash forward missing that Q3 might have been a problem going a bit too deep. They just don't have the damage here. Like, finally Cube's turned up, finally Karras has turned up, but they were delayed getting there. And look, we've said WE side lane play is not fantastic. Part of that is the collapses from side lanes as well, kind of suck. Again, 4 minutes off. Remember, Waybo got that one at the end of that. Taeyeon really wants to get this mid-tier 1, and that would help, to be fair. Getting that mid lane tier 1 would be great. Waybo, though, feat of strength. They've got the objectives. They're going to get a second turret here. They've got 3 grubs. They have a Trundle. This turret will disappear. The thing is, I think WE are probably going to have to hard force mid again, try and get this turret. The problem is, Breathe and Crisp constantly collapsing. There's always an extra member here from Waybo to prevent Taeyeon from extending this lead. It has now halved, actually, fairly significantly.
Waybo in a much better position than they were in that early game. And this, again, this is the worry for WE. We had so much praise them because I think any other team with that early game lead would have been rolling that through into a clean win. I don't think this is going to be, even if WE walk away with this now, I don't think it's a clean win anymore. No. Trundle's been allowed back into the game. WE have allowed that Subjugate to be the game changer and not Monkey's Skarner, which has so often been kind of like his crown jewel. Crisp's ultimates too, credit to him, he's another player we've criticized an awful lot. Had some great ults. He actually might get caught out here.
Magical journey.
Monkey's not going to go ram into the wall that. Crisp will get out safely.
So, not really all that much on the map to play around right now. Good trap setups again. If you are a gym player and you are going towards mid, these are where you want to be putting your traps. Makes it a lot harder for people to come and gank you through those side bushes. It's good to walk off and get slowed so much you just get to walk away from a deadly flourish. Then it can be quite challenging then to lock you down for all that you There's a lack of range with your just basic ability, with your basic attacks. Your abilities do give you a lot more tools to play around lanes more safely. Reset from Taeyun, is that going to be the second item? Can't be far off.
And there it is, and he'll be able to transform that with an extra auto attack or two. Remember, 3 grubs and Herald give a lot of tower push into Waybo. They have decent range as well with the Victor poke. It's a dead tower. True Shot Barrage too late and too little. WE now down 3 towers to 1, and Waybo, they've stabilized. Credit to them, they've stabilized. WE, oh, don't say it can happen again. 1 and 7, a great first game and a great early game here. Does that all end at that point?
Down 1,500 gold, it might, you know.
Yeah, and we did say they kind of need the early lead. Kind of need it. Need to play around it. I don't think Karma Shields are going to be that impactful versus, you know, the crazy damage that can come through from a Trundle onto the first target, the AoE damage that can come through from the Victor. He's about to get himself up to 10-stack Rod of Ages. WE, they have great AoE damage from Karis and Cube. I don't think they have the best setup for it because it's only Monkey that can engage. He's going to get pillared out of his charge. He's going to get subjugated if he does close the distance. Their game plan now is very difficult. They don't have the gold to give them the extra room for error.
No, and all the while, like, just look at the mid lane, right? This Victor, nearly at the full stacks of the Roa, is up about 1,200 gold. Vampire's trying with these renewals to get some value with the roots, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. Once you do that past, like, the 15-minute mark, it really hurts. That's the subjugates.
Try and turn this around. They do get the Impale, but the Pillar again. That Untempered Fate is phenomenal, and the Cosmic Binding afterwards. Oh, that's 3 in a row from Crisp with a wrecked Taeyun's day.
Well, the bed's made, the sheets are crisp, and WE are laying in it. Crisp, awesome combo from him, gets the CC as WE, I think this game is about dead and buried now. I don't see how they can fight back from a deficit. This is where the game starts to fall apart. Vampire trying to make these plays on the Karma in mid-game with the renewals. It doesn't work like that once you get past the 20-minute mark. You're not the early game, you're not the mid-game powerhouse that you are in the early game. Atakan freely taken by Waybo, and WE down across the board.
Heavy Flourish lands, Cosmic Binding comes down. I think, okay, Impale onto TM, we can get the kill, but that Pillar and this Tempered Fate, it's another one. It's 3 in a row that have messed with Taeyun.
And there is a flash from Karma. Flashes after getting hit by the binding, gets rooted up, dies anyway. It was a great early game from Vampire. The mid game has left a lot to be desired, where he's playing aggressively, knowing that they really don't have playmaking options, but instead it's ending up just flipping against them. Monkey and Vampire massively diffed Crisp and Tien in game 1. This game, they've been on the other end of that. The jungle support struggling in game 2.
And that's after a really good jungle support start for game 10 minutes were fantastic, and then it's all begun to go very wrong. Tien might be in danger here, though. Between Worlds can't quite get the kill. The Redemption, the Impale. He's still damn well alive. Flashes away. Subjugate rolling. They can't kill Trundle. Breathe now gets to go on foot. Another Tempered Fate. Doesn't land on the Taeyun for once, but afterwards they still get the kill onto the Aurora, who's dragged all out. And now Breathe is behind Taeyun. Tien gets him with a bonk or two, and another dragon goes the way of Waybo Gaming.
If you need an example of why Trundle is banned so much, just watch that clip in slow motion. The way he gets out of that is obscene. You should not be able to survive in a situation like that as a goddamn jungler. He's now 2,000 gold ahead, as is mid lane. I actually think Karis I think he's been okay. That's only his first game of death of the game, by the way. It's just that Victor has had so much more access to towers and resources. WE, they are, yeah, this one is unplayable from that, feels like. This is as good as it gets. They get decent CC, a full burst from the Aurora with the Electrocute. The ult does just miss, but then the ult, the Redemption, even misses as well. It's another point in their favor for WE. Tien walks out alive, and he's bought so many cooldowns at that point. What did WE have left in the tank? The answer is not much.
Karis frozen, which means Breeze just gets to go all out. Shao even gets it with the Arcane Storm kill, and the problem is Taeyun realizes because Breeze's been able to tunnel his way through that wall, there's nowhere for him to run.
He's cut off at the pass and left to die there. WE now down 4,000 gold. Atakan is on the other side. That's some invisible value. There's an extra dragon on the side of Waybo. That's invisible value. Same with the 3 grubs. That was pretty visible when you start hitting the turrets as well.
Yeah.
5-1 on 4 on a Trundle. Worth noting, by the way, going for the Spirit Visage, which gives him even more healing in the heat of the moment against the magic damage majority team of WE. Even Ezreal's doing a decent amount of magic damage there. Really, really hurts them. WE, they feel so strongly they need to cut through that magic resist. They've gone for double Bloodletter's Curse. They don't double stack. It is like the Black Cleaver, by the way. But someone's got to hit it first, and you've just got to pray that there'll be enough to make the matchups work out. Waybo cleanly pushing in across the map. They'll be angling towards an early Baron. You have to feel with the Trundle being able to tank it fairly well.
Okay, Taeyun maybe was in danger there for a second. Manages to dance away from most of that. The problem, as we noted though, is Baron's up shortly, and Waybo do scale very well this game. That gold lead that was their bot lane was 1200 not so long ago. It's not there anymore. Breathe survives. They just don't have any damage. They need another item. They've got double Bloodletter's curses. Maybe that'll be enough on the solo lane. But the curtain's getting called. Cosmic Binding goes one. Gravity Field lands on the Monkey. Gets a shield though from the Bastion. Tempered Fate lands on 2. Redemption comes on down. That's quite a lot of ults burn for no one dying on either side.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the Chaos Storm, you still have the Subjugates.
Ooh, hang on, Chris beats a fair amount of damage from those Electro Harpoons. Breathe gonna get driven into the wall, into the Impale, dragged under the turret. Between worlds they go, but he goes all out, but he loses all his resist to do so. They don't have damage. Another Cosmic Binding means that Taeyun can't auto.
And now WWE don't have HP. They've used all of their ultimates. They have barely any summoners left, and Waybo, despite not getting any kills, do get what they came for in the inner turret. That'll give them even easier access towards Baron when they want to go towards that in the recent future. And WE, we said this before, it looked unplayable. Again, we're seeing situations which are about as good as they get for them. Not the best ultimates from Waybo, not the cleanest kills. WE still can't capitalize.
We might have gone to the library and bought a book, though. Look at Chaohu's inventory, even more move speed, more stacking. This is going to get really annoying.
I think that move speed is really key to talk about, too. Medjai's beyond 10 stacks is so important for less mobile champions in the game. Victor has a ton of HP. He's quite hard to shut down. If he manages to put the grab field and the ult down, WE can't really stand there. Some punches the mic. It's our daily tradition. Don't worry, I've joined in too occasionally. Cube has a flash. He has an equalizer. I don't think either is going to make a great deal of difference. That is a dead Yordlin robot.
How did he get there?
Try to push up a wave. Sometimes when you're behind in a game, you have to go for one of those pushes and say, look, I got to push up bot lane. Baron's up right now. It ends up backfiring. He's died for only his first death of the game, by the way. I don't want to hear people blaming Cube for this game in particular. I know that there are plenty of other games you'll get ammunition for. Don't you worry about that. But he dies in the side lane very easily. And Waybo, they don't even feel like they need to go towards the Baron. They're just walking towards the bot lane and turret.
Vampire, trying to get the root on down. He is going to flash, still gets stunned, dies. It's not getting easier. The Tempered Fate shuts off the turret. Monkey's now in danger. The Redemption behind the Deadly Flourish lands onto Taeyun. Monkey body blocks what he can. Shot comes on down, flash on forward, Pathmaker, and the whole of WE just explodes.
WE have been thoroughly mid-gamed by Waybo, who looked very out of sorts in game 1. WE handily dealt with them, and despite their good early game, despite their dominant game 1, WE will once again be going to 3 games. Try as they might, they can't close out these series cleanly.
Monkey's poor curls once more. You'll be able to beat any team just for 1 game. And now the Nexus begins to crumble. Waybo Gaming will take us the distance as WE cannot command the mid game in the way they needed to.
Game 2 required an early game advantage. They got that, and they couldn't hold on to it even then. Trundle Cassante ruled the field. The double tanks getting huge value for the side of Waybo, and we will be going to a 5-game day. 2 in our first, 3 in our second, and hello, there's 2 of us here.
Hello, I am number 1, I suppose. As the oldest, I get to claim that number.
Yeah, technically.
And then you get to be number 2. Do you want? I suppose it's your stream though. So do you want to be number 1?
Sam, being a number 1 or a number 2, people are going to make the same jokes. It's fine.
It's true. It's true. Welcome, though, one and all, to the stream. I'm Initialise. That is Nymaera. You may have seen us on such things as the LEC, perhaps, Masters, NLC, a number of other shows as well. Maybe if you're an OG, you might remember us from the LGLOU days. Way back when. Yep. 2022 feels like a long time. 2020. 2020 feels a long time ago.
We did last until 22, and then we rolled things down after that point, which, yeah. It was a fun time, though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, nice emote there, Chelly. I see you've been watching on the NLC for sure. Welcome, one and all, as I said, to the channel. We're live in 3 different locations right now. That is Twitch, that is YouTube, and Anivia's YouTube. Thank you, one and all, for joining us here. If you could, make sure you follow all of the channels that are going live. That would make a massive difference, because all of those follower numbers allow us to do things like get sponsorships. Speaking of sponsorships, though, if you want to help support us, one of the other best ways you can do that is by making sure you subscribe on Twitch. If you are an Amazon Prime user, you even get a free sub every month. And if you've not used it, Twitch Prime. I've not seen one in forever. What does a Twitch Prime look like, guys?
I have no idea.
Could you show me what?
We're visual learners,
could you show me what a Twitch Prime looks like? Anyone?
Who knows? It's really awkward if that doesn't happen.
No. Well, I've tried now. Look.
You've tried your best.
All right, as the additional way you can support us, there is a Ko-fi link as well, which Alex has just put in chat. Thank you very much for doing that. If you're not a Twitch user or you don't want to subscribe, very fair. You can, however, still buy us some coffee via Ko-fi.
We're going to take a break, go into our last game of the day, and you know what? Because it's gone to 3, we get even more horse game. More horse game.
How's the run going?
It's going pretty well right now. We just won an optional triple crown, which is pretty good.
Is Mejuro your best horse?
That is a very roundabout question. No, Augury Cap is the best one I've rolled. Augury Cap is just good at everything. That champion is very, very
league
good.
Brained.
I'm so league brained right now. You have no idea.
Do you want anything, Alex?
I already have coffee, so it's all good. We're good.
That's fair.
This is all stats up. This is skill points. We don't have that much to spend skill points on. What do we got in here? Xiaohu, Jesus, 1000 DPM. Fuck.
I'm looking at, like, I'm sorry, with the leads you had, Cube and Karis being late to multiple fights and doing that little damage.
I still think, is Uma Musume a single player game, or are you racing against other people? It is both. You do single player campaigns to create basically the characters, which, when you complete a campaign, you take those stats and then you go play against other people with them at a later time. Yeah, so I'm doing the single player stuff right now. I'm so league pilled and horse maxing. Exactly, Sir Pirate. Exactly. Okay, we'll go, I don't know, turn the cameras off. We'll take a break. God, it's so warm in here, man. Yeah, it is other people at points. I just don't do that on stream as much. So this is energy. This is 5 stats up on everything. We'll go 5 stats up on everything, actually. I don't think I've got as much to spend skills on right now, do I? Do I? Oh, I do actually have Professor Coach. Maybe I should. Oh, I don't make that much of it. We don't have that great skills to spend stuff on, actually, worth noting. Iron Roll's okay. Stamina to Spare's pretty good. Yeah, Stamina to Spare's good, and Hydrate's good. Maybe I get both of them, actually. Glue Factory time? No. No, it's not Glue Factory time. Warcraft is fine, and now we get the raffle now. What did we get? What was that? Hang on, whoa. Wait, what did we just get? What did we just get there? Energy Cup. Wait, I only got it by 20. What did I get though? Tired, I guess. Nice to follow there, Hido. Hey, good to see you, Hidon. How's I haven't been able to catch up with what you've been working on recently. How's the coaching grind going? If you're still doing that. I don't know if you're with the team right now. Abstract Haste is pretty good. This is pretty good. I don't mind getting some extra hints towards that. You do technically get more stamina, but then this also gets some. We'll do this. Friendship helps better. And then I need to think about what the next races I want to run as well. We never do extra training. The fight, because it's basically you go down 5 energy for working on the League Mastery now. Cool. What's that entail? How have I been? Burning out a little bit. Not gonna lie. It's the League grind is unforgiving in a broadcast sense. As yeah, it doesn't take much to guess that, right? But you know, it's going better than it could be. Sam and I are getting visas refreshed. So Sam just got his visa redone the other day, so congrats for that to him. I've got to do mine at some point. My accountant's been very slow on some paperwork, so yeah. What's the play here? Do I do this? I mean, I'm not a 400 wit, which I'd like. What about the Medro McQueen lore? Does the game have lore like League Esports does? Yeah, this is a real horse. Medro McQueen very nearly won, was it 3 Tenno shows back-to-back? Something like that. And then Rice Shower beat them in like their big last race. They were running in the early 90s, I think it was. MVP? Crisp! I actually thought it might go towards TM. No, that's fair. No, his ultimates were insane, actually. His ultimates were really, really good. Yeah, no. Every single character in this game, all of the... Okay, some of the background characters, no. But, like, all of the main characters in the game are based off of real-life race horses that raced in Japan. What is the plan? What is the plan here? I don't have, like, a G1 to run in there. Is there one here? No. Maybe I'll run in the Hanshin Turf. Yeah, maybe run in Oscar higher. I don't really need the extra fans. We've got a ton there. Yeah, one of the characters actually just passed away the other day, which is very sad. Yeah. What's you on that? This is pretty good. Yeah, we take these. Good. Do you need to get up some stamina a little bit more? Because we wanted this to be a long racer. I need to remember that, actually, that I need to be training stamina over speed if I can. This is energy up. Nice. Cool. Got a start of a race. Let me just see what the training options are. it's okay. 89 skill points is whatever. Yeah, we can run in this one. Although I did say I didn't want to run in as many medium races. That being said, I also don't give a damn sometimes. I'm staring at a 5 times friendship speed training. Jesus, Kyriam, nice. There's only, I think, 3 surviving members of the cast of Imasumi left. Some of them are... No, so Haru's alive, Kitsu-san Black's alive. Some of the younger horses are, right? But not all of them are in the game right now. Some are in the JP version, some of them on here. I need to run some adverts, by the way. I do need to do that, because otherwise I'm going to get distracted by a freaking horse game. Let's race in this. And there's no one even front running. We should be fine here, honestly. Gold oh yeah, Gold Ship's alive. Yeah, Gold Ship's. Yeah. And also I think Gold Ship's sibling as well. Orfif? Is that the name? They're still alive. Yeah. I think there's even a horse called Augury McQueen, by the way. That's cool. Sorry, in-game current in-game cast. Yeah, sure, I understand. It might even only be 2 of them right now, Qatari, actually. You've got Haru and Goldship around. I'm not sure about the other ones who are actually, like, active racing characters. You know, the right characters you can race. Some of the support cards are around, but they're not, like, playable characters, quote-unquote. We're 9, that's okay. Late start's kind of mad, but we do have firm conditions. We're actually just gonna... I'm just gonna rush through some of these just because I want to get through a couple of races, because this will be... We won't really have that much time to do much after the game. We've got Swing Meister and we've got Professor Coach. They're good skills to have. Late start, well, we won't rush. We got Swinging Maestro. We get our ult. We should be fine now. Yeah. Man, front running is so broken in this game. That's it. Wait, it seems like I've slept in and missed all of LPL today, Saj. I mean, first series, yeah, I mean, it was peak Nirvana. It was a bit flippy, but still kind of entertaining. Game 1 was really dominant from WE, but then they, I don't know, they just can't play mid-game. Their mid-games are really messy. We'll get, wait, what do we even get to this? I mean, that's not bad. 62 speed, 32 power, a little bit of wind. It's okay, I suppose. That'll change when once the guts change hit global. What are the guts change coming through Vid Student, by the way? That's pretty hard to turn down, that one. There's no G1 to run today anyway. Yeah, we'll do that. And plus, honestly, getting the friendship on the direct is not a bad thing anyway. It's just not as valuable as getting up on the other ones. You always want to S long. Wait, do I have an S in long? Nice. I didn't even realize that. I should really do more stamina maxing then. Why am I doing so much more speed? No, this is okay. No, don't get 2 for that. It's fine. What am I talking about? That's fine. Slam conditions is fine. I probably do want to get either Stamina Despair is pretty good. Hydrate's pretty good as well. But this is also, I'm not running Pace Chaser, so I'll probably get... This is not great for a front runner. I'm actually not going to spend any... I'm not going to spend any points on this, I don't think. This is also not useful for a front runner because you need to be towards the back. This is actually okay. This is fine. I can actually work with this. Maybe I have... Okay, I have some stuff to spend points on. I'm not going to be, like, really gunning for ability points, but yeah. So at some point, institute challenges that happen when 2 horses are near each other use the gut stat. Oh, okay. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense, actually. I really like the Tenor Show openings, they're really cool. Okay, let's get into this. This is a long race. We do have We do have Swinging Maestro. We have decent stamina. We are front running though, so if we don't get Swinging Maestro, things get a bit hairy. These are the number 3 and number 2 though. Oh, my speed is so much higher than my power. Power's much higher too. It's literally just whether my stamina is going to last out compared to them. Late start didn't happen. We have firm conditions. Oh, fuck it. I know it's a long race, but I'll actually just let it play out because... Wait, is this actually... No, is this a long race? Tenasho Spring isn't, actually, I don't think. Kikuka Show is. I should do another gold ship campaign just because it's so funny though. Honestly, I just like seeing you guys type fucking... I'm not even going to do this on 2 speed. It's going so slowly actually. Endurance reduced for... Huh. Okay, we might... I think Swing Maestro's on the next corner by the way. Ramp up. Oh, we actually got ramp up once. We never get that. Is this Swing Maestro corner? Is this Swing Maestro corner? Professor of Kern, this is... Please Swing Maestro, please. There we go. Thank God. Jesus. The real game is on stream. Exactly, Oda. I know my audience. I know what you want. You can't get that past me, you know? So there are 5 alive in current global patch as playable horses. Daiwa Scarlet retired as in Hokkaido. Gold Ship retired as in Hokkaido. Haru Urara retired as in Chiba. Karen Chan, who just released now actually on the last patch, retires in Hokkaido as well. And the Smart Falcon is available for stunt. Okay, fair. Well, hang on, folks. We actually might win by distance here. We got all of our... We actually got like all of our regen stuff. So yeah, this is... I don't think it's by distance. It might be like 10 lengths though or something. Oh my god, it's actually by distance. Let's fucking go. It always feels so satisfying to do that. Nice. Right distance, let's go. That's so funny, Hero, actually. That is technically what that means. It's just... Yep, that is technically what that means. You're not wrong. Nice. The whole thing about Medro McQueen is like wanting to get like the win the tennis show. Are there any other races we want to do? No, not that one. Is there a G1 here you can run? No, not that one. Can't run that one anyway. Well, we're just training for the next bit then. This is too high. I don't want to run that anyway. And then we should probably think about stamina. This is good. We should be running more of this, honestly. I don't know why I'm not doing as much stamina. I do want like 800 stamina if I can. Oh, yeah, I could have resolved the Gambit. That's my bad. 2 turns until that comes up. Oh, it's really hard to turn that down. 38, 27. Oh, fuck it, we'll do that. And then we need to, like, actually start focusing on stamina stuff. This in the top corner. Oh, we're racing today? Okay, alright. Is there anything else we actually want from this? What other things do we want? Oh, we said there was a long one we wanted, right? Stamina spare, we actually don't want. That's meh. This one's okay. Maybe I'll think about this later, actually. Yeah, maybe I'll think about this later. Wait, what is this? Is this a long one or is it medium? It's a medium, okay. Get hydrated? I will get hydrated, thank you. Alright, let's get into game, folks. Let's stay frosty. The real fun is winning the Takarazuka Kinen twice as gold ship and choosing the bottom option. I don't even know what that is, by the way, Vid student. What is the bottom option? I didn't even know there's a special version for it. I just thought it was like more energy or less energy. What even is the bottom one? Alrighty, we'll get back into the game again. So if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind leaving you with the draft for game 3 here.
At all.
Because I gotta go get myself a drink. I was too busy being just horse maxing, Sam.
Can you take that through as well?
Yes, I can. I can do that. All good.
I just didn't use my old glass because why would I do that? That was very
Lots of very different bands, but the Unara weren't going to stay in there. Of course, with the Trundle gone, tanks get more value, but most of the tanks are gone. So the Scion's gone. Ornn is available. Maybe that's something up for picks.
Keep our eyes on it. Scion is currently gone. Are we banning Ornn as well? Just get rid of the tanks and say, alright, you're going to have to play a carry matchup. Especially into someone like Breathe. Renekton maybe starts to get a bit higher. Karis as Azir goes down. What are we first picking at this point? Surely not the Ornn. Kai'Sa, though. Locked in for Taeyun. Okay. Get him something he can carry on. Play from that. Who's that, Kaiser? What are we responding with? Sivir? Shinzao? Shinzao's got to be the last remaining big AD jungler up. What else? Pantheon is gone. Skarner, Trundle, Wukong off the table. Jarvan. Jarvan for Monkey might be a valuable one. Annie for Xiaohu. Just give yourself that point and click C. Good skirmishing. I think that's probably fine. Potentially punish Kara as well. He's been a bit up and down. Sorry, I'll make sure they see the combo. You've obviously put some good info in there. I'll make sure Alex sees the horse girl game information. That's obviously very critical here to the stream's well-being. Thank you very much for starting up those predictions, Amber. Or is it Yoda sorting it out? Either way, appreciate the both of you getting that resolved. Rel, I think, makes sense here for Vampire. Strong engaged pairing with the Kaiser. You can follow up on dives very well with that AD carry option. Remove a load of resists. Solid engage. I think Renekton now for Cube is going to get very high value to take away from Breathe. Strong early lane. Plays well into most matchups. That does mean, though, that realistically, Jarvan's getting banned. Monkey's going to have to go towards something a bit different in the jungle. He does have some more interesting options. Again, this is a guy who is strictly a Graves main. Viego could be in consideration here with the Kaiser 2. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that Viego banned. Lee Sin could be a ban as well. Jace now, potentially to give Breathe a skill matchup which he can take over. Don't see as much Jace as we once did. The right hands can still be very deadly indeed. What are we banning out here? I think it's got to be junglers. Olaf, of course. Monkey already with a very strong Olaf showing. That was with an Orianna behind him and a Lulu. Was it a Lulu? It was something else. Doubling. Renata. Double enchanters effectively. So it would have been a little bit less support this time in terms of enchants, but have a lot more dive support. Lucian banned away from light. What are we banning now? Maybe the Viego, surely. Just force Monkey somewhere uncomfortable. There you go. Last ban. That also means that Jarvan is still up. Huh. But it's the kind of more Monkey specialty picks than the Jarvan. Jarvan this game, not awful, actually. Punish the immobile carries of the Jace and the Annie. Jace is a bit weird. He can theoretically get over the wall with a really good Q. But it has to be set up for that. Not that easy. Braum now locked in. Jarvan into that would suck. Not Lucian with it. You could Ashe, I suppose. Ashe Braum once upon a time was very, very strong. It's kind of fallen away from meta, but maybe if you just need the utility. More pick as well. You can see it. Galio now an angle. Are we doing something like Nocturne then? Neferi. Neferi we do not see very much of at all anymore. Vi, again, really good homing beacon for the Galio to lock onto. Will be. So they go towards the Vi. Bit more single target dunk. Less AoE. Like Vi in general, we're seeing less of her, but she's still around and about. And the Xayah gets locked in for light. Good defensive tool now that you've seen all of this dive. If you've got the Featherstorm, you can end up diving into hell here a little bit for WE, but you have got a lot of tools to make sure that light has to be very, very crisp, no puns intended, with that ult. Waybo Gaming have got themselves Breathe with a potential split push win comp. Lots of decent pick, lots of decent skirmish, but it's not really a cohesive team in that sense. Good skirmishing with Annie, with Wukong, with the Shinzao. Braum's good there as well. Jace is good there as well. But realistically, you're looking to have WE's very heavy, much more fanatically in sync comp. Dive very heavily into you and punish that with a good counter punch. Maybe look for some picks.
And I'm going to have to now comment on a draft I saw absolutely none of.
So, Kai'Sa first pick for WE. And they've ended up with Galio, Vi, Rel, and of course that Renekton early on for Cube. Tried to ban out sort of Monkey's comfort champions in the second phase, but left up the Vi. They banned away the Viego. They banned away the Olaf, which of course he mashed BLG with just yesterday. And they've ended up with Waybo Gaming a bit of a weird draft. They saw the Renekton and so locked in the Jace for Breathe to have that skill matchup. They've got Shin Zhao Annie, which is a good skirmish pairing. And they locked in the Braum, saw all the dive and went, I think we've got to go Xayah here. So they go Xayah counter pick. It's not necessarily the most thematically synchronized draft from Waybo Gaming, even though a lot of the decisions make sense in isolation.
We'll hear those gyos, and we'll see the results of that coming up next.
Well then, this gets interesting. Breathe's going to change forms and skirt away from danger.
Not uncommon to see that in Jace versus melee top lane matchups. Same thing would happen with Vayne or Quinn. They use brush control very strong at the start of the game. And what you can see teams do is stack up as 4, sometimes 5 members, go up towards top lane, and make sure they can get a ward in one of those brushes so Jace can't just dip out of minion aggro and use their range advantage by dipping in and out of brushes and getting auto attacks onto you. WE, they invest one of their wards early into that topside brush, allow Cube to stand in that. Stop Breathe getting the best possible laning scenario. This is known tech.
Good work there. Now you've had a chance to look at the drafts. What's your vibe?
Yeah, I think you're completely right saying that Waybo have some thematic desyncs. Like, not everyone wants to be playing disengaged. Not everyone wants to be playing going forwards. I think that Vi is very, very good into the likes of Jace. Kind of poor into the Xayah and the Braum, though. Xin Zhao have to play it pretty well to get away with this, because, you know, if you do get Renekton Galio, that's all inside your ult damage, isn't it? So, I think that Waybo, they're going to have to play well individually to make the disconnect work out better, particularly into that mid and late game. The lanes are fine for them. I think Annie's good into the Galio. I think that Xiaohu potentially could be a real kingmaker here, actually, because one of the problems with W is that if you overextend into a Braumel and the Tibbers then on top of it, you do get bursted. But W have plenty of options to get that first kill very easily. The Kai'Sa flying in, the Galio flying in, that is very hard to stop from Waybo on that first kill.
Again, then there comes the question of, can you survive the turnaround with the feathers and stuns and Braum fishes and stuff, and all it's thematically a little bit janky from Waybo Gaming. I can see where they ended up where they did with the kind of responses to pieces of WE's draft coming in.
That was nice there from Xiao, who actually used the Molten Shield to just outpace the taunt, got the Electrocute trade onto Karis. If you lose one big trade in lane as Galio, then you get the Galio which loses a ton of CS in early lane. And that's a bit of a problem, actually. You need to keep an eye on that. I think Waybo, solo laners, have been playing better than WE's on form recently. I think Xiaohu's been playing quite well, question mark.
A good Victor game at
Victor
the very
game
least.
was good. Obviously, his Orianna game was less good. I'm trying to think, because the perspective of Xiaohu, like being an international title winner, that's gone now. However, he's definitely not as poor as he was before. Monkey doesn't want to use the tap Q on Vi. Tap Q has really lost a lot of power, actually, recently. Another win becomes lightning misses from TM. Just denying Monkey the ability to go towards that blue buff easily, though. TM will start to heal off a little bit with his his passive.
I know that ward's in there. Monkey's around. Karis also around. But I don't know whether you win this skirmish early on with that stun up and available.
Karis go for a flash taunt.
There's the Incinerate. 3 talents right there. There's the flash taunt that goes nowhere. And the Audacious charge back in. The turnaround damage with the Winter War is good, but Jace coming as well. And that means that this blue buff is surely Tien's.
Really good flash from Tien. Xiao using the Molten Shield to shield up his teammate as well. Buff still complete, and 2v2 going pretty well for Waybo 2. Forcing a flash. That's not great.
That's 3 flashes down on WE in the blink of an eye. Vampire, Karis, Monkey down those. Vampires will all stand the heal. We'll be able to pick up some new summoners at the 6-minute mark, but for a couple minutes at least, has got nothing to work with.
I'm getting quite worried for WE now. I know it's only a couple of minutes in, but if Monkey starts to fall behind, we know how important Monkey is to this team.
Yeah.
If he starts to fall behind, that's a big issue. Tien, if he starts to get ahead, that potentially covers some of his issues too. You know, he had a great game too, right on the Trundle. Wasn't an MVP, that was crisp on the Bard, and I think that was very deservedly so. For Waybo, they're getting ahead in solo lanes. Tien is stopping Monkey from interfering with that, and bot lane just got flashes too. WE might be in a situation where they're losing all 3 lanes actually if it goes worst case scenario. They need something to break the pressure quite soon.
Hot side, Vampire and Monkey pairing up. They have been finding success. Also, often has been through those two making
the playmaker duo.
Yeah.
Potential. Ooh. Good CC combo potentially.
Yeah, it's got the stun ready and waiting, so we'll just hold that. Say, look, Molten Shield's enough to keep me in one piece.
The one piece is real, as we know, of course.
Yeah. It's the name of the treasure on the grand mid line.
Yeah, exactly. Xiao has teleport. He'll be able to go back with that in mind. Lost 1 minion under turret there. Vampire, of course, showed himself too. This information to Waybo. CS lead for Breathe. Somewhat expected for the Jace over the Renekton. Once Monkey hits level 6, that's where you start to cash in some of the early game debt that you accrue with these kind of lanes. Really need to see whether Monkey can punish someone like that Jace even when he's ahead of the game, because the Vi is typically very, very good against that champion.
That's a very fair way to look at it. Taeyu and Vampire. Here and there and potentially everywhere.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
I think you're just saying Sam, I think you're saying words.
I was just saying words, Alex.
I can't believe you are saying words.
I'm sorry.
On my stream, my PC, you come here and you speak words. Dragon started by
Look, it was a reference to the fact that Taeyoon is playing a semi-global champion, so could theoretically be in a number of locations quite quickly.
Vi's gonna just spot out, gonna go towards those Raptors. Dragon will be taken by Tien.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did I get away with it?
Sam, I'm not going to lie. I completely dissociated for just one brief second. Monkey will use the Dragon going down as an ability to take the Raptors. If you can take Krog's respawn as well, actually pretty happy. The drop down a ward. Tien will spot that this is now gone. We'll know that topside jungle is not his own. There is a level 6 from Karis, which makes these things a bit spooky. I'll push in mid lane instead. Krog's respawn will come up, and well, no, that's not true actually. Vi's not tracked them effectively. So it's just gonna be the one camp steal away. Important that Monkey does get something back for himself. There's a chance he'll play topside. Yeah. Monkey is not one camp off of 6. He's a little further than that actually. Cube could still go for a flash W though and go for a dive hit.
Yeah, I say there's Dominus here. I think this could just be the kill. TP now coming. Breathe. No support coming. He's all by his lonesome. We'll try and clear out the wave. Does do a fairly decent job of knocking the wave away. Flashes out, stays alive.
That's pretty damn good from Breathe. Getting, the support teleport out of the spellbook, getting the ult out of Cube. Yeah, Breathe can't stick around, probably. I guess with Karis not showing a mid-wave, he's a little afraid of the ult there. Crisp is now going towards topside. Breathe will now be able to pick up that wave. And WE, we're saying, hey, you need to really get some value back on these lanes. This could be a problem. Where's Crisp? He's a little late.
Oh, Breathe is definitely low. Damage being tanked by Vampire. Oh, my days, he takes an extra shot just to secure the kill. Flash out on a 1-for-1. That's not pretty.
Crisp is now here to hold the wave. It's a kill. It's to the Vi, who it's important to get some there. And he can, hang on, if they can stop the recall, yeah, Xiao could flash over and potentially get a kill on Monkey.
I think he's gonna look. He's got Molten Shield. He can tank this up. There's the speed up. Flash available. Monkey's blown so much damage. Doesn't even need to blow a flash. Xiao just gets the kill. In comes Galio. Maybe that's the turnaround. Flash out of the hero's entrance. Xiao's taking torrent shots. Doesn't quite get the kill. Now the turnaround can potentially come on forward. Crisp flashes for the present. Merry Christmas.
2 for 2 in the top side, question mark. Kill goes over to Karis, but what's happening with the waves getting picked up now? No one in mid lane just yet, so that's gonna be a wave lost there. Crisp managed to hold the wave top side, so someone's going to be getting that. And Jace is picking up the bot lane wave. One of the big things we've noticed about Waybo versus WE is that WE have a lot of flash in the early game, but they do lose waves on side lane. Waybo, while they are often falling to those flashy plays, which is of course, I'm not saying they're bad, they are picking up more waves. And now we can see, there's a 15 CS lead for Breathe. Yes, mid lane for Xiao, who dropped a little bit there, but Waybo aren't unhappy with the amount of farm they picked up.
Yeah, they're really not. Now we come back to live. Xiao's got another stun available. Remember, still quite a lot of those big ultimates down. No hero's entrance means that Karis could theoretically be in a lot of danger. Passive comes on down potentially.
Wow.
Vampire is a staked man. Taeyu needs to be very well. Finds away the backside of the Tien. Nice turnaround as they were trying to run onto the Kai'Sa, who found a great killer instinct back to the play.
Crisp still up at his level 6, of course, a little bit higher XP than Vampire was. Puts up the shield again. Karis going forwards once more.
Braum passive comes on down. Doesn't have that much CC to work with. Another passive comes on down. Featherstorm. Dead Galio. Monkey now being run out. Gets rooted up by said Feathers. Flash Q. Should be able to get him out to safety, and they can't get the kill on the Vi.
WE are not winning these early game fights. Vampire's back out onto the map, but doesn't have the level 6. He lost a lot of XP teleporting topside. Again, think about what we were saying before. WE, a lot of flash, but they are dropping waves to do so. Right there, the consequence is Vampire is lower XP than Crisp, and the level 6 Braum does make a lot of difference here with the Realm not having ult available. It's not the cleanest fight from Waybo, but they do have a little bit more go buttons with that. Through Talon Strike ends up getting the knockup. Vampire does go in, but the double ults, including that Braum ult, slow him down, damage him up, and the Rel can't get out. Waybo getting a little bit more access to that fight. Yes, there's a great turnaround, and it is a good one there too. But WE then also to overstay themselves. It's not like it's the cleanest fight from them either.
No, it's not, and they do get that additional kill then onto Karis. Monkey's forced to flash after, especially as gets a good route here as the double daggers and the autos come on through. We'll say in the picture-in-picture, at the very least, WE did pick up at least 2 of the grubs, so they've got that marker towards feats of strength. So they do come away with something. Unfortunately, it's not the gold lead they were hoping for.
Yeah, it is worth noting that, you know, Light picked up 2 of those kills. Taeyeon did another. They are vaguely even in terms of gold. There's a cull on each of them as well. Both AD carries going to be quite fed. I think I actually... Well, okay, it's fairly even value. I normally like to say conclusively, oh, it's better for this one side. Let's be honest, both AD carries have great agency in this game. Yeah. There's quad melee on one side for Xayah to play into. On the other side, there's a lot of squishies for the Kai'Sa to dive onto. I think both of them will get value with that.
Lots of bodies to dive with, yeah.
And lots of dive buddies as well, absolutely. The gold being 1,000 to Waybo in the early game is a bit of an issue for WE. They are... losing out little bits here and there, slight bit in mid lane, decent bit in top lane now with Breathe being a good carry top player on the Jace. As long as he can as long as he can avoid getting CC chained by the Vi flashing ulting onto him,
he becomes the X Factor threat, doesn't he?
He becomes the huge cleanup threat. Kai'Sa's actually quite bad into Jace because of that at some points, where if Jace isn't the primary target, Jace actually kills the Kai'Sa when she tries to dive. Watch out for that later on.
Goes to the skies and smacks her down. Good knock up there on Taeyeon. Turn around now with the cease and desist, but unfortunately, there's an ult and a double knock up. Monkey is a very squished primate. Taeyeon's going to cleanse, but unfortunately, Taeyeon can go on forward flash to get towards the blast gun, but that means that this Kai'Sa is not. He's going to try and recall, but Xiao's looking to stop them. Breathe in the river, looking to get some more kills. Can Xiao find the stun? Gets the kill. No, he missed.
He missed the go. And it still didn't matter. 2 for none for Waybo as WE, they're getting panicked. They're getting so panicked, and God, it's happening again. The 1-7 WE, which looks so much better than their series score, may well be losing another series where they were so dominant in one game, but not able to close things out. This time, it's like getting another kill again, 3-0-1. His Xayah's been really good in this early game so far. WE are losing more waves across the board because they committed so hard to that play, and Waybo have been able to fan out onto all 3 lanes again, and now that gold lead is starting to get out of control.
It really is. Maybe you could look at Breathe, but Breathe is just bullying Cube at this point, up the level, up the HP bar. Rel is around, but I don't know how easy it would be to get value down here, and I hesitate to do this, but look at Monkey versus T, and that is basically 50% extra farm right now towards this Shinzao, who's well ahead of Curse.
Especially when we're talking about the early games in the series, you know, game 1, early game 2 with Monkey on the Skarner getting a really good cross-map setup. We were saying, look, Tien's really disappointing us. We think he's getting out jungled. That's not the case here. He's playing a lot better in game 3. If we are going to criticize Tien, it is only right that we praise him as well. I think that his back end of game 2 and then this one in game 3 has been much better than Monkey, who we were praising as top 4, potentially top 3. Tien is doing very well now in this matchup, and again, staking his claim, saying, look, you know, I'm still regional Tien, by the way.
Here comes the Braum passive. Damage goes down to Vampire, who's forced to flash away. Crisp using that heal on Braum. Braum is one of the better abusers of Spellbook because anything that gives him move speed gives him range for his passive.
Yeah, and honestly, he doesn't need something like Aftershock because he can't proc it that easily. The Guardian's fine for him. But Spellbook is a godsend to Braum because, let's be honest, he doesn't really need a lot of other keystones. It gives him a ton of value. I think you're absolutely right. I don't think I'd actually clock that in the current meta. That's worth really thinking about. That really changed the way that I view the Braum. He's very good at that Spellbook, and if it's the strongest rune, he'll definitely get value from that.
Yeah, because obviously a lot of time before we'd see things like the Guardian in particular, which is great for keeping people alive, but individual reminder, he just gets all of his resist from his door going up.
Monkey's down on the bot side, has flash ult. There is potentially a Galio ult to be thrown top. He needs to teleport, so I guess not. So that's going to be another play. Waybo bring in their jungle support to survive it. And this is another problem of WE. They're not fantastic at making plays on side lanes. You can see that Waybo, they get, you know, protection to breathe. Xiaohu might be under threat here. Has the Molten Shield, will proc it.
And we'll then stack up his passive using that Disintegrate. We'll have an Incinerate, turn that around well enough. It's down a bit of CS there. Dropped a wave or two to make some of these plays, it must be said.
And also, he's dropping some of those waves in the favor of Breathe picking them up and Breathe getting the jungle support around him. When you look at that play there, right, you know realistically Jace is the target for WE if they can help it, especially when he's getting this far ahead. Jace needs those supporting pieces around him. Xiaohu on Waybo, in general, regardless of matchup, is typically not someone that gets resources in a side lane, and Breathe is the one that does on the side of Waybo. You send the jungle support to the Jace's lane, but not towards Xiaohu, and you can see the value that it's getting here. We've got Grubs, not Grubs, the other one, Harold's the big brother, sister, I guess. Shala spawning in the next 10 seconds, and Waybo will be setting up some things for that. I don't think they feel forced to take it. They don't want to die for it, but they'll happily set up for it if at all possible. Of course, the first tower hasn't been taken yet. I don't think they'd mind getting that, of course. That would give them the feats of strength as well as the objective. They have options available.
Why, I never heading into the river with Waybo gave in for a Herald fight.
Why did that go?
Sea mine. It's a sea mine in there.
Vampire's going to try and do one of those flanking wards. Not able to get that much value. This feels like the hammer blow moment for WE. This is where you make or break the game. They're starting the Herald. They do have their ults available. They have first item available for everyone, including Renekton, who's gone back and completed that just now. Can they make a fight happen now? I think that Waybo might not even give them the chance to do that, though. Credit to them, trading where they should be. Take that first turret, get that gold for the Jace, get the feats of strength. If the Herald goes down on the other side, so be it. Doesn't even get started in this case. He'll get it easily. And WE don't even get a cross map. That's looking a bit slow from them.
They're with the double globals. They've got Galio and Kai'Sa. I know it's only the level 10 Kai'Sa and got the second rank of the ultimate yet, but still, the fact that you get nothing, make no plays, WE, it's another mid game where they're kind of letting things slide a bit here. It's a comp that should be comfort for them.
And one of the most common, there is a ward on here. They will be spotted. I mean, there is a chance that something happens now. Vi coming in from the bot side. Is he spotted on mid? No. There's a ward in here. Karras could potentially go for a flash taunts. Here comes the Renekton. So, Waybo, you might have that fight on your hands.
Oh, baby. Vampire stunned up. Cleanse. Backside. Monkey. Cease and desist. That's Galio's cancelled. But Galio is cancelled. Oh, the hero's entering nowhere. But an L in the score sheet. Taeyun gets hit with to the skies. And the Mercury Hammer breaks the skull of Taeyun's Kai'Sa.
This Annie isn't playing with superheroes. She's playing with teddy bears. Who needs any of that Power Rangers nonsense? The hero's entrance cancelled by the big fuzzy bear. Xiaohu making a game-changing play around the Herald.
Oh, it looked like a wonderful flank angle. It really did.
So just watch this again. The fact that this gets cancelled in the way that it does. Xayah gets Via ulted without ulting itself. That should be the go button. Gets shown briefly on vision and it's not even that. It's Breathe.
Blast cone. He stands on the blast cone. I was scarred.
Okay, you know what? That's on me. I was like, oh, it's got to be the anti-tibbers. This is the only cancel they have available. Breathe, hats off to you. I'm so sorry for attributing your awesome play up to Xiaohu. Also a great fight from him too, but Breathe, game-changing play.
Team WE is blasting off again!
Oh my god, Vampire does have Flash, potentially could go for something, but they don't have the Kai'Sa ult to follow up. Breathe, what a game he's had. 2k up now.
Don't think Tien cares about this. Oh my god, the damage onto Monkey. Tien's still got an ult to work with. Vampire has to flash out. Teleport behind Xiaohu with the flash. And the stun available. Take some disintegrations. Chris puts up the door. WE now gonna have to fight their way out of this. Tien flashing away to safety. Breathe now in danger. Trying to turn onto him. But the rest of Waybo are here to fight. In comes the redemption. They have at least got a few back. But unfortunately, I say a few. I just mean Tien. The rest of them eat more fire. A taunt across many with the shield of Duran, but it breaks under the full force of Waybo Gaming.
WE go towards Breathe, and WE become WE's. They just cough out their last breath there, as they can't finish off the kills. They're getting desperate, and they are now 7,000 gold behind. The Herald was summoned mid-fight from Lights as a capitalization on what was likely a good corral from them. They'll kill off, was it all 5 members? For one, Tien just dying there? Waybo stomping home in the mid game, and WE down against Soul Point 3 Dragons. This felt so unnecessary. They didn't have the Kaiser roll. They didn't have the great angle. And Chris manages to hold an incredible angle here. Just been like, okay, well, I've got door cooldown. Vampire doesn't have flash, doesn't have Magnet Storm. He's not a threat. Puts up the door again, uses the heal. Lights in here. Breathe manages to get some decent damage down. Yeah, Taeyeon gets the last with the lethal tempo off, but he's only one Kaiser without ult. He can't do anything here. Terrible decision making to go for this fight from WE. It's so desperate.
And after this, they get on top of Karis. It's actually a flash from Light to get in front of the Justice Punch as a Xayah, by the way.
If Xayah can do that, your game is over. There's a 10-stack Dark Seal on Xiao, who Light is flashing forwards to cancel frickin' Galio E's. That is game over at this point. And poor WE, a team that finished top 4 for the first time since 2021. Sorry, 2022 rather.
Yeah.
In last split, felling top easels, felling JDG, have hit rock bottom now. They are 1-7, and despite getting good games, it doesn't matter if you can't seize the victories and actually get some series on the board. They are getting dumpstered in the full 3 games, sadly for them. And Waybo, they have been the better team. Yes, game 1 was a stomp, but they stomped back in game 2, and this one's arguably being even more dominant.
Yeah, first turret of the game at least goes towards WE. They get that one on the board for them. Sorry, first turret for them, of course. Waybo Gaming significantly further along the line on that one. They've got 4 structures already. Atakan now being started by Waybo Gaming will be no response, and much like we criticised TN and then had to give plaudits where they were due, I think the same probably has to be done for Crisp here. Wonderful angle in that place.
Yes.
Very good brawn play, and honestly, the Bard last game, the mid-game Tempered Faith, the Cosmic Bindings, really on point. He's always been a bit of a mercurial player, but on his champions, on his game, you can see why this guy once upon a time won World Championship.
Yeah, it's been a while since we could talk about stuff like his Blitzcrank and his Thrash. There is going to be an inner turret for inner turret trade. There is also an objective bounty on top of that too, but there's an extra inner turret for Waybo, so they are still trading up. WE, they get an objective bounty. It's about as good as they can get from that scenario. It's not really good enough. They'll head back towards the river defensively, not overstay. Waybo grouping up, making sure that W can't pick them off with the likes of Vi, Kaiser flying in, and Vampire's caught, staked. And the sunlight goes down for his 4th death of the game.
It's just not easy. It's just not hard anymore. It's a 3k gold lead for the Jace. It's a 2k gold lead for the Xayah.
WE get a lot of praise for their jungle support, and they absolutely should do for their wins. However, this is the backswing of it. When things start to go wrong, Monkey and Vampire still try and look for their creativity, and in some ways I can't blame them, but it does sometimes double down. Monkey looking for that flash. Where's the Kaiser?
Breathe, now potentially in danger in the moment we say. Maybe
Chris.
that's what they need, but Breathe can't quite survive. Chris did all the work he could, but now the TP's coming on through there to burn a lot to get a hold of the Jace. Turnaround's coming on through. Chris survives, gets to throw out another present. They are going to turn it around as actually Xiao goes on down. All the while Light, though, is free firing. There are feathers everywhere. It's a bloody bird's nest. Karis now needs to back away. It's 3 for 2 currently. Better than perhaps WE had a right to expect, but all the same, Waybo Gaming take the death of their top laner a little aggressively. Vampire, is he spotted? No, he's not.
He might just be able to walk his way out. He does have flash. He does have a crash down. Hang on a second. There's a teleport onto Karis instead. Vampire, has he got any way out of this? There's some alcove gaming. I don't think he's out. I think he's out just because Waybo don't want to check all of the angles. Vampire will escape. That's about as good as it gets. And we were saying, look, this double-edged sword of Monkey and Vampire, you look for them for creative plays, but sometimes it doubles down. That was a better play from them, though. They get something. Even then, though, so far behind, it is still going to be sold to the side of Waybo. It's Chemtech. It's a bit of a problematic one for WE, actually, because trying to kill off these targets you're already struggling to with an extra 10% damage when they get down there, an extra 10% damage reduction as well could be so important. Look how close this got. The only thing I'll say is I think the redemption should have been earlier from Chris. If that came through, I think he actually lives. I think this redemption is too late from Chris. That's the one misplay. Gets there in time for the shield. Should have pressed his damn redemption button.
And then Chris just about survives. We come back to live, and that is a dead Karis. Imagine this game state if they're having wards like that to spot out Breathe from a lot further away. He was trying to be as safe as he could. He was using max range shock blast to scout. Still got caught.
Reminder, folks, Baron is not available. W will try and cross map. I mean, they have one grub away, not even the 3, but they have a Jace which will destroy this. Inhibitor will go down. Yes, a mid lane outer turret will be taken.
They keep going.
Hang on a second. Mid lane outer turret is not a worthwhile trade for the frickin' Nexus.
Nexus turret number 1 goes down. WE gonna have to burn the Dominus by some time, but that's a very dead looking Renekton to me. pair of handbags, perhaps. Not sure how much skin there is with the Dominus rolling, but all the while, Nani is using her Tivers to tank up the next start number 2. It's gone as well. They don't need a Baron. They don't need anything but violence. In comes the hero's entrance, but up into the sky goes Light, trying to get on top of him. Light does go down as Taeyun flies into the backside. He's traded out. They'll lose the Vi as well. Knock up onto Karis, and the statue is fractured. Waybo Gaming dismantle WE in game 3.
A heartbreaking 3-game series again for WE, who are left at 1-8 in series. It is heartbreak for them once again. Waybo, I thought, would be their second win on the board, given their recent form, but not to be. Waybo, they are an inconsistent team. We are left wondering what form they'll turn up on today. Game 2 and 3, it was more than enough to see off Team WE.
I don't know what Dark Power, what Monkey's Paw, what Curse Steel they made. They can get a game against any damn team in the league. And the moment they need to win a series, it just can't be done. It just can't be done. I don't understand.
It's heartbreak for WE. This team made a lot of people believe in them last split. I think that golden shine to them has worn off now. We see some of the creativity, but the more I see this team, the way that they're dropping waves in side lanes, the way that they're struggling to support Cube and Karis when they are actually pressured as well, I think this team has been figured out by a number of other teams. Waybo are not on the best form right now, but even then they managed to get one pretty strongly over on WE, and sadly WE have only picked up a win versus FPX, the other bottom team in Group SN now. And sadly for WE, I mean, let's have a look at their remaining schedule. They don't have that many games left, right? It's been a heck of a split for them on the downturn, from really 100 to 0, top 4 to potentially bowing out early from Group SN. I mean, it wouldn't be bad. You would get into playoffs anyway, but it's really not what they wanted to be.
It's frustrating. It is.
Anyway, folks, that'll do it for today. 3-game series to end things out. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Alex, also known as Nymaera. This is Sam, also known as Initialise. If you've been enjoying what we're doing, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, comments, and stuff like that. We do appreciate you by watching. You are helping support us as well. If you can support us in other ways, obviously it means the world of difference to us, because we're not paid to do this. We just do it for the fun and the love of it, and also because we think it's valuable for all of you to have that too. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, we'll end the stream there, folks. Thank you so much for that. Are you going to stream today, Sam?
I think I will, but it won't be a long one, guys.
Okay,
I've got. So I'm going to watch DMG scrim this evening.
Very
I'm invited
cool.
to go look at it. I can't unfortunately stream it. They didn't get permission in time,
All
but I
good.
will want to look, and I've got some recordings to do as well, so I need to keep my voice in check a little bit.
So if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, stick around for a little while, and we'll make sure that Sam can get a little bit of a raid boost through as well.
Appreciate it.
Thing as well. We'll play a tiny bit of horse game as we go out as well, just because.
Don't sound so disappointed.
Oh no! Oh no! Gotta play the horse game. Crazy. We'll leave it to them. We'll play this just on the outro. What did we? Wait, I can't even remember what we were looking to do now. Do we have any things that we want? I thought we said that there basically aren't that many. This is a medium race, right? I think this is a medium race. Full-time horse game streamer, part-time league caster. Honestly, this game is really a dead thing. I couldn't maybe do that. Jesus, breathe damage. I don't know. I just think that W are bad at playing side lanes. I think they're really bad at playing side lanes. I think it doesn't help that Karis and Cube are not playing well individually, but also I think that W throw the towel in on side lanes way too early. Like there's like, oh, Cube's behind, oh, Karis is behind. And like you can see them trying to send Monkey and Vampire to the Renekton lane, but it's just not at the right time. It's not quite quick enough. They can't pull the Kaiser in the right timing, and it's just